Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So, a very good morning to one and all present here. My name is Pranita Panchmukh, and I am the Joint General Secretary of ACES. On behalf of ACES, I would like to thank Newton's Apple for giving us this opportunity. And today, I welcome you all to the National Cybersecurity Conference, that is Seccon version 2.0. Since ACES is playing a part of role in this conference, let me just shortly brief you about ACES. So ACES is an association of computer engineering students, a group of committee to provide a platform to create the best of the opportunities and conduct various technical as well as non-technical events, seminars, workshops, and so many activities to help nurturing and boosting students' curriculum and also their career life. So it's probably a best way to connect, grow, learn, and interact with a wide range of students. And today we are really happy and glad in contributing and organizing this National Cybersecurity Conference. And it's an honor to work in collaboration with Newton's Apple and DAC and form out a great teamwork. I hope you all enjoy today's session and get to learn and explore more about cybersecurity conference from our expert team. And also, I wish all the best to the students who are going to present their research paper today. And we are eagerly looking forward to it. Thank you. Okay, Shruti, you can continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Pranita, for your kind words. Now, next we have Sunanda Somvase. She would be talking about Developer Students Club PVGCOET. So, over to you, Sunanda.
Thank you, Shruti. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Sunanda Somvase, DSC lead at PVGCOET. It is my honor to welcome you all to Seccon version 2. It is great to see you all guys turn up on a weekend. As the youths of our country, this is the kind of tenacity we need to progress further. So give yourself a pat on the back. Let me tell you a bit about Developer Students Club, or DSC in short now. DSC is a global community of students backed by Google developers. We work towards the goal of empowering students with Google technologies to ensure a bright professional life ahead. At the PVG COAT chapter of DSC, we have conducted various events like Career Beyond Academics, Introduction to Open Source, Approaching Research, etc. to achieve this goal. We have also worked in collaboration with other organizations to conduct great events on a large scale. Seccon version 2, a National Cybersecurity Conference, is one of such grand events we are conducting in collaboration with Newton's Apple, ACES PVG, and PVG COET. The motivation behind conducting this event was clear from the start. In today's world, where everyone and everything has a digital identity, where every action is being tracked and every moment is being monitored, the importance of cybersecurity is paramount. Hence, we wanted to encourage innovation and development in this field. This is why, through Seccon, we want to provide a platform for a new era where your digital identity is protected and you don't have to worry about it. Thank you, everyone, for being a part of this, and thanks to my team and fellow organizers for working tirelessly to make this event happen. Last but not the least, thank you to our staff coordinators and other professors for supporting us. Thank you. Thank you, Shruti. You can continue now.
Okay, thank you very much, Sunanda. So, after some brief introduction about these organizations from the leads themselves, next we will be moving towards our first delegate of the day, Dr. Arul. So, some words about Dr. Arul. Dr. Arul is an assistant professor at Coimbatore Institute of Technology and also the CEO of Atharva Technologies, which is a software-based company. He has a doctorate degree in the field of cybersecurity and also 4 Indian patent journal publications. With his skills, he has established consultancy with a number of companies and has also developed many real-time application softwares. He is also an Institute Innovation Cell Ambassador and has received Hope Walker Association Best Innovation Award and QEEE Administrator. Apart from organizing conferences and workshops, he has experience in publication of a number of journals, and today he is going to briefly talk about insights of malicious firmware attacks. So I would request Dr. Arul to take over and continue. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning to all. Thank you, Sriti, for a warm welcome. And hope I am audible, right?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Now I will share my screen. Can you let me know it is shared? Yes, it's fine. Hope my
Yes, sir,
screen
your
is
screen is
visible.
Yes,
visible.
Yeah,
sir.
thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Yes, fine. So now we will start with the first thing. So what we today we are going to discuss something about what really we are affecting with or we want to concentrate actually from where we want to start for the field of cybersecurity. That a little bit introduction I would like to give. Before getting started into the topic, I would like to know actually what is cyber security, what we want to actually secure. If I will ask this particular question, what is your answer? What you want to secure? Now I have my system with you. I'm sharing my screen to you. Hope you can see my screen, isn't it? See here, there are a number of details over here. What I want to what I want to protect right now while I'm sharing my screen. I want to share. I want to protect some detail from the external perspective. What I want to actually protect, what I want to secure here, actually what is cyber security. These are all the things I would like to discuss now. Okay, can anyone little bit? I would like to hear about from you guys. Actually, what is cyber security? What is cyber security? Why they are giving such a name? It's a cyber security. Can anyone say something about it? What why they are giving a word cyber security? Actually, where is our cyber data? Where, now you are seeing my screen, entire my screen, it's visible to you. Whether what is cyber here, what is what I want to secure my data over here. Am I clear to you? Yes, anyone? Actually, what we are trying to protect here, what we want to secure, or what we want to actually achieve from after sharing my screen to you without any knowledge, I got this particular link. Through this link, I am believing that I can able to share my entire screen. Okay, without any knowledge, I'm just like that. I'm following the instruction. I'm giving my screen to you. Okay, how can I ensure that my screens chat only among these 24 people only? Okay, how can I understand that what I want to give in this cybersecurity era? Yes, anyone say something about what is cybersecurity? Any idea about it? Yes, please, anyone? Hope I am audible, right, Smriti?
Yes, sir.
Yes, fine. Okay, so actually, I would like I myself say the data. Actually, these are all the things what we are playing here. Okay, everything is shared with one type of program, which means one type of process only helping us to share the things with you. Okay, even if you are going with the mobile or if you are going with any other gadgets, or even if your laptop or desktop, whatever device you are having with you. Okay, while if you want to give certain things, or if you want to get some certain things over the internet, okay, there are some process will help you to do that particular activity. So here only you should need to concentrate. If you want to really get into this particular field, that is cyber security field, okay, you should need to understand the entire process, what we are doing with our data, or where that data is actually played over the over the process, in that what way that process is sharing the detail to other, or getting the detail from others. This is what we should need to understand. So see here again my screen once again. Okay, there are several processes are running here. See here, actually I am having 5 different user process here. That is Google Chrome, Microsoft PowerPoint, and of course there are 2 other processes. These are all the user processes which is helping me to share my entire screen to you without any further delay. But I should need to understand whether these particular processes are doing actual activity or not. Okay, and what I am trying to say in this actual activity means whether these particular processes are in a safe corner. I should need to understand. If suppose these are all the 5 processes are running on my with the help of my operating system. Okay, these are all the 7 processes helping me to share my detail to you. I would like to share my content to you. But all these 7 processes, with the help of these background process, 91 background processes are helping this particular activity to go ahead with a good manner. So that I should, if I want to do some research on this particular field, which means, yeah, see here, while I'm sharing my screen, I would like to secure my cyber data. The cyber data, what you are seeing in my screen, entire thing. See, you can say this violin, or if you are seeing one image here, or otherwise if you are seeing some text over here, even the Microsoft Excel, in which tool I'm sharing to you. I'm using one Microsoft Office. In the top of Microsoft Office, I'm using the Microsoft Excel. Through that XLX, I'm sharing my screen. So see, while I'm sharing my data, these are all the 7 processes are helping me to share the things. For that 7 process, 14 processes or background processes are running using this kernel processor. So if I want to do some research really on this particular field, I should need to understand this particular entire kernel architecture. If I will know the entire kernel architecture, then only I can able to secure my entire content. So what I'm trying to convey to you, you have to understand how your processes are running. Okay, how your processes are running, where you want to secure the data, in which way that process is helping to protect your data, or in which way that process is not secured because of hacker utilizing that particular process. These are all the points you should need to understand. For that, I would like to go with what is internet cybercrime, and followed by malicious attacks and its type. And of course, how do you know the malware present in your system, and is there any some preventive measure on this particular cyber attacks? So, why we want to learn cybercrime? Yes, of course. What I said, someone already explained that everything nowadays with the digital. Whatever you can see, electrical supplier, trading, or automobile, or defense, or banking, everything we are doing with cyber data only. So we should need to secure entire world because it's running over data only. Not data in the sense it is purely in the form of digital. So in the purely in the form of digital, in the sense it's purely only zeros and ones. Okay, with you can count your ones in easy manner, but you can't count your zeros doing some active malicious activity on your process. So this is what the future growth. So as I said earlier, everything is going with the digital. Okay, so this particular digital world is running with what? With help of only internet. So that particular internet, we are saying it is an umbrella of your network connectivity. Okay, that network connectivity under if you are considering a single layer, then it will be called as a LAN, or a MAN, or a WAN, wider area network. So if we can split into, we can narrow down the internet into very simple piece, that is your system. Okay, if you are connecting your system in between your local area network, then it will count as a LAN. If you are connecting with other local area network, then it will automatically count as a vital area network. And if you are going with several vital area network, then it will named as a metropolitan network. And of course, if you are connecting several metropolitan network, automatically it will called as an internet. So why I'm saying this particular internet over here, even I'm sharing my screen with the help of one process. That process is attaching with what? Internet. So can you able to follow me what we are doing, what we are trying to understand here? Okay, whatever you are doing with the help of only the process is now is getting my data, and the process is now attaching with the internet, the process is now forwarding my data, and the process is now getting some data. Suppose if you are not saying that I am not able to audible, or I am not able to see my screen, whatever you are conveying to me through your, you are having one device, with that device you are having one process, and of course that process also connected with internet through, with the help of that particular process. So whatever cyber security if you want to provide on your data, you have to concentrate on all this field. So you should need to understand how many number of internet users are nowadays growing, why this particular field is now get additionally concentration on from the student perspective, because students are the very good resource for protecting our digital data from the scratch on this whatever they are learning now. Okay, with the help of operating system, or with while you are learning your network concepts or networking concepts, or if you are learning some other related data structure fields, these are all put together will give you an overall knowledge on your base idea of your device. If you know your device thoroughly, how it is functioning, with what it is doing the activity, that if you know well, then you can protect your data, or you can able to hack also. Okay, if you know how to hack, that you can know how you can prevent from that particular hack. So you should need to play in both the ways. You should need to ready to learn the negative part also, and of course the positive part also. If you know very well in some negative parts of your process, then you can able to protect that particular parts. For that reason only I am saying you should need to think in the negative angle also. So these are all the news you may hear, that these are all the cyber security threats over the world. Okay, as of course, it is growing on very abnormally. Based on, every government is nowadays concentrating on how they can get users' data, how they want to provide an additional security for the data which they are having. Okay, and of course. These are all the victims of cybercrime. These are all the countries: China, South Africa, and of course Mexico, Brazil, India also it's occurring victims of cybercrime. Okay, there are three types of attacks are nowadays. It's very familiar. That is malware, virus attacks, and phishing or scam. So whatever name you are giving for cyber attack, okay, I myself actually say it is only one under only one roof is there. That particular roof is malicious software. Malicious software is nothing but malware. Okay, that malware only with the name of different with different names, it doing malicious activity on your device. Okay, so these are all the some datas that is research fields identified how many number of botnet attack, or some suppose open proxy attack. So these are all the attacks which is on your device. Okay, but if you see open proxy server, okay, which is nothing but again I am sharing my screen with the help of one particular port. Okay, with that port only I am sharing my screen. If that particular port is open port in the sense it can able to receive any data, it can able to send any data over the Ethernet card which is I am having in my device. So if that particular port is always open, ready for listen any data over in and flow in and out of my device, then a hacker can easily send their data over here. Okay, and of course my operating system can prevent through firewall. Okay, but it is not possible for all the cases, because some of the ports are readily receive the data and pass it to your operating system without policy checking. Okay, so these are all open proxy server attack. Like this, several attacks are there. Okay, all the attacks are already I said it is purely related with one process. So if we are ready to concentrate on how we can prevent our process doing some malicious activity, we should need to understand our process architecture thoroughly. So this is what the thing is going on. Okay, we live in a world where all the information in a digital form. So modern day spices no longer need infiltrate a building in the steal the information. So no hacker will sitting on near to us or near to our street. They are sitting on inside our packet. That is what happening here. Okay. Nowadays everybody are here only because whatever device you are having, they are hacking that particular device. Through that device only they are doing malicious activity. Just one second. Just one second, ma'am. Fine. So now, so these are all the points. Actually, cyber attacks are evolved over here. Okay, I would like to go with what is firmware attack. That is what the very important point I would like to convey for students. Okay, now we will see about what is malware, what it is actually doing. Okay, so malicious software is nothing but it is also a code. It is also as pure code. That code may contain some activity. That activity may able to capture some detail from your device. Okay, or it can able to steal some data on your device. For this, okay, different kinds of names we can use: viruses, worms, Trojan horse, spyware, adware. You can name any, you can give any name for this particular process, but the main purpose of every process is there may be a chance of steal, or they may be want to degrade your performance of your device, or they may want to disturb your activity. So this is what the main objective of that particular processes. Okay, so this is what very important point. So actually everything is a process. See here now, I would like to show once again the thing. So you see here, this is what my process running here. Actually it is a Chrome. It is in a 18. Actually it got only 8 tabs. See here, I am opening with only 3 or 6 tabs. Okay, and of course one sharing screen. So there are 7 tabs only running here, but it shows here 17 tabs. Okay, over the 17 tabs, it is utilizing 914 or 900 and approximately 900 MB over my actual process, actual primary memory. Okay, and of course there are two different command processes are running for helping my sharing screen. So what I'm trying to convey here, this is what a process here. Okay, if suppose actually this particular process, say for example this particular process having one process ID. Okay, in this particular process got affected through malicious means. Okay, it may a chance to attack on like this way. Oh, sorry. This is way. Okay, see here, my target executable may be a Chrome or a PowerPoint exe or anything. This particular process getting affected with malware, then it may act like malware. We don't know about what actually done on this particular process. This is what actually happened on your process. This particular process, okay, having on memory, I already shown that it is utilizing and this particular level of memory. Over this particular thing, okay, it can able to attach this piece of malicious code on my process. Okay, so that that particular process is looking like normal process. Okay, but it is got attached with a simple malicious code. This is what happen on every process. Okay, so see here that particular malicious code can attach anywhere. see here, there is no need of that particular malicious software get attached on top or bottom. It can attach anywhere on your process. Okay, so if you want to really protect your process, then you should need to understand what is inside in your process, so that you can able to identify the actual code, and of course you can able to identify the malicious code which is present on your process anywhere of your device. Okay, so these are all the way malicious software can present. See here, it can present anywhere, or it can duplicate itself from anywhere. If you are identifying one malicious software on top of the part, okay, then immediately you can't say that there is some that place only malicious software got attached. Okay, it may duplicate in some other place of your process also. Okay, so you should need to thoroughly check your process through, while if you are really interested doing some research on cyber security. Okay, so these are all the way malicious software can attach on your process. Okay, now we would like to little bit understand actually what is exe. Okay, exe is nothing but we are actually I'm saying purely I'm saying for Windows operating system, but this can applicable for any operating system like Mac, or you can say even Mac, or you can say any Fedora or Linux flavor. Okay, all the places there are some executable. Okay, that I'm saying over generally I'm saying it is an executable. In case of Windows operating system, then it is .exe. Okay, so if you're giving having one exe, that exe got packed by one packer. So the packer may be here if you are working with the Windows operating system, then the packer may do here exe process. So exe process get created on your Windows operating system. Okay, that particular Windows operating system, after creating this, okay, after creating this, this is the way that payload may occur. Payload in the sense actual process. Okay, actual process is your infected host executable. Okay, and your malicious code got attached in it. Okay, after this particular thing, your packer don't know what is happening on this particular process. The packer will simply they will format the data, and they will produce an executable file. Okay, so this is what happening on exe creation. Okay, while if you are creating any exe, okay, it is in the while it is in running state, it is in the form of zeros and ones on your primary memory. Okay, once again. Okay, it is in the form of executable. So after the packer may identify the place, okay, they will entirely repack the original code with malicious code, and they will write on your machine. So that is the reason we are not able to prevent process injection attack. Okay, so this is what happening on your packer side. Packer is nothing but they are the player for creating any executable. Okay, so the purpose of malware is once again it is purely related to stealing your data in terms of financial information or sensitive corporate personal information. So personal informations are nowadays a very wealthy information for the organizations like Amazon, or you can say any named organization, Flipkart. These are all the players are readily buy users data, because if they are having users data, they can able to produce in their page based on user interest. Okay, so based on user interest, they would like to promote their product, and they are selling product on their page. For that, they are ready to spend much investment on what users data. So if it is that thing, then hacker trying to steal users interest from their device. Okay, which means their activity. If they want to track their activity, surely they should need to sit on the user's device. This is what happened on malicious creation purpose. Okay, so malicious software creation purpose is nowadays only purely for related to gathering users information, because users information are much wealth information for many corporates. Through that only they are promoting or they are selling a product to the mass number of persons. So these are all the signs on your machine. Suppose if it is got affected through malicious software. Now you can identify. You may also hear this slowing of your computer, slowdown of your computer, and of course you can see blue screen of your computer that immediately hang up and it may crash down your operating system. And of course programs something get opening and closing automatically. And of course you can find that lack of storage. Okay, the suspicious modem or hard drive activity. So these are all the things may happen on your machine. So even you can see on your while you are surfing on your browser, you can see that several pop-ups are coming. Several websites are unwantedly loading on your sites, and you can see several toolbars can attach unwantedly on your browsers. And of course you are sending out spam. Okay, which means while if that particular any process is attached on your browser, it will automatically forward several spam messages to the others. Okay, with the help of even that particular process only. So these are all the different types of malware, worms, or viruses, botnets, or Trojan horse, ransomware, adware, spyware, or even spam and phishing attack. We are saying different names for malicious software. Okay, but actually while I'm starting my session, that the very first point itself, I clearly said it is purely a process attack. Okay, that process attack in terms of different purpose, we are giving different names. Botnet is nothing but it is backdoor activity. Backdoor activity in the sense it may ready to steal or even steal on your keyboard activity. Okay, if you are doing some key activity on your device, then automatically it will sit and watch your key activity. Trojan horse, it will sit on your beget your personal information flowing in and flow of your pages. It may sit on operating system and ready to steal the data. Ransomware, I think all of you know very well. It is nothing but it will encrypt your entire file into one another format. Then they, if you are having really a decryption code, then only you can able to decrypt your files. So this is how there are several malicious softwares are nowadays got created. Okay, all these things are happened only because of you are not giving much real concentration on your process. This is the reason this particular point we have to concentrate. Okay, what actually these background processes are doing. Okay, what actually my process is doing here. Okay, even if your antivirus is also you are having you can see it is, see here I think in my machine also I am having one operating one what antivirus. Yes, of course it's a McAfee. Okay, so I am also having one McAfee antivirus software. Okay, but I don't believe that any antivirus software, because it is also one process. It can able to it can able to attack on several malicious software. Okay, if I will know very well where I can place my malware code on these particular processes, then I can able to get control of these kind of antivirus softwares. So what I'm trying to say is, if you are a student, if you want to do some research on this particular field, you please try to understand the kernel architecture of your operating system. Okay, your operating system may have several names like Windows or Fedora or Linux or several different names, but the architecture or the real activity of operating system is common, which means there are processes are running on your primary memory. That primary memory having one certain setup. Okay, that particular certain setup only these processes are got expanded. Okay, over the expansion of that particular process only malicious software creators are nowadays placing their data on your primary memory. So if you are really know what is how much your process got expanded, how much it is while after closing that particular process, okay, all these points if you are able to understand through your programming knowledge, then you can able to control your or you can able to protect your operating system with the help of what the thing. Okay, it's fine. So again, these are all the types of worms or viruses or botnets or even infected computers, how it is flowing on a machine. Okay. So now you may ask me that so how we from one system to another system it is getting bypassed. Okay, that is happened only because of your Ethernet card giving some open port, or your browsers are readily receiving several information from the ports available on your machine. Okay, if you are giving several permission through your browser, then it can able to bypass several information over your local area network. Even my operating system also, sorry, my system also now having one local area network connection. Through that local area network connection, I am connected with one private network. Okay, if I am open with a very several open if I am allowing several open ports, then my system also get affected because of that particular remote access. Okay, so these are all the attacks through botnet. I already said botnet is nothing but key logging or screenshot or webcam access. So like this, botnets are sit on your operating system and it will steal several information. Okay, and Trojan course. Trojan course are nothing but it will ready to delete or modify your data or your device partner to work, or it can do spy activity of your device. Okay, so ransomware I already said it will crypt your information. Okay, if you want to really get back your data, you should need to pay for it, and you may lost several personal information if you are affected with if your system is affected with the ransomware. Okay, and of course there are some adware. Okay, adware is nothing but if you are giving a chance of your browsers to attach some extension tools. See here, if I am giving a chance of several extension on my browser. See here, this is my browser, that is Chrome browser. Okay, if I want to extend this browser knowledge, okay, so I am giving an opportunity of these are all the extensions. See here, I am attaching one I think Google attendance and Google Meet Grid View. This is developed by some external party. Okay, I am giving these are all the permissions I gave for this particular extension. Okay, who knows this particular extension what actually really doing activity on this particular process, because this is one simple piece of code. Okay, it is attached on my browser, on my Chrome browser. Okay, after some time, if the developer if, chance to develop steal my activity on my browser, that may also can happen. Okay, if you are really a developer, you can also able to create an extension for your browser, and of course you can place several several activity for your you can modify activity of your browser. Okay, these are all the things you can do if you really know the level of coding on your process. Okay, this is direct way of writing codes on your process, but if you want to really attach something on your process, you should need to open your process and of course, you should need to write something in it. See here, there is one software for what Windows operating system exe expansion. Okay, this is Process Explorer software. Through this Process Explorer software, whatever I said right now, that is malware attached on your process, that you can able to understand how your process is actually running. That is, you can open your Chrome process. You can able to open your Chrome process like this process. Okay, you can able to open this particular process. Okay, see here, I would like to show you that also once again. Okay, see here, you can able to I'm just opening my process. Actually, it is running now. Okay. Okay. It is actually 32-bit architecture. Okay, you can able to open your process. Okay, and of course you can able to see the things inside on your process like this. Okay, see here, like this you can see whatever content on inside in your process. That is, there are several DLL and ActiveX controls and several export information, header information of your process, resource editor information of your process. These are all the things you can see of inside in your process. Okay, and of course you can understand how malicious software placed on your process because of you are giving a chance of your DLL. Okay, if your DLL is giving a real chance for attaching some content inside it, okay, then there are several chances of malicious software can able to sit on your process that you can simply view through this particular process explorer. If you really want to do some research on it, okay, you should need to separately create your own source code for your process explorer. Okay, through this knowledge you can able to understand several things of your actual process, and you can do some research on it. Okay. Fine. So spyware and spam and phishing attack that is happening on your email. Okay. So now we will take a look of on malicious related activity. Okay, this is how your actual the thing we will have on video. Through this video, you can understand what is actually malicious attack. This is a very important one. Please try to understand. You are simply sitting on your machine and you are giving a chance. See here what they are doing actually. Sorry. So again, you please take a look of here what they are doing. They want to sit on your processor. That is what see here. They are showing CPU. Inside your CPU, there are several primary and secondary memories are there. Through this primary secondary memory only, okay, we are running actual process. Okay, there only they are sitting and receiving either private or internal or even secret data. So that is what reality is going on. Later, ஒரு செஷன் ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணுறேன். Yes. So this is what happening on your device attack. Fine. So now I would like to hear some questions on this particular field, so that I can able to share my knowledge to you with the help of internet security protections. So these are all the way you can protect your system. That is, you may concentrate on your firewall antivirus protection, and of course your firewall, what it is doing on your machine, or even your mobile also. You are having one such a restriction softwares, okay, that you can concentrate it whether it is got really regularly updated, okay. And of course, anti-spyware and software related things. And of course, you should need to concentrate regularly update your antivirus protection and anti-spyware software, and update your operating system regularly. Okay, and you can see your browser settings, browser security settings. Avoid questionable websites, which means if they really want to get some clicks from your site, then you should need to concentrate much more on your permission giving. Okay, and of course, only download the software from trusted site. Carefully evaluate free softwares. Whatever free softwares you are getting from your external party, you should need to concentrate whether it is really for only the purpose of giving attention for that particular software. Okay, most of the cases they want to get some device information so that they are freely sharing the files. Okay, and of course, very important point, don't open messages from unknown center, which means if you are really seeing many messages that if you click this particular link, you can get something like this, something like that. Okay, please don't give any attention for that, those kind of unwanted link, and immediately delete messages if you are thinking that it is doing malicious activity. So, these are all the points I would like to convey to you. If you're having any doubt, okay, then I'm ready to share some knowledge in it. Yes? Any questions or anything, if you want to discuss with me, you can do it.
Participants, I request you all to unmute yourself and ask if any questions you want. Dr. Arul has given such an insightful knowledge. So just take the advantage of this opportunity and ask whatever you feel. It can be related to your current research, or it can be even related to any general doubts.
Yeah, that is all. Any general doubts, or if you want to really get into this particular field, okay?
Okay, so maybe I'll take the feedback, sir, and I'll let you know if any questions are there.
Okay, Mantha, no problem. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity given.
I'll just give a short vote of thanks, sir.
No, yes.
We highly appreciate your time and your knowledge for coming to our conference and sharing your insightful knowledge about the subject. Also, all the students who are present here, most of them are currently doing their research in this field. There are multiple research topics, like they are trying to create a chatbot who will address security concerns. Then there are some who are trying to do malware dissection process. So whatever you shared regarding the process or the process handling in the Windows operating system, so I hope that was quite helpful for those people as well, and it was addition to our knowledge base which we have. So from the entire Seccon team, I thank you for coming to our session, and we wish that you could join us for upcoming sessions too. Thank you, Dr. Arul. And
Thank you.
yes,
Yes, thank you all. Thank you for the entire organized team. Okay, such a wonderful regularly following up and giving an information. Okay, and I'm really glad to know that students are nowadays ready to concentrate because while I'm starting this particular field 2007. Okay, many of them asked why one what like that. Okay, but over these 13 years, I learned a lot from the perspective of information wealth, okay, information trade, how it is nowadays and how much worth for it. Okay, while we are stepping ahead to know that the primary information. Okay, and I'm really interesting to, that students are now concentrating on this particular field. Okay, and thank you all once again, and thank
yes.
you Mantha and Shruti and everybody here. Okay. Thanks to all. If
Thank you,
you are
Doctor.
having doubt, you
Possible,
can contact me personally through mail
if
also.
possible, you can continue in the conference, Doctor, so that there will be a few paper presentations. So if you want, you can stay with us, or it's up to you, sir. Thank you.
Fine, fine. I will wait. Yeah, I will be there till 11 for, and 10:45. Okay. After that, I have on another meeting. Okay.
Sure, sure, sir.
Till 10:45, I will watch. Okay. Thank you. I'm
Thank you.
sorry for this thing. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Arul, for your very insightful and amazing talk. We really appreciate your efforts, and we cannot thank you enough. Moving on to the next part of our event, we have a little bit like a quiz in between for all of you all, so that you can participate and gain some knowledge in some fun way. So I would like all the participants to open a new tab in your on your devices and go to slido.com. Dr. Arul, if you want, you can stop presenting your screen.
Yeah, one second.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
So everybody, you all can go ahead and open slido.com on your on another tab. If you want, I'll present and show you where you will be landing. Okay, guys, if my screen is visible, you all can see this is the page where you will be landing, and you will be asked to enter some code here. So everybody just get till there. I'm hoping everybody has opened slido.com in another tab of your devices. Yes, you can find the link in the chat also. Okay, once everybody is on slido.com, I want everybody to put code over there 46706. If you, I'll put it in the chat box. Okay. Once you're done, you can put done in the chat box so that I'll know and I'll proceed. Okay, great. So let's begin. I'll be launching the quiz, and you all be given a 30 seconds timer. Everybody, the answers would be real time. You will have, like, you can choose the whatever correct answer you feel, and after 30 seconds, the right answer will be displayed, and the leaderboard will be updated. Okay, so let's begin. Okay, I hope you can see the questions. Mark whatever answer you feel. Okay, we have Nidhi who has answered in like 12 seconds. Great, Nidhi. So I'm launching the next question. Great. We have people who are like answering in within seconds. That's really great. You all have very deep knowledge in this subject. Okay, time's up. The correct answer was spoofing. And now we have Akansha on the top, followed by Yash. I guess this one was easy. So everybody has put up the same answer. Okay, great. Again, we have Akansha on the top, followed by Yash. Okay, so the correct answer was virus. I'm launching the next question. Oh, the leaderboard did get updated this time. We know this on the top, followed by Akansha. Now we have few more questions, so you all can give your best. Okay, a lot of them got wrong this time. Again, it is updated. Now Yash is on the top, followed by Vinod and followed by Akanksha. Okay, a lot of them got correct this time. Okay, this is the last question for this set of quiz. So go ahead and answer it. Okay, great. Thank you very much, everybody, for responding. I think we have a winner here. She is Akansha Prasad. Congrats, Akansha. I think you're really great with this subject, and we really appreciate you. So I hope you guys had fun, and I thank you for participating in this quiz. Now, if not everybody was great with cybersecurity and this related topic, so we'll go a little bit off topic and we'll have another quiz which is a little bit non-technical, based on your general knowledge and random facts. So if you love this one, I'm sure you'll have fun in the next one too. So guys, I want you all to refresh the site and enter another code that I'll be putting up. So once you're ready to put up the code, please let me know in the chat box. The code is 97805. If you are not able to refresh it, just open Slido again in another tab. That is also cool. Okay, guys, when you're done, please let me know again. You can type done in the chat so that I can proceed. Okay, great. What about others? Are you done? I'll just wait for another few seconds and then we'll begin. Okay, great. I'll launch this also. If you all want, I'll also read out the questions and options. Okay, I hope everybody can see the question. The first one is, as of now, how many times has Donald Trump been officially impeached? Okay, great. So the correct answer is once. And we have Pranita on the top, followed by SVHS. Okay, I don't know who that person is, but great job. Okay, the next question is, which private company became the first one to launch a rocket in space? Okay, we have a Lot of varying answers here. Great. SpaceX is the right answer. So we have SVHS on the top, followed by Vinod, and then followed by Ruby. So the next question is, in February 2021, which country approved a plan to build the world's first energy island that can produce and store green energy? Okay, a lot of varying answers are coming up here. I guess nobody is sure. So the correct answer was Denmark. 29% of y'all did a great job. Now we have Vinod on the top, followed by Dipali. Okay, as of February 2021, how old is Queen Elizabeth II? I'm sure everybody is like guessing on this question because okay, great job. 42% all y'all of y'all did give the correct answer. Okay, now we have Vinod on the top, followed by Tanvi, followed by Deepali. What is the minimum required duration of stay in India for a NRI to be considered as a resident of India? Okay. So now the next question we have is related to Game of Thrones. So I guess Game of Thrones fans will answer it within seconds. Okay, great. 50% of y'all did get the correct answer. And we still have Vinod on the top, followed by Yash and then Dipali. Okay, friends, fans, the next one is for y'all. Okay, great. Ganthar is the right answer. He is the one who worked at Central Park. Okay, we have Dipali at the top again, and then followed by Yash, and then followed by Vinod. Okay, which recent Indian web series is currently most high rated on IMDb? Great. Scam 1992 is the correct answer. Okay, so the last two questions. What is the name of the long running popular American TV series which revolves around a group of doctors and their lives? The show has a reputation for killing many main characters and recently announced its 17th season. Okay, Grey's Anatomy is correct answer. So congrats Yash, Vinod and SVHS to be the top three. Okay, the last one. In the popular show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, what is the name of Jake Peralta's best friend? I'm sorry, I haven't watched the show. Okay, great. So this was the last question, and we'll just check the leaderboard. So we have Yash on the top. So congrats, Yash. I guess you were the best one to answer out of all of these. Second, we have Vinod, and then third, we have Deepali Kadam. So congratulations to the top three, and others also. I appreciate that you put in your efforts to play with us. This was just a fun part, or like a fun part, so that you all can have a little bit of break from the ongoing topics, and so that we all can buckle up for our next uh, speaker. So I hope you all have had fun and got a little bit of mind of the current topics. So before I announce the next speaker, we also have a small announcement. We are putting up a Google form for Ask Me Anything type of questions. Like you all can put up questions that you feel you have doubts related to cybersecurity, or any of the topics that our speakers are going to speak or have already talked about. So feel free to put up your questions into that Google form, and in the break time, our experts and our leaders can answer you. So I'll request Vinod to put up the link in the chat box. Yeah, thank you. So guys, if you have any questions, just head over to that link, and you all can put up your questions there. Okay, guys, we'll just wait for a few minutes to so that our second delegate can join with us. And once he joins with us, we'll continue. His name is Mr. Sachin Joshi. So we'll just wait for a few minutes.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Aishwarya, you're audible.
Actually, Sachin sir is saying that he is there in the meeting and he can actually hear us. So I'm
Yeah,
not really
Ashwarya,
sure.
can you hear me, Ashwarya?
Oh, yes, I. Okay.
Okay.
All right, got it.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll continue. So next we have our second delegate, Mr. Sachin Joshi. Mr. Sachin Joshi has been working with Atlas Copco for more than 25 years and has a total experience of about 28 years in IT industry. He has experience as an system analyst, an IT manager, CRM manager, IT deliver manager, and now a business line manager responsible for information systems for one of the division in Atlas Copco, heading India operations. So today he will be sharing his thoughts on the role of IT security in manufacturing industry. So I welcome you, sir, on the behalf of our team, and you can proceed. So over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Shruti. I hope I'm audible, and I will share my screen to start off with.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Thank you.
Let me know once you can share my screen.
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay, great. So let me first thank all of you. I think it's a fantastic initiative, the way you are trying to use the current situation and then making it more digital. Of course, that's another aspect when we talk about IT security, and then for sure, you all must have given a thought. How can you securely make this session so that nobody else other than the invitees will really come into the picture? I'm just touching base this specific area because I'm seeing now a lot of schools or institutes or colleges are also using a lot of other internet-based sharing tools. Let's call it in a way. And even my daughter was a part of that. And then one day she came to me saying that there are a few other students, let's call it in a way, they are jumping into the school sessions. And then I was a bit laughing. I said, yeah, that's how the security can be penetrated if you really do not have a thought given before. Of course, but that's one of the example, and I'm sure you all have, all must have experienced. I think some or the other incidences when it comes to the IT security or the IT security bridges. I will definitely not talk much on the depth of the intense technology, because I think you all have already learned in your curriculum, or you must have seen in various informations, or must have read a lot of things on the IT security. I will be mostly touching base in general about the IT security. I know that will be too light for you, but I think at times such light things also makes a bit more difference when you start thinking from a different direction. As Shruti has introduced me, I am working in IT almost for 29 years of my career. In fact, I would say the first job which I took, I started my IT career, and then over a period of time, I have learned a lot of other things. Of course, the reason why I chose the manufacturing domain, because Atlas Copco, being one of the giant in the manufacturing, I have put a lot of my experience in that industry, and then I thought it will be an opportunity for me to talk about the IT security within the manufacturing domain, because this is something which normally people do not have much of a focus, because when we talk about IT security, it's more towards the IT industries and the industry which are more pro towards the application development and stuff like that. So what I thought I will cover quickly, only 4 topics. I first start with my introduction, of course, which Shruti has already given, but I will just run through it quickly and just also take this opportunity to put Atlas Copco in a more formal way in front of you, so that given an option or given an opportunity, you will know exactly what are we doing in Atlas Copco in terms of the IT, because that's again I'm seeing now when I'm talking to the candidates or the people in the market, they have hardly any knowledge about what do we do in IT, and what is so great are we doing in IT when it comes to the manufacturing or engineering industry, which is typically into the manufacturing of air compressors, pneumatic tools, and stuff like that. Okay, so just to touch base, as I said, I have started my career as system analyst, and then I did my actual development work for a couple of years. Then I moved into the role of IT manager, where I was responsible for pan-India operations, IT infrastructure, and which means also the IT security. This was way back, so I think by that time IT security was not really being looked into as a major domain or a major segment, because I think things will start becoming bigger and bigger when you will see the surrounding things are becoming bigger and bigger, and which means when you're opening up your doors for a lot of people to walk in, the security comes into the picture. Just to give a very funny example, like when I open my door for my home, I know there could be one or two people who are walking in and which are probably known to me. But then when I'm at a railway station and the railway gates opened up, I mean, it's difficult for a person to know who all are walking in, and that's where the security starts playing a role in terms of what can be done, what is something which we need to take it into account. Will that be a proactive or reactive measure, and so on and so forth. So that gave me a bit different perception when I started looking into the infrastructure and setting up the data centers and stuff like that. And then I moved into the CRM role, because more from the business perspective, I wanted to have a bit more functional knowledge so that I can also sharpen my edge in terms of the Atlas Copco business, and then maybe contribute more again from the IT perspective. Then I took a different role of delivery manager, where again more on the IT side, but more from the IT application point of view. Again, IT security was limited towards the IT applications, but again, this was again another story of the side, where while deploying the application and supporting the application, what it comes into the security area of the applications. And then currently I'm heading the IT operations for the information system department, responsible for different domains, development of web applications, mobile applications. We have a product company which is manufacturing the goods, and then we have a sales company which is what you call CC. And then it's a global and local role, where me and my team basically takes care of different domains: ERP, web and mobile. Sorry for that typo mistake, but it was being duplicated. And also on the BI front, that is business intelligence, which again has something to do with data. And when it comes to data, security again plays a role. So that's in short about who am I. Just to touch base, to get to know that how Atlas Copco looks like and how the IT systems and infrastructures are in Atlas Copco. This is one of the diagram which we are using it for last many years, I would say, because this gives you an overall perspective of how the system architecture looks like, and especially that's again a bit significant in terms of the way we are doing in Atlas Copco. And the reason I thought I will show this diagram, because it's also an eye-opener for most of you who have not even thought that what it could bring when it comes to the IT from the manufacturing side of the story. Now, typically, when I look at IT as an service, you have your end customers, then you have distribution centers and customer centers who sells and service to your customers. Then you have common inbound, outbound layer in between, which picks the goods from the product company via service center and ultimately delivers. And then you have the suppliers who are working on the other side, which are going to give you the feed towards your production. So in every layer, you have to be cautiously looking into the security aspects, because when I talk about the suppliers giving you the goods or the raw material, in a traditional way, it was all manual, but slowly it all started moving into the direction of digitalization, and then using the systems, connecting them to the legacy of your company or a manufacturing domain, and then allowing them to get into your ERP or an SRM or whatever tool you talked about. So typically, all these parts where you have a very tight integration I think IT security has his own role to play. I will not say that you need to put a lot of administrative tasks when it comes to the IT security or IT infrastructure, but you have to also cautiously look into that. That will that be a good option for you to put certain checks and then make sure that you secure your data, you secure your information, and then bring a more secured environment when it comes to your business. So that's a vertical stack, and then you will see you have supporting applications which are talking about your integration activities, your master data management, your mailing system, collaborating tools or collaborative tools, and of course then identity and access management. Now that's the layer which allows you to go in through various boxes, let's call it in a way, and then allow you to work safely and securely in the environment. Like for example, if I have to connect to my Atlas Open network, I will have to use a VPN authentication, and then it can be normally a two-way authentication or two-layer authentication, whatever you call upon. So that also gives me a bit of a confidence that okay, my connectivity to the Atlas Open network or to my company is something which is going very securely, and then whatever I do is not really I need to bother it upon. Now, irrespective whether I'm a technical user or not, these tools gives you sort of a peace of mind and at least some logs which it can generate and allow the infrastructure team members or the security team members to see what's happening on the network, who is coming in, who is going out, what sort of activities am I doing, and then am I doing it in a right way. And of course, on the right hand side, you have different tools which will allow you to utilize that data which you're generating in the form of a reporting, in form of a business intelligence, PPM, PM, and document management system, which will allow you to retrieve the documents. To give a simple example, if I want to look at my personal information, I need to have some authentication by which I, being a end user, will be able to use something out of this infrastructure and then get my information with an utmost security. So security is something which keeps on coming in every time. The only let's say I should not say unfortunate, but the only part which is normally not known to the manufacturing industry is that who is doing what, and then are we really putting some efforts on the security for, because for them the activities are more revolved against their production schedules, production deliveries. Typically for the sales and distributors or distributions, it's more of their footprints in the market and selling them or making them sell their goods in the market. So typically they will not look at the security as an immediate topic for them, but somebody is playing a role of making sure that these all activities are being properly managed with utmost of care. Of course, the one of the part which I missed out is more towards accounting, because that's more towards the financials of a company as well. So this basically will give you an overall idea in terms of where all you have the opportunities and options to work as an IT security expert, or I would say what will give you a thought process to see where can you bring your value, or where can an IT security will bring a value to securing the information while you are working in the manufacturing domain. As I said, typically most of the IT companies always talk so loudly in terms of their security infrastructure and stuff like, because that's more for them to really show to the world that they are really at using the state of art technologies, and then making sure they have all precautionary measures and stuff like that. And that's the reason I thought I will give a bit more insight of it's equally important to have similar kind of checks when it comes to the manufacturing domain as well. So this is something I thought of just putting it you in a one single slide, so that you will know that what all broader activities which a manufacturing industry can have. Of course, it all depends upon how big or small your company is. Not necessary you need to have. And when I say manufacturing, anything who manufactures, or any product which is getting manufactured. Now I would even say a manufacturing can be also a food industry where they are manufacturing something and then selling it to the customers. But I don't think then the security will have any major role to play over there, because that's more of an counter selling, I would say, and then not really making them think of their data privacy, data security, and stuff like that. But typically, when you go for a bigger organizations, or I would say a mid-sized organizations, where they know that the data is really vital for them and somebody can misuse of that, you will have a full IT security domain to play their role and then take it forward. Fine. So that was just to give you an overall picture of what happens in the manufacturing industry. I thought of also just touching base on how big we are in terms of, because it was an opportunity for me also to put forward how big the ITIS organization Atlas Copco. And as on today, we are, and this is more on India level. So basically, we are talking about 50 IT experts into different domains. Of course, I know for sure this is nothing to do with IT security, so spare me for that. But this is, I thought I will just give you an opportunity to also look at. So we have a BI domain, we have ERP finance, including SAP, which we are enabling now. I do have an IT security administrator locally being deployed in India, and then I have a security officer at a global level. Then we are using extensively on the Office 365 applications and application development, and then some of the tools which like Jira and Confluence, which are the Atlassian tools. Then we have a dedicated web and mobile team, and then of course the application support. Now the reason I thought I will show you this, not to make a publicity out of that, but then if you look at the IT security has its role to play when it comes to all these activities which are happening. So if I have to do a development of an business application, I also need to take into account what sort of vulnerabilities I could think of at least. And then typically, most of the companies are now talking about putting everything on the cloud. Had it been a typical on-premise infrastructure, I think the risk is very minimal, because you are really securing your applications or your data within the framework of your network topology. And then it might be a building, or it might be two buildings which are connected over a LAN, let's call it in a way, not really on the WAN. Or even if it's in the WAN, it's purely going on a very secure network, maybe defining some VLANs and making sure that your infrastructure is being tightly secured with given protocols. But when you are opening up your doors, as I said, and then making the applications more and more visible to the internet, I think the security plays a very vital role in terms of not only sitting on a seat and understanding what needs to be done, but I would say it has a very significant role also to understand what that application is doing all about, and then thinking upon from the IT security perspective. This also gives the person a very deeper idea in terms of to what extent he or she should put a focus on the security aspects. As I said, it should not be an overkilling activity. Neither it should be an underkilling activity. It has to balance out, because every activity which we do will have more or less some financial impact towards the organization. It may not be tangible, or it may be tangible, but it will definitely bring an extra administration if it's something which is to be done at a bigger scale. So the security definitely has to be aware of what's happening. There are a lot of compliances. So typically, what we do here is that if we have a bigger application and we know that this application might bring some surprises, we normally ask the team to talk to the security expert, make him understand what's basically is that all about. The expert will then give his opinion, suggest something which is not really required to be done. Just to give an example, yesterday we were talking on some application which is going to be set up in the factory for tracking the trolleys, and there was some discussion going on in terms of tracking those trolleys, even if those trolleys will go out of Atlas Copco to our suppliers. And then the discussion came out that is that something which is really required? Is that something which is really going to stop the business? is that something which is really going to add a value? Why all these questions are being asked? Because the moment trolleys are going to go out of factory, and they still want the trolleys to be seen once they reach to my supplier, I need to have an application which will allow them to connect over web. And then on the other hand, the requirement was that we have a manufacturing execution system where they want that integration to happen, and that's really working in a very secured environment on a different VLAN. So on one side, I have my MES, which is manufacturing execution system, which is being protected within the Atlas Copco network, not allowing any other network to connect because of his intensity of working within the production environment. And on the other hand side, we are talking about making a very simple, or at this point of time, I will say it's a bit stupid application, having an expectancy towards connecting to my legacy or an MES application. So IT security definitely plays a role in terms of really understanding the expectations from the business, asking the right questions, making it visible to the business users to understand what it can bring an impact, and is it really worth putting so much of it. So now, to continue my example, we will be having another meeting, and then we will conclude that is that something which is really going to stop, or should we build an application within the intranet of my company and allow the trolleys to be tracked, and then we'll say, okay, once the trolley is out of the gate, we will intimate the application that the trolley is out, and probably we can say, okay, let's demarcate those trolleys from A to C. The trolleys are belonging to supplier A. D to F, it's supplier for B. So with the moment the trolley is out and the number is A, we know the trolley is going to go to a supplier called A, and then whatever time it takes to come back with the material filled in, we will take the RFID signals and then tell system that the trolley has come back to the premises of my company, and then that's the lead time which supplier has took to get the trolley in, get the material filled in, and then send it back to the company. So it's not really a rule typically when you talk about IT security to just sit on the seat, instruct people what to do, and then just monitor it. Of course, that is also a vital part of the story. But now I think if I look from the business perspective, and then whatever experience I've gained over a period of last few years, I think the role has evolved to a different level, where the administrator has to really understand, or the IT security has to really understand the complexity of the business, the intensity of the application, what is the business value, and then give an appropriate solution or an designer architecture which will allow the companies to work seamlessly. I'm again putting my point that the IT security should not become an overburden or an overkilling activity, because then the business will always see how to get rid of that, and then probably they will start talking about cost and blah blah blah. So I'm not sure am I still talking on the track or not, but then typically if you people are looking for the opportunities to really put your career in the security line, I think that's a very vital aspect of the profile, where you need to have more openness towards understanding the applications, and then probably instruct or guide or suggest your ideas or solutions, because then the business will accept it in a more open way rather than you dictating the terms, and then it becomes a one-sided story where you will try to do something, but there's a lot of disruption or the obstruction from the business point of view. Just to touch base, we are still recruiting few skills. Again, this is an opportunity for me to attract people towards the IT of Atlas Copco, and then putting me more largely towards the audience that we are scaling it up for sure within the BI domain. I know that's not the security for sure, but just to give a message that if you have anybody with an experience in these domains and then would like to look for the career opportunities, I mean, definitely they can reach out to me or maybe look for an Atlas Copco website. just to touch base again on the same, manufacturing companies being the product-based companies versus the software companies being the service-based companies. I'm seeing also a lot of change where people are willing to move majorly from service industry to product-based industry. Probably the reason could be the recent pandemic situation where they have already seen the consequences. It was a different unexpected scenarios which companies have faced, whereas comparatively bigger product companies, I would say now, were going a little more stable. And then, as I said, if there's a good setup available, and then if you can see an opportunity, I think it's an option for you to get hold of it. Okay, so I will move to the topic precisely. I don't know if anybody has anything to ask, or maybe we can do it at the end of the session. But I will leave it up to the organizers if they want to take 5 minutes of break in between where someone wants to ask a question. Probably, I know I've not really talked much in depth on the security, but I have given more of an overview that why security still plays a very major role in the manufacturing industry. So I will maybe wait for another.
Please continue so that we
Yep.
can ask the doubts at the end of the session.
Okay, perfect. Sure. Fine. So then moving ahead with the IT security, again, as I said, this is not going to be an extensive presentation where I will be talking about a lot of tools and all, but I'm going to much more specific about touching why basically and what IT security is all about. I know for sure you may see these topics are very light, but again, as I said, these are some of the very basic things which probably will make you really think from a different perspective. And then, of course, implementing security is always a task which can be done with a lot of tools. So when I say what is security, are we talking about investing in the right tools and technologies? Because that's the only way you could bring an IT security in place. Does that mean that you are adding overheads to the business because business has its own focus points to talk about? They might not see that's a threat because it's a normal approach that what will happen if we don't put it up. And I'm doing my business since last 10 years. The manufacturing is going pretty well, and why should we bother about security? What will happen, and what that security is all about? So it should not become an overhead to the business. I would say compared to the other 2 points, the security is more creating the awareness, because as I mentioned already, that end users or business users do not have a seriousness about what it can bring if they do not practice the security policies, or if they do not see security as their day-to-day activities when it comes to people working from remote or people working from the internet and so on and so forth. So I think creating awareness is one of the key factor. At least I feel that makes the life easy, and it's more of an acceptance or willingness to accept which will come in front. For sure, protecting the risk towards data leakage can be also an IT security. There are a lot of tools. I don't know, DLP is a very commonly used term which is being used in the industry, and there are a lot of DLP tools which are being sold in the market, or which are being implemented in the different industries at a different level. So I think data leakage is something which is really serious. Again, it all depends upon what sort of business are you talking about, what is the intensity, and so on and so forth. But rather than that, I think a very simplified definition, again, this is more of a my way of looking at it. I'm sure people will have a difference of opinion as well, but it's more towards securing your confidential and secret data when it comes to an organization or for an individual. Again, when we talk about IT security, majorly from the manufacturing point of view, or maybe from any industry point of view, data classification has its own role to play, and then you have to be a little more specific about applying those security tools or security towards certain set of data. There's no point saying that my general data, which is normally available to public, should be secured. I mean, in a way, it doesn't make sense at all, but in a way, it's just an extra layer which I'm adding on top of it. So rather than that, if you know the impact, what can happen by leaking your confidential and secret data, that's where the security will come into the picture. So this is just again touch points for you to really think upon what that IT security is all about, and then how can you really make use of that when you start really using it or implementing it from the perspective of a security expert. Now, when it comes to the IT security in manufacturing industry, I think again this was more of an information which was not normally been seen, but data security was always a big threat for the manufacturing industries. Why? Because you have a lot of patents, engineering activities which are happening in financial data, which is being generated in manufacturing industries. Your mail communication, which has a lot of confidential data flowing across. So there are evidences and instances which probably you can see over an internet that a pretty large percentage of the data security breaches has taken place, mainly towards the manufacturing industry. Of course, we normally get to hear the malwares being attacked, or the digital breaches which are taking place nowadays very regularly in banking sector, in the IT sectors, or especially towards the financials transactions. But it's equally happening in the data security. One of the recent example, I cannot take the name of the company, but one of the company in Pune, I think around 6 or 8 months back, has been impacted with ransomware. And again, it's a big company. I'm sure they must have had already the protections in place, but unfortunately their production servers and also the backup servers are being encrypted. So just imagine, even the production and the backup servers, which means even though the precautionary measures were being taken in terms of your DRP or BCP or whatever you call upon, so it could have been a disaster to have a server being hacked. Okay, they can simply move to the backup server, but then backup server was also being put on a toss, and then it was a ransomware. So I don't know what has happened later, because one of my friends, referential person, was working over there, so I did not really bother to check that up. But then if both the servers are being down because of a surprise attack, and then if they are demanding for money, and I'm sure the hackers are not as fool as you will be able to decrypt the data just by putting some algorithms. You will have to go back to them, and then God knows how much money they must have had to pay to them to get back the data, and so on and so forth. So definitely what I'm seeing basically in the manufacturing is that it's a lack of awareness, because the focus is more put on their production facilities, the focus is more put on their own production units. The investments are also now being normally put, or the investment approvals are normally being given towards the business activity, because that's the bread and butter for them. And then unfortunately IT was always being looked as a support function. So fine, if the laptop or if the server is not working, we can still make invoice by hand. So it's not really going to make much of a difference. Of course, this was a few years back, but I think it's already changing a lot. Manufacturing industries are becoming more and more cautious. They are putting specific measures to make sure that the data is being protected, the data logs are being looked into, mails are being screened, because the data leakage, I think one of the biggest worrisome part is the internal employees. You being a part of an part of a company, and if you send some confidential data to somebody outside Atlas Copco or outside your company, the data is gone. So something like typical measures which are being taken in terms of making sure that your data leakage prevention or protection tools are being placed, at least in certain departments where the data is really confidential and critical. There are people who are looking into that, checking the logs, seeing to it which mail is sent to whom, so on and so forth. There are a lot of checks which are being set in terms of not allowing people to send big attachments, because then at least you are uh, trying to secure something if they're sending a bulk data towards the open internet sites. So that's where the manufacturing industries are being looked into, and then that's the reason I said creating awareness in my previous slide is one of the most important aspect. Just to give an idea, we have started a similar uh, exercise last year, and we started sending a weekly mailers. The mailer will be talking about a very simple and small topic, a pictorial way of representing, not too much of text, and then talking about a continuous chain of those mails, which we did last whole year. Every week, Monday, we used to send the mailers. And then I think somewhere in the December, we did the survey in terms of asking some questions based on those mailers which was being sent. I was absolutely not expecting that people will reply to that survey, but amazingly, more than 400 employees have opted to go for that survey, which was really good for me. And out of that 400, more than 100 people have almost answered 100% with an accuracy. Now, definitely that also gives us a boost that whatever we have done over a period of time has actually started paying it off. And this year we again thought of doing it, but now we will do it once in a month because most of the things are being covered. So now if I start again doing every week, people might not be looking into it, and then they will lose the focus. So even the frequency at which you want to do these activities are also equally important when you are talking to a normal audience who does not have much of a much of a knowledge about what can happen or what is happening in the IT from the sake of company perspective. So hitting at right time with the right information is also one of the key factor when you look for security measures or security implementation in the manufacturing industry. And I think there are proper positions which are being opened up in most of the big manufacturing industries where they have a vertical. In fact, cybersecurity, of course, which is very generally known to the common public. You have cyber cells headed by experts, but digital security is again becoming one of the most hot burning topic in most of the industries. Because of the pandemic, people have started becoming more and more digital, and then even manufacturing industries are leading towards that. We are also running a digitalization projects in our company, and then every digital initiative which we talk about, whether it's in manufacturing, sales, compliance, or finance, we have a dedicated vertical looking after the other side of the digitalization, where in terms of what can it bring a security threat, and to what extent you can really secure from the day one, so that all these parameters are being properly handled in a well specific manner. So which means the investments will also come right on time. It will go hand in hand, and then probably the stakeholders will know what exactly need to be done. As I said, IT security plays a major role for sure because of the lot of new initiatives which are been taken recently or over the last couple of years of time. Industries wants to grow more and more, and they want to have their digital footprint. So there again, what makes a difference is that how secure your sites are, how secure you are doing the transactions. Take an example of Amazon or such sites where they are doing hundreds and thousands of financial transactions per day, and just imagine what sort of security aspects they must be looking into, so that even if there is a small slip of activity, they should be in a position to probably look into that. So definitely IT security has its own footprint. As I said, talked about setting up the data centers in the correct way. And then why, again, which I talked about, securing engineering data, which is a very critical uh, aspect of the manufacturing industry. Take an example of my company where we generate a lot of engineering data, reverse engineering, uh, inventing the new products. So even even if somebody misuses the data, and if something is being taken up by the competitors, I might have a similar product standing in the market before probably I could generate it from my company, because typically competitors know that the earlier they come in, the better for them, whereas the companies has their own production life cycle in terms of doing the invention, doing the ideation, then looking into feasibility, putting it into the pilot, really looking into the sustainability of the product, and then actually starting the mass production. So if the competitor can come before that, the market is won by him, and then by that time uh, the actual product, which is more secured, robust, with all the possible checkpoints coming in the market, it might bring a misleading information. If the previous competitor's product has failed, it will also bring a major impact towards the footprint of the companies. Securing financial data, yes, for sure. As I said, every manufacturing company ultimately deals with financial data in terms of payments, receipts, and so on and so forth. So there again, it's a very vital role in terms of how can we secure that. If it's a multinational company, there'll be a lot of transactions happening over a net. Data will start flowing left, right, center, and of course securing sales data. That's more again from the perspective of allowing competitors to look at your customer base, allowing your competitors to look at your strategies, maybe your presentations which are talking about what are you going to do in 2021, how are you going to scale it up, which segments are you going to penetrate, so on and so forth. So these at least three areas which I thought are really going to make an impact majorly from the production and from the sales perspective, again, which are fitting into the landscape of manufacturing. And then if those data points or data aspects are not being looked into, it will start really bringing challenges, and then over a period of time, by the time you know that something is already started leaking, it's a big hole, and then you are already lost a lot of your revenues, a lot of your customer base, a lot of your entity in terms of you being, let's say, a pioneer or a good manufacturer in the industry. You might lose your credentials in terms of your entity. So definitely these three areas, something which are really going to make an impact. Of course, that doesn't mean the others are not, but these are the prominent areas which I thought at least I can put it over here. As I said, security awareness within business users is the utmost key here, because IT security is always being looked as an IT initiative, but I would rather say it's not an IT initiative. It's more of a initiative which we need to take it towards the business users, and IT will work on the compliances. So we always talk about a simple way. We say look it from the four eyes. Now, when I say four eyes, that doesn't mean you need to wear a specs and then you become 2 + 2 4. No, four eyes is something which, if you are not very sure about any malware coming to you or any mail which is not really looking right, do not judge it. If you cannot judge it, talk to your manager, or talk to your security expert, or talk to your IT security expert, and then take an action, because you will have only one chance before you could act upon. So that's the reason I said we have started the mailers being sent out last year, and it has really brought in a tremendous impact. So repetitive information in terms of what is to be done, what is not to be done. I would rather say what is not to be done is more important than what is to be done, because then people are being stamped in terms of, okay, something is looking fishy. Okay, talk to somebody and then see to it whether it is really worth doing it or not. So these are some of the so this is one of the major initiative, regular interaction and periodical trainings. That's another key factor when we talk about implementing the security in the manufacturing. These are some of the things I thought of just putting it, because I've seen these points are being missed out very massively. There is a security officer or a security administrator or a security manager who is sitting on the corner of the building or at the corner of the world, and he's trying his all best efforts to do that, but it fails, because nobody can claim, no software can claim that they are the one who can secure everything in the security. There are always plus and minuses, or positive and negative side of the activity. So if you make sure that your audience is fully being trained and make known to the facts, they will reach out to you whenever they see something which is not good or not normal, and that gives an opportunity for an IT security expert to really bring it to the reality, dig it, go deeper, investigate, and then fix it up. uh, I can have a certification, but I can still make a mistake because every time there will be something new coming in. So I cannot be keep on learning over a period of time till I probably get retired. But somewhere I need to start also practicing it up, and then making it sure that these things are being seen in a practicality. So there, I think regular risk assessments and audits has a very major role to play. Again, that's more from the IT security point of view, where you could demonstrate that, make it seen, make a serious case studies and put it in front of the management, make them understand, allow you to invest something on the tools which are at least going to play a role, and then gradually scale it up in terms of securing more and more activities. So audits, not necessarily you need to call for an agency. Of course, there are experts in the market. I know for sure, and then probably you people also will probably become a part of that in your uh, career. But you can also have an internal assessments where you can do it on a smaller volume, make sure that you get a better information, and then go for an external audit, because then it becomes more neutral in terms of the audit companies will come and see to it that what sort of activities are to be taken care of. Of course, there are again plus and minus sides to look into that. Do not look for a company basically who will only look from their business perspective, and make sure that they will make you invest extensively on the security. So that's what I said in my previous slides. It should be an justifiable investment, not an overhead to the business. Looking into account what sort of business are you talking about, whether your manufacturing needs that kind of security and stuff like that. That's what I said, internal and external audits. So do it regularly, go step by step, make sure that you have certain checkpoints, your previous experiences to put it, and then see to it that those are being or getting eliminated. If not, yeah, you can even take up preventive measures. I think one of the other point which I also wanted to express here in the case of manufacturing industry is that, again, they being not typically working in the IT segment, making your infrastructure open to the internet is also something which we need to look into. And then that's, again, I would say, a role of an IT security officer or an administrator to really think and ask about that. Is that something which is really needed? Do we have any other options available? What sort of information you would like to pass it on? Can that be handled in an offline, online way? So on and so forth. So overall, even though we talk about IT security as an expert who will play a certain set of roles, I would rather say it's much more than that. Again, specifically talking about the non-IT segments, and make sure that you have more willingness towards making the business understand the risk out of that. That's what I talked about, IT infrastructure and limited required access to the internet. So only when it is required, make it open to the internet. Of course, you have a lot of other options to use it. Tune your firewall, make sure that your servers are under DMZ and not really opening up with every port. Like in our company, we have a typical form. So even if I need to build an application and if I need to make it open to the internet, I still have to fill up the form, not maybe me by my own. But even though I have a security expert in my team, and if web and mobile team needs to do that, we'll still have to fill up the form with whatever requirements and the justifications. The form will then go to the security expert. They will assess it. They might have a discussion, or will have a discussion with the application developers or the team leaders or the team managers, whatever, and then they will suggest, and they can always overrule some stupid requirements which are coming from the other team members, because they are not the IT experts. So it's a very what do you say, a very sensitive role where you need to balance out between what is required on the side, what is being asked for, and then how can you bridge and balance it out. So you have to be also a little more decent, not very rude in terms of talking to them, because you are already a part of the same organization. So, and that's another area is talking about data center and hosting of infrastructure. You might have an in-house data center. Uh, in most of the manufacturing companies, again, they do not want to take the risk of data center being hosted within their premises, because again, they do not want to invest much more on the IT. As I said, it's not their bread and butter, but they still want IT infrastructure to be looked into. So they end up into outsourcing the entire data center activities or the IT activities to the experts in the market, and then probably it all depends upon how do you understand, how do they put into the place, whether it is really required, not required. Again, back to the overhead of the business. So hosting of your infrastructure or data centers is something which again is a very prime area in terms of to whom are you going with, what are their expertise levels, are they managing your applications or data in a more proper way. Backups, even though it's not really being classified under data security, but yes, in a way, securing the backup is also something which probably need to be looked into, and then probably just not by taking a backup, but also restoring it at a regular interval and making sure that you have done the mock-ups on a regular basis. So typically, that's also something which I would normally say can be a role, or maybe a bit of a side role, I would say, of a security expert who will play a major role in the industry. And then, of course, last but not the least, suggesting the right tools to improve the business processes. So once you have the whole clarity of what is being required, to what extent you need to invest, and what is ultimately the outcome which you are looking forward to, I think you will end up into suggesting the right tools, the DLP measures. It can be a semantic, or it can be any other tool which is running in the market. It can be just a firewall and then it's being managed with, or it might be a typical switch which is in the network which you are managing. So even the managed switch, these switches will also allow you certain cases to control your ports, and then allowing certain set of people to only do certain activities. For example, let's say if one of the department do not want, the company says, okay, one of the department should not be using internet or only allowed to use certain sites. That's pretty easy just by configuring your ports on the switches. It's not that you need to invest a lot and then put some fantastic applications for the sake of that. So these are some of the things which I think the security expert need to think upon. As I said, I'm not really against or criticizing the agencies, but having seen within the company by the internal will have an impact. And then once you know what exactly need to be done, and then probably you can reach out to the consultancies or companies. It might become an easy or a quick win for you in terms of rather allowing them to suggest just by not knowing what's required. So there are two sides. Of course, I know for sure there are consultancies who are doing a fantastic job already, and then going more closer to the business to understand what is the exact requirement and then suggesting. So it's more of an finding a right partner, putting the right information across the table, making them understand, and putting the right expectation, and then probably you could have a simplified way of managing the IT security within the IT industries. So basically, that was it. Something which I thought I could bring it on the forum. I know for sure. Again, I'm saying this is a very light presentation, but the idea was not really to talk about the tools and technologies, but the idea was to more in terms of giving you an insight of what it could lead towards the role of an IT security within a non-IT segment, I would say. And then specifically, I talked about manufacturing because most of my experience in that last 25, 26, or 28 years of time is majorly driven towards manufacturing. So I have seen really in depth of a full blow IT as well as a semi IT infrastructure in manufacturing, and then to what extent it can bring the challenges. So with that, I would definitely like to conclude. Even though the slot given to me for an hour, I think it's not mandatory for me to really keep on talking unless I have something really to share upon. So I would rather suggest I will keep the uh, keep the Q&A session open up now if anybody has any questions to talk about. And I think I have touched base on uh, the topic which was I feel more relevant from my perspective, being seen what is happening in the industry rather than really looking at cybersecurity or the tools and then encryption and so on and so forth. So with that, I think I would like to conclude my speech or a talk or whatever you call upon, and then I will say if you have anybody who have any questions or something like that, I'm free to answer that.
Thank you, sir, for this amazing session that you took and gave us such precious information. I think we have a question in the chat. It goes, what are the various resources to get information about cybersecurity?
Uh, okay, now especially as I said, typically again from the manufacturing perspective, when you say cybersecurity, again there are different flavors to that. But when you talk about data leakage or data prevention policies, I think if you have specific monitorings being put in place, and maybe again I'm stressing more on the awareness where user will come out spontaneously to share the information, because it all depends upon how largely you are spread across, and then what information you would like to gather. See, cybersecurity, getting an information, like even if I do a Google, I will get a lot of case studies in terms of what's happening in the market. But especially from the live environment, let's call it in a way, uh, you need to have certain tools and the logs to look at what's happening, and then probably you could start looking at the pattern in which it can lead towards any kind of a leakage or cyber attacks.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think Ajinkya, you got your question answered. So there's another question lined up. Due to pandemic situation, everyone was forced to work from home. How do you view this from security point of view? Do you think there is a new threat introduced due to this evolved work patterns?
Definitely, yes. I can definitely share one of the example within my company. We have an engineering department where around 800 people are working dedicatedly for the engineering activities, and then we serve for rest of the Atlas Copco offices which are spread over entire world. So when we have decided to shift the workstations or the laptops to the respective users' home, we had a very huge discussion in terms of what is that we need to do. And then we have realized the DLP which we have implemented was implemented only on certain PCs. And then those PCs, of course, are being protected, but then the other PCs which were to go to the respective home, DLP was not there because they were really sitting in the office premises. So there was a huge discussion. We immediately got hold of the additional licenses. We also suggested that block the USB ports, because if I'm using my typical engineering servers in terms of, let's say it can be an AutoCAD, CATIA, or whatever software you're talking about, you're always getting connected to the network using the VPN. And we do have a VPN since a very long period of time. It's a soft VPN now. Previously we used to have the hard tokens. So the the USB ports are being blocked. The DLPs are put in place on those machines so that the logs can be seen and monitored. Unfortunately, there are no rules in our company where we could look at the mails in a way of filtering those mails. That's bit against the policy of our company. But at least the DLP will tell me if I am sending a mail from my official ID to a personal ID, and then something of that sort. So DLP was being put immediately. USB drives are being blocked. I don't think we have any floppy drives in today's scenarios. Most of the workstations where we had the optical drives, we have put the stopper. I mean, we have actually unplugged the wires to make sure that they will not even cut the CDs and stuff like that. So yes, for sure, in the current pandemic situation where people are talking more on the accessing the data from a distance, I think definitely there is more threat in terms of data being used without keeping somebody in the confidence. So definitely these measures will make a difference. But again, as I said, it all depends upon what sort of data are we talking about.
Okay, thank you. I think this question couldn't have been answered more precisely than a real life example. So I would just mention a vote of thanks. I would like to thank Sachin sir on the behalf of our entire team and all the participants present here. I think your talk was astounding, and I really appreciate all the efforts that you have put in for all of us. And I'm sure that everybody here got to learn something, as all these experiences and industrial views are the ones that are going to help us understand what actually a real company goes through. So again, I thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. So next we have presentations lined up, which I think our participants have been eagerly waiting for. So these presentations will be handled by Vinod. So I would hand it over to you, Vinod, and I thank you all for your patient and kind responses. So over to you, Vinod.
Thank you, Shruti. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful talk. So after these great informative talks, I'm sure you all might have learned a lot on cybersecurity. Now, as you all know, we have got various entries for research papers, and there is some fantastic work that has been done by the students. So without any further ado, we will start with the paper presentation by participants. The first paper is presented by Shweta Kondewar. She is a second year student from PVGCOET. The topic for her research paper is cybersecurity and healthcare. The research paper is guided by Aishwarya Gore. So, Shweta, are you ready to present your work to all the participants?
Yes.
Yeah. So we can start.
Present screen.
Yeah, please.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, the screen is visible.
I'm audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Shweta Kondewar. I'm a second year computer science student at Pune Vidyarthigriha College of Engineering and Technology, and my research topic is cybersecurity in healthcare. I'll just start with my presentation. Introduction. India is a popular destination for medical tourists given the relatively low cost and high quality of its private hospitals. The culture of the healthcare system is rapidly changing. Health organizations shifting their focus towards advanced medical devices and emerging technologies. Every system has its own advantages and disadvantages. No doubt, due to technology, patients get rid of diseases easily and efficiently. But is patients' data really safe? So the next is different modern technologies in healthcare. As technology is rapidly changing, healthcare is the most beneficial of them. Due to modern technologies and advanced devices, patients can get rid of diseases easily and efficiently. Computer-exposed networks allows hospitals to record every single detail of each and every patient. Many modern technologies such as artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, nanotechnology have the potential to redesign the healthcare system completely. As the future of medicine and healthcare is closely connected to the empowerment of patients as well as individuals taking care of their own health through technologies. So, What is data in healthcare? Data collection in healthcare allows health systems to create holistic views of patients, personalized treatments, advanced treatment methods, improve communication between doctors and patients, and enhance health outcomes. An electronic health record (EHR) includes test results, clinical observation, diagnosis, current health problems, medications taken by the patient, and the procedures he or she underwent. So, what is the role of cybersecurity in healthcare? Gone forever are the days when a patient was treated by a single physician. Today, a team of physicians and specialized medical technicians rely on complex medical equipment to diagnose and treat patients. This medical information is susceptible to being stolen or held for ransom, and malicious hackers can even take direct control of connected active and passive medical devices over the internet and injure patients. So there are many methods for cyber attack. One of the most popular method is ransomware. I will shortly explain what is ransomware. Ransomware is a type of criminal malware that restricts access to the infected computer system in some way and demands that the hospital pay a ransom to the malware operators to remove the restriction. The computer can be a server holding patient's files or a computer that is built into an active medical device. Health organizations cannot treat a single patient until the ransomware is spread. So here on the screen, there is an image of ransomware attack. Another most popular method is social engineering. So I will shortly explain that also. Social engineering is another common way for cyber criminals. Hackers target health organizations that publicly display their employees' contact information. Hackers send individuals an email containing links or attachments. When individuals click an attachment or link, it will immediately infect the user's computers and begin to spread throughout the rest of the health system. So here is the case study and a cyber attack on Presbyterian Medical Center. In 2016, the computer systems of Hollywood Presbyterian Medical Center were held hostage by hackers. Staff at the 434-bed hospital were unable to access the patient's records, and they had to resort to paper records. The hospital administration was under a ransomware attack. Hackers were also asking for bitcoins, a hard-to-trace electronic currency favored by cyber criminals. The administrators paid $17,000 in bitcoins as a ransomware to access electronic health records of patients. So next is HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, a federal law, is designed to improve portability and continuity of health insurance coverage in group and individuals market. HIPAA was developed with two goals of making healthcare delivery more efficient and with increasing the number of health insurance coverage, also with three main provisions. The portability provisions. The second one is the tax provisions. Third one is the administrative simplification provisions. The Act also includes standardization of data interchange security and confidentiality of healthcare-related data. HIPAA rule helps to protect the patient information in order to protect the patient privacy, security, and confidentiality of patient information. So, what is the need for healthcare compliance in India? HIPAA was fully implemented in the year 2003 in USA with privacy and security rule obligations. No similar act in India as HIPAA is available, and some provision is available are in Act. In the year 2007, handful of companies in India started requisiting professional services for HIPAA training and investing in HIPAA preparation, which accelerated in 2008, and more companies of mid-size become HIPAA compliant. In my opinion, India as an emerging country, the first choice of medical tourists due to low cost and high quality of its private hospitals, it is necessary to compulsory laws like HIPAA to boost the healthcare system in India. Act like HIPAA will help us to protect patients' data. So here is the statistics for HIPAA Awareness India. A survey held between 50 laboratories. 28% of the laboratories were aware of HIPAA, and the 72% of the laboratories were not aware of HIPAA. So we will move on. The next is the privacy and security guidelines. The security rule. Security rule focuses on securing the creation, use, receipt, and maintenance of electronic personal health information by health organizations. The security rule sets rules and regulations regarding physical and technical handling of personal health information. It is more focused on the technical aspects of protecting personal health information. The privacy law. The privacy rule. Privacy rule sets safeguards to protect the privacy of personal health information of patients, such as post-medical reports, details, etc. The privacy rule limits what information may be used and in what manner, and disclosed to third parties without prior patient authorization. So the next is a roadmap to healthcare compliance in India. So there are the 5 steps which are used. The first one is the educate healthcare staff. Second one is the restrict access to data and applications. Third one is backup data to a secure offset location. Fourth one is implement data usage controls. And the last is encrypt data and data at rest and in transit. Now I will shortly explain each step. Educate healthcare staff. In India, many people are unaware about cyber attacks. Simple human error or negligence may end in disastrous and expensive consequences for healthcare organizations. Security awareness training equips healthcare employees with the requisite knowledge necessary for creating smart decisions and using appropriate caution while handling patient data. The second one is restrict access to data and application. Access restrictions require user authentication, ensuring that only authorized users have access to protected data. We can restrict the access by applying the user's biometric, such as eye scanning, fingerprints, or facial recognition. Third one is backup data to a secure offsite location. Even a natural disaster impacting a healthcare organization's data center can have disaster consequences if data is not properly backed up. Therefore, frequent offsite data frequent offsite data backups are recommended with strict controls for data encryption, access, and other best practices to ensure that data backup are secure. Offsite data backups helps us from disaster recovery. The fourth one is implement data usage controls. Healthcare organizations can use data controls to block specific actions involving sensitive data, such as unauthorized email. Data usage control help us to block unwanted activities in real time. And the last one is encrypt data at rest and in transit. Encryption is one of the most useful data protection methods for health organizations. By encrypting data in transit and rest, healthcare organizations make it possible for hackers to decipher patients' data if they gain access to the data. So here is the conclusion. Healthcare systems play a vital role in developing countries. Healthcare is an attractive target for cybercrime for 2 fundamental reasons. One is that it is a rich source of valuable data, and second, its defenses are weak. Most of the attacks are for financial gain. Other attacks may be motivated by political gain. Every problem has a solution. In cyber attacks, rules like HIPAA will help us to protect health organizations from cybercrime. It is necessary to take strict actions against cyber attacks to protect health organizations. Thank you.
So at present, I will request Sachin sir to ask a few questions, and later on the other students can also ask questions to Shweta.
Thanks for Shweta. Thanks for presenting it in a very simplified way. I think Like HIPAA, I don't know whether you are aware of GDPR. Do you have any idea about GDPR?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let it-
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I know about them.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, GDPR or HIPAA, those are more or less going on a similar level. Unfortunately, these things are not really being looked into with a serious note in India. But if you look at Europe or any other European countries or US, GDPR has its own what do you say, seriousness. Like even in our company, if I have to use any other information from any other Atlas Copco company, I need to also make sure that the GDPR compliances are being done. My only additional comment to you, like maybe it's a good opportunity for you to also do some study on how many such hospitals have been following the HIPAA compliances. I know for sure it's absolutely not that easy, and then it's normally only big hospitals who has the compliances to put upon. Could be doing that, but this is again what I'm talking about. Like even I talked about the awareness. This is more of an awareness where people are using or sharing the information left, right, center. Just to add here in terms of the data security, since you talked about medical care or the healthcare side of the story. I mean, most of you are now in a phase where you will be start sharing some documents, let's say for your applications, maybe for getting your driving license and stuff like that. And we simply give our PAN card, Aadhaar card, I don't know what all documents you give. So maybe a word of caution, which I don't know, you might be already doing it, but whenever you're giving such documents, strike off those documents and write the purpose on that, so that even if it's getting misused, that will be only seen that it's only meant for that purpose. So on one side we are talking about the compliances, on other side we are unknowingly making such stupid mistakes. So this is again more towards bringing more and more awareness towards the people in the society, and to make sure that what is that which can bring some fantastic consequences when the things will happen. So this just a side note for you. But otherwise, I think the presentation was quite useful. Uh, I think the compliances and everything is something which normally people will not be even aware of. So that also gives the rest of the members an idea about. But then GDPR is also something which I would rather tell all of you to put a close look and then see if that can be also being taken to the account. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, sir. And I will surely work for the survey, and I will know more about the GDPR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your expert's view on this particular topic. And thank you, Shweta, for giving the presentation. I'm sure a lot of research must be involved while writing such a paper. So if participants have any other question on this particular topic, we can have those in the chat box. So if anyone has any question, then please post it in the chat box. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Mandar.
So I don't have questions as such for Shweta, but regarding the presentation, I had a few points. So see, at present, Shweta is in second year. Like this is a point to be noted that Shweta is in second year, and at this stage itself, she has started such a wonderful research. The the reason why I am mentioning this is because the 4 years of engineering, we don't know how they pass. But if we start early in this stage, whether it is research or whether it is any project which we are taking up, it surely adds up to the value. Moreover, there are so many opportunities in the market that if you start early, you will be exposed, you will get a better exposure. And it is but obvious that by the end of your 4th year, you will have some substantial work in that particular domain. So at present, if you see, HIPAA compliance is not followed in India to that extent, or let's say it's negligible. It's followed on a very negligible scale. We ourselves we are working in HIPAA in India for few organizations, so we will try to provide as much as opportunity to share that as as much as possible. Wherever we are doing any practical work, we will try to get her involved so that whatever she is currently doing, theoretical research can get a practical background for that also, right? So, and Shweta, that was a very good presentation, but try to have a more practical outlook. Whatever you did, you went, you researched that material, you found it. But now the thing is, whatever you have done, the research you have combined, you should start validating it, whether it is valid, whether it is feasible in India. How can it be implemented? From whom can I go in the market? How can I penetrate into the market? So now start looking at this thing in this particular manner.
Thank you, Mandar, for your support, and I will surely work on the practical ways for my topic. And thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mandar. Yeah, very true. It's very important to start early, and I think Shweta has done a fantastic job. Being a final year student myself, I think I understand the importance of starting out early, and I think like if she is writing a research paper in second year, I think she has a great thing to do in the remaining 2 years of engineering, and even after that. So after this great presentation by Shweta, we will continue with our next presentation by Henry. He has written a research paper on web application in security, and he's currently from the third year computer from PVG College itself, and he is also a part-time bug bounty enthusiast. So Henry, are you ready with the presentation?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, you're audible. You can share your screen if you have to present a presentation.
Okay, just a sec.
Yeah, yeah, the screen is visible.
Yes, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be talking on a topic, web application security, lesser known vulnerabilities in the wild. So first of all, who am I? As uh, they already give the introduction, my name is Henry L. Chhingkhuma. Basically, I'm from Mizoram, India, and I am currently in third year computer science engineering at PVG College, and I'm a part-time bug bounty hunter, and most of all, I love security. As we all know, in cybersecurity, there are two types of people, the red team and the blue team. So today my approach on this paper will be based on the red team approach. So let's dive right in. So what is a web application? As we can see from the paper out here, a web application is an application software that runs on a web server. Web applications are accessed by the user through a web browser with an active internet connection. This is a Wikipedia definition of a web application. So common examples of web application can be webmail, online retail sales, online banking, online booking system, etc. So many organizations are using web application to increase their internet presence, and also business organization or institute also uses web application to automate their tasks in one way or the other. Example, in Department of Human Resource or accounting or finance department, they have their own web application to automate their tasks. Um, so web application is basically not just used by an organization for their internet presence. It is also used by an organization to quickly do their work as well. Web application is used for transferring of files and sensitive data. And in a web application, as we have mentioned in the beginning, in the definition of web application, it composed of a web server as well. So the server can be used to store sensitive data as well. So why do we need to secure a web application? So application security includes all activities to make your application more secure, including identifying, fixing, and improving the security of your application. So the first point we have here is prevent loss of sensitive data. Criminals are constantly on the lookout for sensitive data to steal. network to access and application to compromise. If these web applications are not secure, they can be exploited by cyber criminals. On the second point, we have secure business reputation and mitigate loss. Today, there are more than 1 billion websites across the globe and millions of users who depend on search engine to access information for personal and commercial purposes. If your website is hacked, you will lose your consumer trust, which will affect your reputation of your business and most likely loss of your future or potential client as well. Thirdly, we have ease of accessibility. So a web application, almost everyone can access web application from anywhere. And the availability, a web application is available 24/7 to everyone. So that those are the reasons why we need to secure web application. There can be many more reasons apart from this, but these are the main points that I can come up with right now. So what are common vulnerabilities that affect a web application? So here we have the OWASP top 10 list of common web vulnerabilities. We will not go into details about each and everything. If you want to learn more about it, you can visit the OWASP official website. You can also check SENSE or CWE top 25 software errors and also the OWASP top 10 API vulnerabilities for more common vulnerabilities. Here we have the 2017 top 10 vulnerabilities, and most likely they will come up with a new vulnerabilities by this year. So here we have injection attack on the top, which can be different types of injection like SQL injection, JavaScript injection, HTML injection, broken authentication, sensitive data exposure. This can be caused by different kinds of vulnerability. We have XML entities, broken access control, security misconfiguration, cross-site scripting, insecure deserialization, using components with known vulnerabilities, and more. So now we know the common vulnerabilities. We know what vulnerabilities are there in the web application. Why do we need to secure it and the common vulnerabilities affecting them? Let's talk about the attack surface. Attack surface are simply where hackers can attack the web surface. The web application. So these are the different attack surface mentioned on OWASP's official website. So first of all, it's the user interface uh, and forms and fields. So this can be the area where you have to log in or the area where user have to fill up different kinds of information on the website. So this field can be used for different kinds of injection attacks like SQL injection or cross-site scripting or many other types of vulnerabilities. And secondly, we have manipulating HTTP headers and cookies. So this can be used for different kind of vulnerabilities like session hijacking, man-in-the-middle attack, session stealing, etc. And we have API attacks, and these API attacks, OWASP come up with top 10 API vulnerabilities. You can check that out for different kind of API vulnerabilities. And on the other attack surface, we have file, database, other local storage, email and messages. This may be one of the most common attacks that we are facing at the moment. This can be in terms of phishing or scamming or some other forms of attacks. And we also have runtime arguments. So today we will be talking about the attack surface based mainly on manipulating HTTP headers and cookies. So first of all, we will talk about the HTTP. So what exactly is an HTTP? HTTP is basically a protocol used for an interaction between the client and the server. So it is the way a client is talking to a server or other web application. So so a client, you can make a web request to a server, and the server will reply with whatever information that you need. So how do we understand? How HTTP is? How can we see the HTTP request? So we can use different kind of web proxy tool. This request can be captured by different proxy tools such as Burp Suite, Peros, OWASP Zap, and many other tools. We can capture it, and we can read the HTTP request and HTTP response from that. So basically, HTTP request will contain a body and a path and some headers. So here on my slide, we can see that we have a method that is a get method, and we have the path, and we have the version of the HTTP protocol, and we have different headers out here. That is host, and we have also other headers except language, and in a real time we will have many other headers apart from that. So this is how a Burp Suite capture the request made from a browser to a web server. So whenever you make a request, a proxy tool will capture the request, and you can even rewrite those requests, and you can even manipulate it. That's how we are gonna attack an application today. So as I have mentioned, you can use different kinds of tools for this. Some of the few I have mentioned out here: OWASP Zap, Burp Suite, Peros. Today we'll be using Port Trigger Burp Suite for capturing the requests. So this is a request captured by Burp Suite to simply search for our college, that is PVGCOET, on Google. As you can see, there are a lot of headers. There are host header, user agent, accept language, and you can also see the cookies and the session IDs at the lower part on the request site. And the response site, you can see the response code that will be 200, means that is the response is okay to be answered. And you have other headers like XXS protection and content type, cache control, etc. This may be intimidating at first, but once you get used to it, it's very interesting. So coming to our point, we will talk about the lesser known vulnerabilities. So we have seen OWASP top 10, and as I have mentioned, you can also check for SANS top 25 common software errors, and you can also check for top 10 OWASP API vulnerabilities and some other vulnerabilities on the internet. So why do we call these lesser known vulnerabilities? So basically, these vulnerabilities are often missed out while testing and overlooked by engineers, although it can be easily found. So a lot of web vulnerability scanners like Nessus or Accutanix or some other well-known application scanners, they used to miss out this particular web application vulnerability. So we will talk about one vulnerability called coarse misconfiguration and how do we exploit it. We will talk about the basic concept of it and how we exploit it in a few steps. First of all, let's talk about what is coarse. In order to know the misconfiguration, first we need to know what is coarse. I believe some of the working professionals in the audience already know what coarse is about. It is a mechanism that restricts requests coming from different origin. A request coming from a different origin is known as a cross-origin request. Cross-origin requests are vital for when your site needs to load data from other services. Coarse allows server to specify who can access their resource and how. And lastly, course, it extends and adds flexibility to the same origin policy. The same origin policy is a browser mechanism. So here we see some of the basic definition of course. For simplicity, it is a mechanism as to how a website know what to trust. So a website must be sharing data with some other website, and it needs to trust that website in order to share the data. So this is the mechanism used in that. So here we have a figure. When a request is made, we have two domain. The upper one is x.com and the lower one is y.com, and we have the client. So here we have a client. When request is made to X domain and origin is not specified, contents of x.com will not be able to read by the client. So because of the origin not mentioned in the request, HTTP request, the contents of X domain will not be able to read by the client. So on the lower part, we can see that the same request is made to domain y.com, but here on the request, the origin is mentioned, and we can see that the data or the contents of y.com is read by the client. So we come across the concept of SOAP or same origin policy in the definition of course, and we say that course is add flexibility. It extends and adds flexibility to the same origin policy. So let's talk about this same origin policy in order to understand what exactly course is about. So same origin policy is a web browser security mechanism that aims to prevent websites from attacking each other. An origin consists of a URI scheme, domain and port number. For example, consider the following URL. So in this URL, we have three parts. That is the scheme, which is the protocol HTTPS, and domain, which will be website.com, and the port number 80. Sorry, I have some error out here. So the scheme will be should be HTTP if we are talking about port 80. So in the following figures, we can see how the website, http website.com /example /.html contents, if the contents of this website tries to access other contents. So we can see that in the first one, if the http website.com /example, if we try to access this website, we will be able to access it using the same origin policy because it has the same scheme. It have the same scheme, same domain, and same port. So we can see the different examples on this. On the second example, we can see that we are still able to access it using the same origin policy. We can see that it have the same scheme, the same domain, and same port. But on the third example, we can see that the protocol or the scheme is different. That is HTTPS, and the website which we try to access it from, it's HTTP. Even though the domain name is same, we cannot access it using the same origin policy because it has a different scheme, and because of the protocol used out here, HTTPS, the port is also different, and we can see the other examples for it. So this is a simple, this is a sample web request made by a web application who has enabled a course. So here we can see that in this request, we can see that there are some headers. There are headers like host on the request site, and headers like origin and cookie session cookies. When we configure or enable a course, we will have the origin header. We will need to keep the origin header on the request site. So out here we have the origin domain as http malicious/website.com. So this will be reflected on the HTTP response side that will be on the server side. It will be reflected as access control allow origin. So the same domain will be reflected on the HTTP response side. So if we have another headers on the response side, which is access control allow credential. So this means that if this header is false, then only the public data from malicious.website will be accessible by the vulnerable website, which is the web application which make the request. But since the credential is true out here, even the private um, data or private contents of malicious.website will be accessible by the vulnerable website. So basically, as we have mentioned before, course is a mechanism, or course is simply to put it, it is the way a web application trusts other website to share data. So if we are sharing data with some web application which are vulnerable, then that simply means that our web application is gonna be compromised. It's simple as that. So let's talk about the different configuration of different configuration of cores. So on the left side, we can see what are allowed, and on the right side, we can see what are not allowed. So as we have talked about it, we can mention origin. So origin is basically what a web application can trust, what are the domains a web application can trust. So we can mention one domain that is allowed. And if we want to mention multiple domains, then we cannot add those domains as the one we see on the right side. We cannot add it as xyz.com, 123.com, or abc.com. We cannot do this. So the way we can do this is simply put a wildcard. So a wildcard basically means that all the domains in the internet will be trusted, which doesn't sound very secure. So this is another vulnerabilities that can be accessed. So whenever you see an origin with a wildcard mentioned for its domain, you can easily exploit it. And another origin headers will be the null. So this is almost the same as wildcard. Instead of putting it just blank, you can mention it null. So that's about it. So right now we will look how we can exploit these vulnerabilities. So today we'll be talking about 3 ways in which cores can be exploited. Um, the first one will be adding origin headers in the HTTP request site. And the second one will be only the ending of the domain in the origin header is validated. And the third one will be only the beginning of the domain in the origin header is validated. So basically, this course misconfiguration has been exploited a lot in the internet, or a lot in the internet world. So first of all, we will see how it is exploited. So first of all, it is adding origin header in the HTTP request. So here we have captured a request by one application. This is a vulnerable application. So we can see that here on the left side, on the request side, we can see that a host, I have to redact this domain as it is a live website. And we can also see that it has different refers, it have a different connection as well. This is a normal request made by a web application. So we can see that on the right side, we have access control credentials, which is stated as true. So this means that the web application supports coarse mechanism. So we can easily exploit this by simply adding new header on the request side, which is origin. So we add a new header on the origin side, and we have mentioned the name of the domain, which is bing.com. So we can see that it is being reflected on the response side. And we can see that even the credentials are true. So easily this website can share or read the contents of bing.com, and it can be easily exploited if bing.com is vulnerable to any types of web application vulnerabilities. So the second one will be only the beginning of the domain in the origin header is validated. So here we can see that we can, on the left side, we can see the origin header. We can see that bing.com is allowed as an origin, but you can also add a different domain at the end of the same domain, like bing.evil.com or bing.anywebsite.com. So this will be directly reflected on the response side as well. This will be reflected on the server side as well. And on the third exploitation, we can see that only ending of the domain or origin header is validated. So we can see that like the one before, this is exactly the opposite. So the ending part of the domain is only validated by the server. So the server sees only bing.com and doesn't see the evil part, but evil part is also reflected on the server side. So in this way, we can easily exploit web application. So on a summary, like we said, this vulnerability is a low-hanging fruit and can easily be found and often overlooked by engineers or developers. As technology evolves, we also need to improve the security in every level, and this kind of small vulnerabilities can be exploited to achieve a highly impact or highly severe vulnerabilities in the wild. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, for presenting your research. Especially in the field of web development, the cybersecurity is extremely crucial, and you explained the various things in a research paper, which are very interesting. So I think our participants must have learned a lot from it. Um, Going further, I think so we will be presenting one podcast that I shot with Aishwarya. Aishwarya Gore is a core member of Newton's Apple. So in this particular podcast, we discussed about various things related to cybersecurity, right from the layman terms to the expert things. We talked about everything. So I will be presenting the screen, and the podcast will be for about an half an hour. So I hope you enjoy this particular podcast. Is my screen visible?
So I recently started watching Mr. Robot, a series that is often loved by cybersecurity enthusiasts. And obviously I got curious about this domain. It is interesting how cybersecurity is extremely crucial, not only for big companies, but also for us in our day-to-day lives. And speaking of cybersecurity, today we have with us Aishwarya Gore, an alumni of PVGCOET. She is a globally certified ethical hacker. She has also done a bachelor's in electrical engineering in 2019, and she is also a core member of a startup called Newton's Apple. She will be talking about various aspects of cybersecurity, right from the basic terminologies to advanced things such as the various stages of hacking. She will be also discussing how a newbie should start his career in cybersecurity, what are the various resources that they should use, etc. Hi, this is Vinod Kamath from BSc PVG Security, and you're listening to Verbose Law, your one-stop tech podcast. Aishwarya. Welcome to Verbose Lock.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So, cybersecurity is a broad term, right? So, how would you describe what exactly cybersecurity is?
Okay. So in today's world, actually, we are very dependent on our smartphones and laptops and all such electronics. So I feel it's really important that we safeguard our private information, financial data, and digital assets from cyber attacks. So the measures that we take to protect these assets from cyber criminals or cyber crimes, I think that's the true essence of the term cybersecurity.
Right. So you started you are basically an electrical engineer, right? So how did you start your journey into cybersecurity? Like, what was your inspiration, or how did you get interested in cybersecurity?
Okay, so while in my first and second year, I was primarily interested in automation, robotics, and IoT. So I used to read a lot of stuff about these things. So one day I happened to read an article about how hackers attacked a IoT device in the industry and actually managed to disrupt the assembly line. So this got me intrigued into, how can someone sit in one place of the world and access some device or some camera somewhere in the other corner of the world. So I started exploring about different hacking techniques. How do hackers hack into devices? How do hackers get into the company networks and websites and all those things? So at the same time, Mandar, my classmate, had newly founded Newton's Apple and he was actively conducting these workshops. So actually, the workshop that you attended was one of our first workshops that we did together. And then we started working together, began exploring new domains of cybersecurity. Earlier, we were only in the education sector, like providing workshops and trainings. But now we have expanded our company and we are also providing security solutions to many verticals. So we are catering to IT, non-IT, financial, education organizations in India as well as abroad. So this journey has been very, very exciting and been filled with a lot of enriching experiences for me.
Cybersecurity is a broad term, right? So, what are the various roles that come under this domain?
Okay, true. So cybersecurity does have a lot of roles basically. So I'll just cover two main aspects of cybersecurity. So like I said, one can be an offensive approach and the other is a defensive approach. So in companies, let's say MNCs for example, there are two different teams of cybersecurity. Okay, two teams who are working on these two different approaches. So the team that carries out the offensive attacks is called as the red team. So their main task is to carry out these attacks on their own infrastructures to test how the system is responding to an attack. Is it capable of, withholding such a cyber attack, or are there any kinds of vulnerabilities in the system? And then there is another team called as the blue team, which is responsible for defending such attacks. Now, this blue team actually has a huge role because see, like such MNCs, they face like hundreds of attacks every day. Okay, so their defenses have to be like really up to the mark. So these blue teams have this task of defending such attacks, and when the red team, purposefully does an attack within their infrastructure or on a particular device or any particular network, it's for a testing purpose. So it's like a practice for the blue team. Then like in medium or small companies, usually they can't afford to have both the teams, separate people for both teams. So what they do is they have one single team which has been delegated the task of doing both these approaches. So it's usually called the purple team. So like, and if the company is even smaller, like a small or a very micro nano type of a company, then they usually don't have enough resources or they don't afford to have, red team or blue team specifically. So they'll just hire one person who will take care of the defenses, and then they will outsource this attacking part to companies like ours. Okay. So what our company does is we conduct these vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, and security audits for our clients. So there are ethical hackers like me who perform these tests, and people like me are known as security analysts or pen testers in this.
Right. You said about ethical hacker, right? So, who exactly is an ethical hacker?
Okay, so there are different types of hackers. So there can be script kiddies, then there's black hat, white hat, gray hat hackers. So I'll just give you a quick overview of what these people are. So script kiddies are basically newbies, people who have just started learning hacking and they don't know much about it. So what they do is they just use ready-made scripts from the internet and they use those to execute like attacks or carry out any malicious activities. So they get successful in doing these things, but they don't have the knowledge or the skill to, modify the scripts or make the tools or something of their own. Then there's black hat hacker. These are extremely professional people actually. Like they are very, very skilled, highly knowledgeable, but they are using all their skills for the wrong purposes. So they are the ones who carry out these malicious attacks on companies and such. You might be aware of the anonymous group. They are quite famous for these things. So yeah, these are the black hat hackers. Then white hat hackers are the ones who are known as ethical hackers. So these are highly skilled hackers who have good morals and ethics. Okay, so these are the ones who are employed by companies to uh, take over the cybersecurity role. So they are responsible for carrying out penetration tests and vulnerability assessments and find out mitigations for the possible loopholes in the system. Then there are gray hat hackers who are actually white hat hackers who have gone bad. Like there are multiple reasons. It may be because they want to take out their revenge on their employees or something. So what they do is they turn against their own organization and they cause damage to their organization itself. So such people are known as gray hat hackers.
Right. It sounds very interesting, especially the gray hat hackers. So we are talking about hacking. So there may be various ways of hacking, right? I have heard about some terms called as social engineering and phishing. So can you explain what these terms are?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so obviously to hack into different things, you need to have different methodologies, right? So social engineering is actually taking advantage of human psychology and fooling people into giving away their data or clicking on malicious websites or something of that sort. So I'll explain you by giving a quick example. Okay? So for example, let's say you receive an email from Facebook saying that they have detected a possible hacking attempt on your account and you're required to click on the link and uh, log in on the given link. So what will you do? Like obviously the first reaction to such an email would be panic, right? Most people will panic and they will immediately click on the link. They will
Right.
see that there is a login page. They will quickly fill in the credentials and hit enter. What will happen next is they will be redirected to a page saying thank you, or maybe your account has been verified, or your account is now safe, or something that will make them feel that okay, now I'm safe. So what has been happening in the background is the email that they received probably looks something like security.facebook@gmail.com, for example. So now because they were in a panic state, they did not look at the ID carefully. So they don't know that there's something fishy about the email ID itself. Or there can be some very small detail that they missed out because of that panic state. Then the link that they received in the email, which actually looked like a Facebook login page, but it was not a Facebook login page. What it was in fact a cloned website. Okay, so there is this technique called as cloning of a website, wherein you can create a website that looks exactly like the one that you wanted to. And when you put in credentials, they don't go to the Facebook server, obviously. So they go directly to the hacker, and the hacker successfully has received your credentials. So this method of getting credentials from the user is called credential harvester method. So this is an example that like I would have liked to give because many cases are there where people have lost a lot of confidential data and usernames and such info to social engineering attacks.
Right. I remember in the workshop, we did a clone, like we did the credential harvesting for Facebook. But I guess now Facebook has become more secure, right?
Yeah, they have upgraded their security. I think we did it like 3 years back. So yeah, considerably they have increased the security.
So the process of hacking would be a long process, right? There would be various stages for hacking. So can you describe those stages? That would be interesting, I think.
Yeah, sure. So when we say normal hacking, it will have 5 phases. Okay. So the phases are information gathering, then scanning, then gaining access to the system, then maintaining access and exploiting it, and then finally getting out of the system and covering your tracks. So what hackers do is, first of all, they will try and gain information about their target. So when you define a target, let's say I'm defining a target as company X, I'll search the internet for all different kinds of things. Like I'll check what they are into, where are their products, what are they selling, what is their website, do they have an email domain. Then there are some information gathering tools which help you to identify, you know, people put their job posting on LinkedIn, right? Like I'm employed by so and so company from so and so date, so and like all that information is there on LinkedIn. So what I can do with the help of these tools is I can gather information about the employees working for this company X. So now I get a list of employees. I can easily search them on LinkedIn, and I know at what position they are working on. This makes it easier for me to attempt a social engineering attack on the system. If I know the name of the HR of a company, I can easily craft an email from his name and I can send it to any employee for his company. People who know that person are going to think that that person has sent the email and they are going to do whatever is written in the email. So this all this part comes under information gathering. The next thing is scanning. So once I have gathered enough information about my target, I scan the target for vulnerabilities, possible vulnerabilities which I can exploit further. So in case of networks, it can be open ports. Like in case of websites, it can be different kinds of user input fields which I can uh, inject my scripts into and hack into the website. So once I've done the scanning part, I move on to gaining access to the system. So by now I have a well-known list of vulnerabilities which I know I can exploit further. So I'll try exploiting these vulnerabilities one by one, and I'll somehow manage to gain access to the system. Now let's consider a computer network where I have managed to gain access to a PC using some port, let's say 80. So now I'm already into a PC. Okay. So what I'll do next is I'll maintain my access in that PC and I'll try exploiting further PCs. Like I'll search whether this PC is on any other network, how many other devices are connected on that network. Can I get into any other device? Can I access some potentially confidential data from any other PC or server or anything of that sort? So this is the fourth stage, that is maintaining access and exploitation. And the last stage that most hackers do is getting out of the system and covering their tracks. So now once I have stolen data, whatever I wanted, I get out of the system and I try covering my tracks, meaning I try to delete the logs. You know that every computer logs all the things that are happening, right? So I try and delete these logs and I come out of the system. So this is something that all hackers will do. Now, as an ethical hacker, you're supposed to do one more step, that is reporting. Now, reporting is basically compiling all your findings in a systematic way and submitting it to the concerned authorities. So, because you are ethical hacker, you have to submit all the bugs that you found so that the company can work on it and they can fix these things before a real hacker gets into the system.
Right. So there are various softwares, right, for that are used by hackers. One of the software that you mentioned was Metasploit, I guess. So what
Yeah.
are other softwares or maybe operating systems that are mostly preferred for cybersecurity or hacking, maybe?
So there are two operating systems which many hackers prefer to have. One is Kali Linux and the other is called Parrot OS or Parrot Security. Now both operating systems have many inbuilt tools which can be used for different stages of hacking. So the most popular tools that are used by the hackers are Nmap, that is a network mapper, then Netcat, Nessus. Like all these three tools are mostly used for network related vulnerabilities. Then there is Burpsuit and OWASP Zap, which people use for website or software even hacking, because it's a proxy tool. Basically, it acts like a man in the middle. So what you can do with these tools is you can actually intercept the request response between server and client, and you can check the traffic. You can actually read what is going on between the two. And then there's Metasploit and social engineering toolkit. So we talked about cloning website and credential harvester. All these kinds of things you can do using the social engineering toolkit. SE toolkit is there in Kali Linux. I'm not sure if it's there in Parrot OS. Then Metasploit framework is available for Linux as well as Windows OS. Burpsuit, again Zap, all these things you can install on Linux as well as Windows.
So apart from this, like companies will also ensure their data security, right? So like for big MNCs, they would consider data security as the top priority, one of the top priority. So what is the scene of software development cycle in like with the respect to security part?
Okay, so I'm sure you must be aware of DevOps, right? Development and operations, since you're computer and IT students. So now,
Yes.
what people are doing, like what companies are doing to, be more secure, is they are integrating security in their software development lifecycle. So now this thing is called DevSecOps, okay? DevSecOps, DevSecOps. So DevSecOps is basically thinking about the security point of view right from the initial phase of SDLC. So what you do is in the initial stages, you do threat modeling and risk assessment for your software. Like the minute I decide that I want to create an application with so and so functionalities, the next thing I should be doing is I should be creating a threat model for it. So now threat model is something like you just have to map the architecture of all the components that you're using in that software. And this threat modeling tool will give you a detailed analysis of where are the loopholes in your architecture. So what you can do is you can take help of a security architect or a security engineer, and you can develop your system in such a way that it will have minimum number of vulnerabilities. So many companies have started doing this right now. So I think this is definitely the future of software developers, because this will ensure that there are no zero-day vulnerabilities at the time of release of a particular software.
Right. So, what is the process of finding bugs in the software? And can you also explain about the event or the program called as bug bounty?
Okay. So finding bugs in a software, like everybody can have their own take on this. Uh, it's a person specific method basically. So like what I prefer is I use the software as a normal user first. I try to
Hello. Sorry, I think there has been some network issue. I will try to present the podcast again from where it has been left.
So by now I have a well-known list of vulnerabilities which I know I can exploit further. So I'll try exploiting these vulnerabilities one by one, and I'll somehow manage to gain access to the system. Now let's consider a computer network where I have managed to gain access to a PC using some port, let's say 80. So now I'm already into a PC. Okay. So what I'll do next is I'll maintain my access in that PC, and I'll try exploiting further PCs. Like I'll search whether this PC is on any other network, how many other devices are connected on that network, can I get into any other device, can I access some potentially confidential data from any other PC or server or anything of that sort. So this is the fourth stage, that is maintaining access and exploitation. And the last stage that most hackers do is getting out of the system and covering their tracks. So now once I have stolen data, whatever I wanted, I get out of the system and I try covering my tracks, meaning I try to delete the logs. You know that every computer logs all the things that are happening, right? So I try and delete these logs and I come out of the system. So this is something that all hackers will do. Now, as an ethical hacker, you're supposed to do one more step, that is reporting. Now, reporting is basically compiling all your findings in a systematic way and submitting it to the concerned authorities. So, because you are ethical hacker, you have to submit all the bugs that you found so that the company can work on it and they can fix these things before a real hacker gets into the system.
Right. So there are various softwares, right, for that are used by hackers. One of the software that you mentioned was Metasploit, I guess. So what are other softwares or maybe operating systems that are mostly preferred for cybersecurity or hacking, maybe?
So there are two operating systems which many hackers prefer to have. One is Kali Linux and the other is called Parrot OS or Parrot Security. Now both operating systems have many inbuilt tools which can be used for different stages of hacking. So the most popular tools that are used by the hackers are Nmap, that is a network mapper, then Netcat, Nessus. Like all these three tools are mostly used for network related vulnerabilities. Then there is Burp Suite and OWASP Zap, which people use for website or software even hacking because it's a proxy tool. Basically, it acts like a man in the middle. So what you can do with these tools is you can actually intercept the request response between server and client, and you can check the traffic. You can actually read what is going on between the two. And then there's Metasploit and social engineering toolkit. So we talked about cloning website and credential harvester. All these kind of things you can do using the social engineering toolkit. SE toolkit is there in Kali Linux. I'm not sure if it's there in Parrot OS. Then Metasploit framework is available for Linux as well as Windows OS. Burp Suite, again Zap, all these things you can install on Linux as well as Windows.
So apart from this, like companies will also ensure their data security, right? So like for big MNCs, they would consider data security as their top priority, one of the top priority. So what is the scene of software development cycle in like with the respect to security part?
Okay. So I'm sure you must be aware of DevOps, right? Development and operations, since you're computer and IT students. So now,
Yes.
what people are doing, like what companies are doing to, be more secure, is they are integrating security in their software development lifecycle. So now this thing is called DevSecOps, okay? DevSecOps, DevSecOps. So DevSecOps is basically thinking about the security point of view right from the initial phase of SDLC. So what you do is in the initial stages, you do threat modeling and risk assessment for your software. Like the minute I decide that I want to create an application with so and so functionalities, the next thing I should be doing is I should be creating a threat model for it. So now threat model is something like you just have to map the architecture of all the components that you're using in that software. And this threat modeling tool will give you a detailed analysis of where are the loopholes in your architecture. So what you can do is you can take help of a security architect or a security engineer, and you can develop your system in such a way that it will have minimum number of vulnerabilities. So many companies have started doing this right now. So I think this is definitely the future of software developers, because this will ensure that there are no zero-day vulnerabilities at the time of release of a particular software.
Right. So, what is the process of finding bugs in the software? And can you also explain about the event or the program called as bug bounty?
Okay. So finding bugs in a software, like everybody can have their own take on this. Uh, it's a person specific method basically. So like what I prefer is I use the software as a normal user first. I try to understand the working of the application. How is it functioning? What are the different features in there? So by doing this, I indirectly identify the attack surfaces. By attack surfaces, I mean the places in the application where I can, launch different kinds of attacks. Like if there are any user input fields, or if there are any other fields of which I can, take advantage and launch an attack. So after I identify these attack surfaces, I run the tools and scripts, whatever I have planned for that particular field. And then finally, I'll do a source code review just to make sure that there is nothing else apart from whatever I found that is, being hiding in the source code, which can be actually malicious for the software. So this can be one approach to finding bugs in software. And then you asked about bug bounties, right? So many companies or organizations, they list their websites or apps or even sometimes hardware devices on access like publicly accessible platforms. Okay, such platforms are called bug bounty platforms. So now what happens is when companies list their websites there, hackers all over the world try to hack into the system, which have been defined in the scope. Okay. Now again, you're not allowed to hack into anything that comes under the brand name or anything that comes under the company's name. So if they have specified a particular URL, you're only supposed to hack into that particular URL. So they hack into it and they report their findings to the authority. So now, if you are the first one to report a particular vulnerability or a bug, and if it's a really critical one, then the company will pay you the bounty. The bounty is basically prize money. So, to be honest, it's a rat race. Okay, you just have to be the first one to submit it. But companies like Google and Facebook, they have been paying like thousands of dollars for really crucial bugs. There are people even from India who have really won that thousands of dollars amount. But I would suggest that rather than running behind the money at this point, you should use these platforms to practice and improve your skills and become a better hacker, basically.
Right. I think this is an excellent opportunity for the students or the cybersecurity enthusiasts to practice. Like bug bounty is a great opportunity, right?
Yes, yes, definitely.
like what does the effective cybersecurity look like to you, and how do you measure it? Because as you said, each day the hackers will try to find something new to attack your PC or maybe system, and each day you will try to protect your system from it, and this would be a continuous loop. Like they will be challenging you, you will be defending it. So what's your definition of effective cybersecurity?
Okay, I would say that, the effectiveness of security, or for that matter, whatever you implement as security measures in your system, to check the effectiveness of that, I think we would have to check the response of our system, which means that if my system is facing an attack, how is my system responding to it on its own? So I think that defines the effectiveness of cybersecurity for me. So we have to really work on, modern tools and modern techniques which will have the capacity to defend the system on its own. And data science and machine learning are going to play a huge role in this field. Okay, they are going to be the game changers, because there are companies who have started understanding the value of data science and machine learning in cybersecurity, and they have started creating more powerful tools. There are firewalls and other defense related devices which actually analyze data of previous attacks, and they handle the attack on their own. So I think developing such tools is going to actually increase the effectiveness of cybersecurity in the future.
That's very interesting. If we are going to merge, like if we are going to
Hello, I will pause the podcast for now as our next speaker is ready. You can listen to the whole podcast. I will share the link in the chat box. So, yeah, before handing it over to Gandhali, I would like to say that while shooting this podcast, I had no particular idea what cybersecurity is. So I learned about cybersecurity while researching for this particular podcast. So I think if you hear the full podcast, you will get a basic, at least the basic knowledge about cybersecurity. So anyone who is interested can go to this particular link and listen to the whole podcast. Okay, Gandhali, over to you.
Actually, Lakshit is joining from two different accounts, so make sure you accept both the account requests.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you, Vinod. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. So, now it is time to call upon our next guest, Mr. Lakshit Verma. He is an intelligence analyst, a security researcher, an OSINT evangelist, founder at VR Plymouth Foundation, and also a freelancer. He has expertise in fields such as web application penetration testing, digital forensics, IoT and hardware exploitation, social media intelligence, and many more subjects and fields related to cybersecurity. Today, he is going to talk about OSINT and digital footprints and tracking. So, over to you, sir.
Hello, I'm audible now.
Yes.
Okay, so actually, I'm joining with like two of setups, primarily for the mic purposes and secondary for basically screen sharing. So just let me know, is like the screen is visible to everyone?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so a very good afternoon to everyone. So let's get started with open source intelligence and open source investigation. Now, this is a completely hands-on, you can say, session or something. So we'll basically cover some of, you can say, case studies regarding open source investigation, some of, you can say, real-time examples, and that's how it goes. So without wasting time, let's get started. So now the first thing is those who don't know about open source intelligence and what is actually like gathering advanced information and chaining it to basically so that we can solve high-tech cyber crimes and something. So this is how OSINT works. And now let's get familiar with some of OSINT terminologies and OSINT methodologies. So now the thing is, see, like we are living in the 21st century. So like our data is presented online whenever we are posting some of data that is posted over internet, that is posted over surface web, that can be accessed by any of the user. See, once we are posting like any of the photograph or anything over internet, so it might can be accessible by any of you can say any of the user, and he or she can chain it to like get us into trouble. So that's how these things work. Now, what is OSINT? Like those who don't know about OSINT, let me tell you about few things about open source intelligence and how it goes. So OSINT is basically gathering, you can say, publicly available information from different type of sources, just like social media sites, just like some of job sites, just like LinkedIn, Internshala, and that's how. Like we are talking about from Indian perspective now, and I'll show you after that some of international portals and something. So this is OSINT, and OSINT is basically used for solving high-tech cyber crimes, not about like money laundering and something. So this is like quite apart from this. Now OSINT is basically like how OSINT can help us, or how OSINT is useful for law enforcement agencies and you can say government organizations for solving high-tech cyber crimes. So OSINT can help us for locating digital footprints and performing digital investigations. It is basically gathering information for competitive intelligence or penetration testing. So OSINT is like quite apart from every perspective when we talk about cybersecurity. Like as we know, cybersecurity is not equals to bug bounty or penetration testing. Cybersecurity is like a complete ocean of different domains when we have like different type of pieces and something. So like if we talk about from a penetration testing from a perspective of a penetration tester, so it is like gathering some of information from for basically exploiting a system, for exploiting a web server, or pen testing a website or something. So that's how from a perspective of penetration tester. If we talk about from the perspective of an online investigator, it is like gathering gathering or extracting metadata from photographs and videos, and that's how it goes. Now the thing is, what can I OSINT, and how it how can we start OSINT? So OSINT is, as we have discussed, like OSINT is basically a chain of gathering information from publicly available data. So that is, we can start with some of bullet points, just like people, then it goes to IP addresses, then goes to domain, and if we talk about the miscellaneous part, that is MAC addresses, images, bitcoins, and vehicle number. So these are the bullet points into open source intelligence. And let's take an example, like what we can do with open source intelligence, and like how it goes. So this is a task for all of you guys. Okay, like this is an application that is used for basically scanning the boarding pass of our flights, basically. So this is like read my boarding pass. Now we can simply gather or scan and boarding pass, so that we can grab out all the information that is quite hidden into that. So now this is the task for you guys. So I have presented a, you can say, a demo boarding pass of a flight from X place to Y place. Now, like what type of information you can find out using this boarding pass, just mention it down into the chat section, and we'll go through it. Like what type of information we can find out from a boarding pass or the screenshot, basically. Just let me know like how you tackle this open source intelligence, and like what you think about gathering information. So just mention in the chats, and I'll explain you everything, like how it goes. Like if you have any idea what type of information you can find out, just mention in the chats, and we'll go through that. Okay, flight number, name, passenger traveling number, and last name. Okay, that's +1 Mandar. And anyone out there, like any idea about like what type of information we can find out with email boarding pass?
I request every one of you to get involved in these activities, because this is not a very difficult activity, and this will literally enhance like how the information gathering is happening, how the information gathering happens. We can just get involved in this small activity and experience it. Not all the speakers will be so interactive with you. Some of them will be what we can say, they are highly experienced and from a very older age group. but Lakshit is a younger age group and he wants to interact and get the information so that he can explain you in a better format. So I request keep interacting. If you are not free to talk, you can put it in the chat box.
Okay, so okay, we have got some of the comments in the chat section. Yes, we have flight details, time of flight, yes, departure and boarding time, airline name, yes, and some of the basic information that is written in the QR code from the boarding pass. Okay, that's +1, and kudos to all the answers. Now I'll show you like what type of information we can find out with this boarding pass. So okay, so that starts with basically the passenger first name and last name. Then it goes to gender of the traveling passenger. Then it goes to passenger number in the ticket. Then what type of ticket it is, like it is an online one or a physical one. Then the PNR tracking status. Then the source and destination of that flight carrier. Then it goes to flight carrier and flight number, and the type of passenger seat class, seat number, the flight sequence number, the passenger clearance status, the passenger checked in or not status, the document type of that document, and the location basically where the document is printed or somewhere else, the flight dates, and document issuing flight company if the document is authorized or not. So this much of plenty, you can say, information we can find out with the boarding pass, with like this type of screenshot or something. So now this is like only a basic information that we can gather out from a boarding pass. Okay, but OSINT is not limited to only this type of details. We can even find out some of, you can say, payment details related to that credit card or debit card that is used for paying the bills basically for that flight tickets. So we can find out all of the details that is connected to that passenger, whether it can be a bank details, whether it can be a personal details, whether it can be like I say credentials related to banking, related to your smartphone security, related to a company. So this much of you can say information we can find out with OSINT. Now, here are some of the, you can say, specific domains into open source intelligence. The first one is people OSINT, where we basically try to gather specific information about that person. Okay, that is basically, let's take this with an example. Okay, so for example, I'm having, my neighbor is having a Wi-Fi. Okay, and I want to simply hack into his Wi-Fi systems, and or you can even try with some of, you can say, social media accounts, for example, Facebook and Instagram. Okay, so what we have to do is, there is a technique that is known as brute forcing. Okay, brute forcing is basically trying, you can say, plenty of passwords with an automated script. So what we do in people OSINT, or how can we link open source intelligence with, you can say, cracking KBB's authorizations. So we basically try out to gather all of the information that we can gather from all of the publicly available sources, and simply put on it into a password list, and we can just simply start that brute force. So this is how we can brute force some of, you can say, social media accounts, how we can use people open source intelligence so that we can gain some of the access of social media accounts or something. Secondly, we can start with these, you can say, parameters. If we talk about people OSINT, we can start with a name, where we can look for is like search engines, people search platforms, and government portals, just like voter ID and electoral polls. Secondly, if we talk about information gathering, there is a popular thing that is basically Google Docs or Google hacking. So Google Doc is basically a string or a specific string that is used for specific Google search. Okay, a normal Google user can simply search for, like, if you are looking for ethical hacking books. Okay, so you can just log on to Google and go for like ethical hacking books. But what if you are a smart user, and if you want to find out only specific books that is that falls in the category of ethical hacking, and the file format should be PDF. So we can go with Google Docking. Now let's take an example that is in URL ethical hacking books. So it will show us only the specific parameters or links that are having ethical hacking books. And what if I'll filter this into a specific file type? So that is another parameter that is used by us, so that we can filter out some of like I think some of, you can say, documents. If you want, if we are looking for ethical hacking books, and if we want into that specific file format, that is PDF. So the first parameter, that is NURL semicolon, then the second is file type. So we are finding specific information using these Google Docs, and see this how we can, you can say, automate our specific search for specific searches. So this is how open source intelligence works. Now this is a basic example how a pro Google user uses open source intelligence for satisfying his needs. Now what about if I'm a black hat hacker, or if I'm a penetration tester? Now I'm looking for, you can say, some of, you can say, confidential information that is associated with some of a website or a web server. So what I'll do is, let's take an example of SQL injection, and this is a Google Doc basically for finding some of vulnerable websites. So now if I'll go with this NURL admin login.php, so this will help me to find out direct access to that login.php website page, so that I can go with this. And if I'm a black hat hacker, if I'm a security researcher, I'm able to access this login page. And after that, I can do many things, just like admin panel bypass or brute forcing this. And if I'm successfully log in using some of default credentials, or if after a successful brute force, I can even access to that, you can say, control panel of this website. I can alter, delete, or update any of the data that is associated with this website. So this is how Google Docs works, and what is Google hacking. Now the next thing is, if we talk about some of, you can say, specific searches, just like people search, as we have discussed about people search for finding specific information about a specific person or a victim. So here are some of plenty resources, just like Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo. These are basically common search engines. Secondly is some of specific people search engines, just like electoral search, that is developed by our Indian government for like accessing voter information. Okay. The next parameter can be username, where we can simply search out for specific username. For example, that is mine. Okay, so if you will go on Google and search for Ace Lakshis Verma, that is my specific search username, you'll get an access to all of my, you can say, specific search engine. So sorry, specific social media accounts. Just a second. So like if you'll Google with that username, you can you'll get access to all of this type of information, like associated GitHub account, associated Facebook account, associated Instagram account, and that's how it goes. Now if you talk about username search engines, here are some of the plenty search engines that are specific for username search. Now let's take an example of Twitter search engine. Now if you are looking for gathering information from Twitter, okay, we have specified the social media platform, that is Twitter. We can use some of the docs for finding specific tweets. Just like, for example, I'm using that particular operator that is watching now. So it will help me to find tweets that contains both watching and now parameters. So this is a default operator. That's how we have plenty of operators that we can use for specific search on Twitter. This is another example of Twitter search, where we are using for two parameters, that is OSINT, and we are specifying the URL for Amazon. So that's how we can gather information from OSINT for specific search engines, just like Twitter search. Now this is like, what if I want to search for some of, you can say, filtered accounts that are verified on Twitter? So I can use this much of this parameters for finding specific verified profiles on Twitter. And this is the root cycle of if you are using LinkedIn as a platform for open source intelligence or gathering information. So if the company, if the target is basically a company, you can go with some of company research, or if the person is, if the victim is a people, you can go with people search. Now, here are some of the phone number lookup resources, just like Truecaller and Get Contact, and some of websites that you can use for phone number lookup or phone number information gathering. And here are some of the resources for email address lookup. So that's how you can start with some of common points or hints for getting information. Now, the another part of open source intelligence, that is image search. in which we basically use the methodology that is reverse image search. Okay, so what we do into that is we'll simply find out the hidden information that is associated with the image or any of the document. Just like we use some of basically reverse image tools that will help us for finding the hidden data into a photograph or something, that is basically metadata. Now, what is metadata? Metadata is basically the secondary data that supports the primary data. This is basically you can say the ISO exposure details, the location details, the latitude longitude details, and some of, you can say, camera details or flash experience. So this is the information that is associated with the photograph and some of common sense analysis. So that's how it goes. And similarly, like people search and username search, here are some of the I have listed some of the resources for domain lookup. Then it goes to IP addresses. Then if we talk about the miscellaneous part, we can go with some of emotions. Whether we can use this you can say platform for analyzing the tone of that person, so that we can analyze his emotions. Okay, so that we can play with his physical mental mindset. If we talk about vehicle lookup or vehicle search engine, so this is an you can say search engine for vehicles that is developed by Indian government. Secondly, that is Google hacking database, that is basically uh, Google hacking database, so that you can study out all of the latestly updated exploits, so that it can help you for into, you can say, web pen testing. It will help you into IoT exploitation. It will help you completely into your infosec career. Okay, the next thing is camera search engine. So here you can find out some of live webcams or vulnerable webcams. Then the second is people via camera. So this is basically a project that we have developed, so that you can find out persons using a photograph. That is basically chained up with machine learning. And the last part is MAC addresses. Now, another example of open source intelligence tools that is developed by Indian government, that is vehicle data extraction. So this is an Android application that is developed by Indian government, so that you can find out all of the information associated with that vehicle number. Now, let's take in real-time example. Okay, how OSINT works. So this is basically a case study with that is written by one of my fellow. His name is Adityan. Basically, he's also a security researcher, and this case study is named as like how I found my crush who disappeared a decade ago using open source intelligence, and we'll basically study about like how he catch up with his crush that disappeared around a decade. Okay, so okay. Now the thing is, like, what is open source intelligence? Like we have discussed about this like recently. So OSINT is basically gathering information from internet and in order to use them in an intelligence context. Okay, so how this phase one started, how he started with gathering information for his crush, that is our victim. Or okay, so like due to some of privacy concerns, we are specifying the name as crush. Okay, so the story started from 8th to 10th grade. Okay, okay, so at that time he don't have you can say some of much information. So how that he can start with that? Okay, so he only knew about the first name at the initials of her name, that is PV. Okay, so like this much is the limited information that we have till 10th grade. Okay, so this much is the information that we have is first name plus the initials of the crush, that is PV, then Montron, that is another like type of information that we have, that is basically that can be a school name or a college names or anything. Okay, the phase two started with 11th grade, or that you can say graduation part. So we have started with that initials. Okay, that is PV. Now okay, so the next thing is, while looking for that you can say like while looking for much information about his crush or something, so he started exploring this OSINT chain with the electoral pool that is developed by Indian government. So this is like electoral pool that is basically used for like getting your all details related to your IDs, your voter IDs and everything. So here you can like do you can perform different type of functions, just like You can find out your name in the electoral roll. You can register your complaints. You can download your forms. So this is how we have started. Okay, so now like the age of Adityan is like 20 years old. So logically, like his crush is also around a 20-year teen. Okay, so we have used this electoral services for finding the name in electoral roll option. So he selected with all of the details, just like randomly, or you can say pseudo details, just like he guessed his age as a 20-year teenager, and the state and the city details. So after that, you can say plenty of searches. We have successfully got his the father and husband name, father's name of that crush. Okay, and his epic number and the polling station. So after that, we have successfully find out, you can say, exact first name plus exact last name and epic number of that crush. Okay, so after that, we have moved on some of like finding specific, you can say, details of, or you can say finding addresses of that crush. Okay, so after that, we have started looking out from constituency view. So like after getting his first name and last name for with the help of electoral job portal, we have successfully find out his door number and specific details. Okay, now the thing is, after like a few minutes of frustration and this hectic schedule, like we know that that is if the crush is like after the, you can say, completion of school, he must be joining any of the, you can say, uh, like recent schools for graduation or for his higher studies. So like we know that the crush of Adityan is quite, you can say, good in academic performance. So she should be joined any of, you can say, highly reputed schools into, you can say, recent locality. So like obviously she's not dumb enough, like for like he'll join any of the, you can say, far away schools or something. So he joined any of, you can say, top schools or any of the famous schools that is quite you can say not far enough from his locality. Okay, so like after doing some of top like searches of, you can say, top schools in that specific locality or something. So we have successfully, you can say, searched out some of top schools, just like Montfort, then Chevaliers, then Sacred Heart, Anglo-Indian. So after Googling this search engines, okay, after tackling this much of information, after this complete hectic, we have got his first name, last name, then alumni website. Okay, so what we have used again into this case study is we have used Google Docking for finding specific information of that person that we have mentioned as crush. Okay, so like we have gathered the first name and last name, then the, you can see, door address of that crush. Okay, so we have used first name and last name as a parameter for Google Docking, and then the alumni website or the college or school website as a platform. So successfully, like we are able to successfully get all the details of his crush into a PDF file format that is approved by that school or college organization. And after getting that, we have like successfully got the address associated with that person, the contact information that is associated with that person, and see how it goes. See, like this is how there are some of the, you can say, methodologies that we have to pivot while we are pursuing open source intelligence. Okay, we cannot fall upon like pentagon methodology or hexagon. Okay, we have to pivot as we need. Okay, so now like by using alumni website, okay, we are like we are able to gain all the information that is associated with this that specific person. Okay, we have gathered the first name, the last name, the contact details, and you can say the address of that that person, his father's name, his mother's name, his academic performances, and everything. Now, okay, so this is how it goes. And after that, okay, after having the specific first name and last name, we have tried for social media lookup. And after getting this, you can say plenty of pseudo searches and like pseudo results. After that, we have followed for, you can say, the verified or the authentic account of that crush of that person. Sorry. So he simply messages him like 10 years of search is completed, and that's how it goes. Okay, so the crush don't have any idea about this complete 10 years of research. Now, like what we have to do is, okay, so after getting the first name and last name, what we have done is we have started looking information for that his you can say college details or something. Okay, so how it goes is like we are having the first name, last name, and after that we have simply Google for Google sorry college name. You now like the OCR algorithm of Google helped us for finding that college details of that person. Now we have used first name and last name, and the third parameter, that is college name, and like eventually the like there is the irony is that the crush of his Adityan is basically studying and you can say MBBS from a specific college. Okay, so using these three parameters and the OCR algorithm of Google, we are able to find out all the you can say you can say academic details of that person. Okay, and this is the screenshot of that PDF. You can see this like that. This is basically an MBBS seat information that we have find out from that alumni website of that MBBS college. Okay, and this much is this you can say a screenshot consists of you can say merit details, name, roll number, gender of that person, okay, date of birth, the category of that the person belongs to, the marks obtains, and everything that is you should that we should cover into an academic results or something. So this is how we are able to gain all of that information for that specific person. Okay, so now the thing is like we have started looking for you can say date of birth, and we have confirmed the date of birth of that person using this screenshot, using this PDF document. Now what we have to do is like now we have to you can say gain access to his social media accounts or you can say Instagram accounts. Let's take an example of Instagram account. So like we have took the help of Instagram reset password feature for gaining access to his her Instagram account. So we have used this you can say reset feature for gaining access to his Instagram account. Now the irony is like we knew about his you can say uh, like this 9-digit you can say email for getting access to his Instagram account. So the irony is like we have like let's take an example of considering that the first letter of her name is A. So the email looks like A, then the hidden information, and the you can say the email ends up with M, and that the platform is using is Gmail. Okay, so her name consists of 7 letters, and the last ninth letter is M. So after getting you can say plenty of pseudo results, we have figured it out like the eighth letter. So that should be three possibilities of that email addresses, just like A, then the last letters of that Gmail is that email is that PVM. The second is like A, then the last letter consists of VM, and the third one is the last letter that consists with PM. So here are some of the you can say like specific emails that we have planned for resetting his Google password or Instagram password. So now we have tried these all these you can see emails for getting access to his Gmail or Instagram account. So luckily we have got you can say successfully like got this email and confirmed this that is an authentic email. Okay, so now like we have to simply access this Gmail account too. So we have used the like reset password feature of Google that is offered by Gmail for gaining access to his Oppo A3s. Okay, so this is the basically open source intelligence cycle that we have used for gathering all type of information till now. Like we have started with his first name, or you can say the first name initials, and that ended upon finding information about his social media accounts, his academic performances, his parental details, and everything. So this is how it lasts, and also we have successfully compromised his Gmail account and Instagram account. That is basically we got his credentials from some of you can say leaked databases that we got from haveibeenpawned.com and some of you can say specific search engines that provides leaked database. So this is how open source intelligence can help us for finding information for a specific search. So this is how it goes. Now here are some of the you can say famous open source intelligence tools that can be used for finding information about a specific person, company, organization, and here are some of the top tools that is used by open source investigators. The first one is Malteco, then Spider. And the most popular framework for open source intelligence is oceanframework.com. This is how it goes. And you can start with any of the bullet points, or you can say clues with this. For example, if you want to go for username search, so you can go with username search engine, then uh, see how it expands. Okay, so you can start with any of the clues, and like you can complete this whole chain with all these clues, just like usernames, whether it can be an email address, it can be a business records, the transportation details, geolocations, and everything. So that's how it goes. And like another example of, you can say, company lookup or something. So that is zobacop.com. That is basically a collective information of all the registered entities as companies or limited liabilities or NPOs and some similar organizations. So you can even verify some of like companies or something, if they are authentic or if they are real or not. Okay, so this much is about OSINT. Now the thing is OSINT is legal, or what about this? So open source intelligence or gathering information from publicly available sources is 100% legal until you don't cross the certain limits that are impersonation, social engineering, buying breach data from the dark web, stalking someone with like malicious intent. So that's how open source intelligence works, and this is how open source intelligence helps us for investigating cybercrimes, and like OSINT is helpful for every perspective or every specific domain. If we talk about cybersecurity, if we talk about, you can say, a penetration tester perspective, if we talk about a forensics expert, if we talk about into threat hunting. So this is how OSINT can helpful for all the cybersecurity practitioners, and that's how it goes. So if you have any questions or queries, please let me know in the chat section. I'll be answering one by one to all of them. And these are all my, you can say, social media handles, so you can connect with it. If you have any questions related to open source intelligence, open source investigation, or like how we can, like what type of information we can gather, how this is used, and if you have any question into cybersecurity format too, you can simply ask in the chat section. Guys, if you have any questions or queries or anything with this talk or related to open source investigation, or anything that is related to cybersecurity, you can simply ask in the chat section. I'll help you with that.
And she's going to present on the topic chatbot with the security concern. So over to you, Victor.
Hello, I think there is some noise issue, like network issue from Gandhali's side. So thank you, Lakshit sir, for giving such a great talk. I think if anyone has any questions, we have sent the Google form link on the group, as well as I have sent it on the chat of this particular meet. So if anyone has any question, you can ask it now. If you have any other question, you can ask it later, and we can take up that question. So proceeding forward, Diksha is going to present her paper. So are you ready? Diksha? Okay, I think there is some issue. I think we will be back in a minute or so. Till then, please don't leave the meet. So we had left the podcast till some point, right? So I will start it from there, so that after that we can come up with the, like, we will have the talk of the next guest. So I will present the podcast. You can hear the podcast if that.
Like thousands of dollars for real money. So to be honest, it's a rat race. Okay, you just have to be the first one to submit it. But companies like Google and Facebook, they have been paying like thousands of dollars for really crucial bugs. There are people even from India who have really won that thousands of dollars amount. But I would suggest that, rather than running behind the money at this point, you should use these platforms to practice and improve your skills and become a better hacker, basically.
Okay, we have Diksha here. Diksha, are you ready to present your presentation? Okay. I think again there is some network issue. That's fine. We will continue with the podcast.
I think this is an excellent opportunity for the students or the cybersecurity enthusiasts to practice. Like bug bounty is a great opportunity, right?
Yes, definitely.
Like what does the effective cybersecurity look like to you, and how do you measure it? Because as you said, each day the hackers will try to find something new to attack your PC or maybe system, and each day you will try to protect your system from it, and this would be a continuous loop. Like they will be challenging you, you will be defending it. So what's your definition of effective cybersecurity?
Okay, I would say that, the effectiveness of security, or for that matter, whatever you implement as security measures in your system, to check the effectiveness of that, I think we would have to check the response of our system, which means that if my system is facing an attack, how is my system responding to it on its own? So I think that defines the effectiveness of cybersecurity for me. So we have to really work on, modern tools and modern techniques which will have the capacity to defend the system on its own. And data science and machine learning are going to play a huge role in this field. Okay, they are going to be the game changers, because there are companies who have started understanding the value of data science and machine learning in cybersecurity, and they have started creating more powerful tools. There are firewalls and other defense related devices which actually analyze data of previous attacks, and they handle the attack on their own. So I think developing such tools is going to actually increase the effectiveness of cybersecurity in the future.
That's very interesting. If we are going to merge, like if we are going to use machine learning and data science along with cybersecurity, I think it would be pretty much like both for the hackers also and for one who are defending also. That would be a game changer, right?
Yeah, it is going to be a game changer.
So if a second year or first year student wants to learn about cybersecurity, because unfortunately not many subjects of cybersecurity are covered in our engineering portion, right? So what are the various resources to get the information about cybersecurity? Like, are there any blogs or YouTube channels that you follow, or maybe any WhatsApp group, or as you said, any other certification?
Okay. So there are actually a lot of free courses available on Udemy. There is one really good website called Cybrary, which provides a few free courses every month. Okay, and they have some defined career paths. Like they have a module of 6 to 7 courses, which will come under a name called career path. So after you've completed the basic courses, you can go on and do these paid versions also. There are other paid courses available on Coursera and EDX also, and they are usually partnered with some really big names like IBM or Microsoft. So you will actually get a certification from them. They are obviously paid, but if you're really that serious, and if you have a sound knowledge, like if you have completed a few basic courses and you want to move on to the advanced level, then these are some of the good courses that you can do. Then there are websites like Nullbyte, which have a lot of documentation on all types of attacks, then tools or techniques that are used in hacking. So I think it's a really good place for people, to check things out. Like as a newbie, this Nullbyte will provide you like a step-by-step guide. They have literally every single command is listed out there, so you can actually go and perform the attack according to the steps that they have given. Just a small advice that please don't do attacks on just any random website. You can do them on some legal websites that have been specified for such purposes. Then again, if you want to find information about commonly found vulnerabilities, you can go to OWASP. OWASP is basically the open source web application security project. So they have top 10 vulnerabilities listed every single year, and they have this listed for web applications as well as mobile applications, and they have a lot of legitimate content on what is the meaning of a vulnerability or how you should exploit it. And then if you're looking for a vulnerability which is specific for a server version, or maybe specific to a firewall or switch for that matter, then you can find it on CVE. CVE stands for Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures. About groups like meetup groups, I think there are quite a few meetup groups also. So if you go to that meetup.com, I think, then you can search for cybersecurity and ethical hacking groups, and you will find quite a few around.
what are the events that cybersecurity enthusiasts can look forward to? What are some international events or even the local events that they can look forward to?
So there are some famous events that I think most cybersecurity enthusiasts do follow. One of them is DEF CON and the other one is Black Hat. Now these both are some of the oldest, conferences or oldest organizations which have been doing this thing for years together. These are both based in USA, and till now, most of the events required a physical attendance. But since COVID, everything has changed so much that almost all events are going to be virtual and online now. So I think even people sitting here can access them anytime. They also have some like competitions or conferences clubbed with these events. Okay, so you can take part in the competitions, and at the same time, you also have access to listening to speeches in the conference, something of that sort. Then there is another one called as the Red Hat Summit. So Red Hat organizes this summit, I think, once a year, and they otherwise also apart from the summit, they have some of the other events going on around the year. HackerOne organizes some really good events. Like if you want to, do something really good in bug bounty, then there are a lot of bug bounty people who have won a lot of bounties who will come on that platform and they will tell you about their experiences. And HackerOne hosts like a lot of events. I think every month they have at least one event or something, and all these are virtual, so you can take part in these uh, sitting at your home. Then apart from that, for local events, actually we did host a cybersecurity conference last year, uh, and that is in Feb 2020 actually. So we had invited guest speakers from India, across India, who shared their valuable experiences with us. They were from different fields, like there are different fields. Like there is cyber forensics, people who work with our police to handle all these cyber crimes. So there was a cyber forensic expert with us. There was a person who has experience in Navy. So he told us what is the significance of cybersecurity in our defenses and how it affects them on the Navy. And then there were people who are cyber lawyers or working in the IT departments of big MNCs. So it has been a really good exposure for most of the students, and we are planning to conduct similar events this year, possibly online because of the current situation. So let's see how it works out.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one advantage that people can have of this COVID situation is that they can sit at their home, and even if the conferences are taking place around the world, they can attend those, right? Because many conferences are like we have to attend it physically. But I think this time the students will get a chance to attend those conferences.
Yes, definitely.
Also, considering the cybersecurity industry, how do you think is cybersecurity as a career option? Like, what is the growth of this particular industry, and how will it be in the future?
Cybersecurity has become an essential part of our lives now. With everything on digital platforms, we really cannot avoid cybersecurity anymore. So I don't think that cybersecurity is ever going to die out henceforth. Like this is a field which will always have a requirement, and relatively there will be very few people who will have this kind of skill sets. So I think there is a lot of demand and the supply is less. So uh, it's a really good career opportunity. As for the pay scale, if you think cybersecurity like provides one of the highest paying jobs in the world, because of the amount of skills that you require, because of the type of job is involved, the salaries are also very high. So if you are, really into getting a really well paid job, then this can be a really good field for you.
Right. Also, would you like to share something about your company, Newton's Apple?
Yeah, so we are a startup actually. We started when we were of almost your age, second year. So Mandar, my friend, he founded this company along with Rishikesh, and then in just a few months, me and another friend of mine, Mihir, we joined this company. So today we are 4 core members of this team, and I'm very proud to say that all of our team is alumnus or current students of PVGCOET. So we have 4 more students of PVG on board with us full time. They are excellent penetration testers and hackers themselves, and they have been working with us on customer projects. So we provide security solutions to companies. Okay, so we conduct this penetration test, security audits. We provide security trainings for their employees so that they can be aware of attacks that can happen on their systems, and they can handle the situation better. And then we also do compliance auditing. Like when you go into security, there is something called as compliance. Compliance is nothing but a set of rules and regulations or protocols, you can say, which you have to follow as a security person. So we have to check whether the company is implementing all these security protocols or not. So such a procedure is called compliance auditing. So in the meantime, we also did multiple certifications. Like I myself am a globally accepted certified ethical hacker. Then Mandar is a CISSP. We also did CISA and HIPAA compliance and all these things in the meantime. So now we are a pretty competent team, and we have been working in this field like almost 4 years now.
Right. Also, what's your pearls of advice to those who are willing to explore this field of cybersecurity but don't have any knowledge right now? How should they start with it?
Okay, I would say first of all, don't underestimate yourself. Okay, even though you're not from a computer or IT background, that's perfectly fine. You just have to, have the basic skills, and uh, you can sharpen them anytime. So start learning new languages, programming languages. Try understanding how networks work, how systems work, how do they communicate with one another. You can pursue many different kinds of online courses. You can physically attend workshops whenever possible. Try to do as much as you can practically. Otherwise you're not going to learn that thing. So do that, and just remember that cybersecurity or even ethical hacking, it's like a knife. Like you can use it for good purposes as well as bad. So make a wise choice. Don't try and do any kind of hacking on just random websites, or never even try to play with government websites for that matter, because if you're found doing any kind of illegal activities, you can land in deep trouble. But if you stay on the legal side, and if you understand your boundaries well, and if you play safe, then sky's the limit for you.
Rightly said. Thank you, Aishwarya, for sharing your knowledge with us. Our listeners might have learned many new things regarding this domain through this podcast. Also, I certainly have enjoyed listening to you. Thank you once again for taking out time for shooting this podcast. I would also like to thank Chaitanya Niranthar and Rajatnam Shetty for helping me to frame these questions. Also, to all our listeners, if you want a workshop or seminar on cybersecurity, please message to us on Insta or LinkedIn, and don't forget to follow DSC PVGCOET. We will be coming with more such podcasts in the future, so stay tuned.
I hope that everyone has liked this podcast. I have tried to shoot this podcast in such a way that even if you don't know much about cybersecurity, you will be able to understand the intricacies of that. So we will be having a short break of 5 to 10 minutes, so that you can have a water maybe, because we have been conducting this conference right from the morning. So you can have a short break of 5 to 10 minutes, and don't leave the meeting because the session would be starting after 10 minutes.
Aisha ma'am, is it audible ma'am? Good afternoon ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It's audible.
Yeah.
Gandhali?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can start with it.
okay. Welcome back. Now we are moving on to another very talented guest, Dr. Sangeeta, who is currently working as an associate professor at Coimbatore Institute of Technology. She has completed her PhD in computer science and engineering from Anna University, Chennai. She has a total of 14 years of experience in teaching and has proficiency in teaching cybersecurity, digital forensics, artificial intelligence, soft computing, and many other engineering subjects. She has received various awards over the course of her career. She has been awarded as Best Professor in Girl Power Summit Awards, Entrepreneurs Council of India in 2018, as a master trainer for FSIPD program by NASCOM and Anna University in 2016, as Young Women Achiever in Engineering Women Awards Viva 2016. She is certified as patent drafter by CIPR Chennai. Today, she is going to talk about threat hunting and intelligence. So, over to you, ma'am.
Once again, welcome you all. Thank you for nice introduction you give me. Thanks for first. I want to thank Bandhu sir to give the opportunity to share my knowledge to your wonderful platform here. And thank for my organization to give the opportunity to share the knowledge here. And then thank for Aishwarya invited me and continuous giving support to me for this platform also. Now I will share my content. My presentation is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So it's like cyber hunting, I say. Cyber hunting, and we always, you can call this a defeating of cyber. Hunting of cyber is really, we are facing a many problem with this one, because cyber, we are living in the cyber world only, cyberspace. We are all working on cyberspace only. This cyberspace is mandatory now, because in this pandemic period, we all working over in this cyberspace only. Okay, we all focusing on this cyberspace, and we are working in the cyberspace. So it's very easy the hacker get into that and deal with that. And meaning this is each and every persons are a victim for that. Okay, so pandemic is for both world. Even we are upgrading about this COVID, and as well as we are upgrading about the hackers also, because COVID is related with our physical, and this is related with our credentials. Our credentials is not over only for the money. Which one is a value thing we are all sees, like anyone? Which one is very valuable for us, for our life? Can anyone guess it? Which one is valuable for us in our life? No one? No one can think of this value. Do you think it's money is value? We can't say the money is not value for us, but money is a part of the value for us. At the same time, it's very important is our data. Our data should be carefully should be take care of that, because our identity is kept by other person. They can misuse it. That will lead many problem for that. So always you should keep your identity very safe. Okay, in this picture itself, it shows like they don't directly take the money from you through the internet. They can, through the cyberspace, they can take the money. At the same time, even directly they won't take money from that. They put gloves on that. The gloves, see that in the picture itself shows like gloves, and even you can't see a individual dot space also. They cover entire thing. What is meaning of that? They can mask and they can that totally covered, and they'll have a lot of protocols to overcome that one. Then totally they'll mask and they will try to come and take your all those things. That's why we name it as a cyber hunting of that. Okay. So the olden days we deal with my agenda. I can talk about the crimes and how you can overcome that, and how you can give your security, where all the fields you can work for your projects, and you can concentrate on your research. We are in need of innovative ideas to go for your cyber security research hunting. So that is really we are in need of that. The olden days, the traditional crime, see that they are using a weapon to go for that one. That is, they are using a weapon. But nowadays, what weapon they are using? We won't close anything over there, but they will have a weapon through only the data. That is the data through our internet. So they will close it and open. So you should not concentrate. You should not give the space into the internet. So, but internet we have to use it. But hunting of that one is very, very important out there. Then how I can go with this one? So you will know that the traditional crime is through the weapon they will go. The cyber crime, they can use all the objects to get over in the cyber space and taking all your credential information, not only the money and value of that, they can take all identities of that. Okay. So the cybercrime will have different types also. I won't go with the in-depth of that because I will mainly concentrate on that research area. So this you have a type of crime. So which crime I have to focusing on more to give my security over there? Shall I give my security on that? They are hacking in where in the organization? Shall I give my security over in my own privacy data hacking to protect myself? Or I can give my security in the information threading, that is the data. Say for example, I'm Sangeeta from associate from CIT. Okay. So my name is used by another person and they are going to present somewhere else. But they said some abuse words are they are using. They are talking over there. Then what it means, that is also comes into the cyber, because they thought like I am talking like this, I am giving all the information on that, but someone is doing all those things. Then what will happen? I lost my identity. That identity is very important. It's not a value of money, but it's value of my identity and value of this everything. So that I should not lose my information. So the same thing, email bombing is very, very focusing nowadays is very, very things. Even though before going with the ransomware, email bombing is the major hacking personality we are using in it. That's all attacks. You all very well know, but DOS, denial of services, totally dump your system. You should not, whatever the objects and whatever the performance I can require, which services I can require, that service is not provided by the anyone. Okay, and Trojan attacks, that is the old, you all know that the Trojan attacks, virus and bombs, that will be in the backdrops of the problem, and that will become over there. So this type of the crimes are there. You can add with the cyber terrorism also comes under this one. That is a type of cyber crimes you can give it. This is the overall cyber crimes where I can apply my security, where I can apply my standards, where I can do my research on that, whether I be act as a white hacker, or I will be act as a gray hacker, or I will be act as a black. So that I have to put. So whenever I'll go with the hacking skill, they all focusing on the, even though the white hackers, they can enter into the black hackers. But you always should be clean of white only. Okay? Okay, anyone guess what is it the picture shows like? Anyone? Any participants? This picture shows like, why this much crowd? Is my voice is audible? Are you listening? Yeah?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible. And
Yes.
there's crowd around the car, so I think maybe some famous personalities there.
Yeah, good, sir. Thank you. It's they can say famous personality, celebrity, or some other offer they can give, or they'll be like closing of that. This are famous price over there. They will give more discount on the product. So like that, you will have more crowd. This is not actually that. See here, it's nothing but a Pokemon. You all know this Pokemon now it is abandoned on that. Pokemon game, they all people are playing a Pokemon game and they will try to capture the Pokemon over there in the places. I think some of them you played Pokemon, I think so. Okay, but actually in the olden days, my son has also played this Pokemon. That time he said he never walk around to the, even for the shop he want to go. What he will take a bike and he'll go. He'll drive the car and they will go. But what happened? No, I'm really surprising over there. He walked around the that is in the road and he went to the shop. I'm really so happy. I asked him, then he said in the corner place they have a Pokemon with a highly score. So this is the way they people are gathering in the single place. So that game is also make it as a crime. How you can make it as a crime using the game? Because I'm targeting the people who are coming to the single place and gathering in the single place, that I can do my cyber terrorism here. I can put the bomb blasting over there. It's possible, no? So that's why you should not very dumb to this the game and all. Okay, the game wherever they won't see. See in this picture, all the people are seeing this mobile. They all close it together. So this is the case they exposed to the cyber crime. Okay. Okay, I can if I can use my internet, but I don't shop in online. Whether I am a victim of that cyber crime, because in the online I can do it. My transactions or whatever over there I can do it. Then automatically I can follow whether the victim of the cyber crime. Actually, this for the olden days. This will be like cybercrime victim is here. They say no, it's true. The statement is true or false. I can say it's a false because I didn't do my shop. But he said no. Yeah, not only the transaction of that, they can take your identity for this victim and they can pass you a virus. So this totally false. Again, I will come to the same the knowledge. You can have identity theft as a type of crime. Yes, they can stolen all your criminal activities on there. Okay, say for example, here organizing that is Aishwarya ma'am is communicated with me through message. Okay, I'm opening this message. Okay, I believe her. She didn't send any virus to me. She's also believing me. Trust is very important over there. The trust, but I can't trust anything. So the WhatsApp nowadays you have a major issues on WhatsApp also. So if I can send the message, simple message, hi message to Aishwarya, okay, then what will happen? She simply open. You all know not only the URL hidden behind that, and not only that you can have your virus. So even a single token of the single character, I can send my virus, so that you can door with the backdoor of your mobile phone in any app which one is I'm targeting. That in the background, the cache it will store. It's store and retrieving all the information. I want to create a that is the virus or the backdrops that should be put in on that. I'm targeting with the her mobile with the app of gallery. Okay, I can send it. I can gather all the information and I can use it for this. This is actually happened. So don't open your messages, whatever the things, even the known person. You should carefully open the messages because you don't know whether the person is targeting you or not. You are the victim or not. Then how I can save myself because they are a friend. How I can save I can give my trust. So that's why I don't believe anyone. Install the antivirus in your mobile phone. Okay, and another cybercrime, you are all very known this one with the Blue LA game. Many of the people are suicide in this changes. So this several people are targeting your camera on the gallery only. So from this, how I can the vulnerable you can overcome this one. Anyone can try, no one can try. Why they will go with this? Because they are targeting and they are changing their mind. So they play the game. So how I can avoid this type of game? I can, so whatever the game you can come to this internet, they play with this. Don't go with this one because you don't know what will be the backside of that backdrop. You can have it. Any free app or free game for you, don't install in that and don't synchronize with your actual credentials. They become always if any game you want. That you can't give it to us. Give this talk with that. Okay, so normally what you have to do, you should not go with this one. So don't play is also. This is the very important. Any free app you can get that. Don't download it. Don't play is also. Okay. And the next one. 1 minute. I think. It's clear only because I got again technical problem. Is it my voice is audible here?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you. So in this, whenever free, you have to think why they will give free to you. You all know Truecaller, no? Truecaller is it a benefited one? How they can get it? Suppose once you install Truecaller in your mobile phone, what they will do? They will track your contacts through your contacts. How many contacts you can store? 200 or 300 contacts you can store. From that, the 300 contacts they will take back. Okay, they will take all the contacts and they can upload it in the database. They will sold. They will sell all yours. They sold all yours. They get the money. Then why should you know the person whether the called who is that person? You can install your Truecaller only. You can identify that. You identify. You attend this. If it is unknown, you cut the call. Don't respond for them and put it into block. Okay, that you can have. You can do it. So it's very this is old and this history in the 2017, but the later you will have a lot of history over there. This challenges are there. It's really very pathetic on that one. It's targeting with the teenage people and also as the kids. You all know about this Momo. Momo challenge is also even each and everything. Momo is also try to. This is also they will try to get your credentials. Momo is. Over with the many challenges on that, but it's not come to our country, but they will also, they will stop in our country, they will stop there itself. And the Facebook is very dangerous. Don't go with this one. Again and again, repeatedly, we'll say like, don't go with the social media. You can use the social media for your own safety purpose. Don't go with this, that. Don't upload your photos. And every time you will have I'm going out. I'm with him. I am there. I am in the particular movie. That you can upload it every time. Then the hacker says like you are not in home, you are not in the particular place. Then automatically, easily they will come and do all the bugs. They can take. So this will be very dangerous for that. They can morph your own photos, what you can upload it in those. That is also very dangerous for that. Even nowadays you can get like in the US. I think in the last month. One patient died because of cyber terrorism. What actually, the ransomware attack. So the ransomware attack, the particular hospital is attacked by the ransomware. So they in US and always all the informations are stored in the central database of that particular hospital. So the patient informations, once they totally encrypted and the lost, how the particular person, that is the doctor, know which medicine they want to give the particular patient. They don't know because the history, everything is stored in the particular server. They retrieve it and they can do it because everything is a digital one. So the because of that ransomware attack, the entires are encrypted. The doctors don't know about that, which medicine they want to give it to the patients to patient. This is the latest crime they can happen over there. So that healthcare is also the ransomware affect more and more things. So that's why we always say like you can target it with us, you can complete it with the cyber and cryptocurrencies also. So this is same blackmail also. Nowadays they'll be a friend for me, and later they'll not be a friend for you. Then why you can share all your photos and videos to them? So every time we'll take selfie and send it to them. Selfie and send it to them. Why we have to send to their friends and they will have all your photos and videos to their then they will threatening you. Now if they're threatening you, you always immediately you contact with the police, or you can directly. First of all, anybody threatening you, don't go your police or whatever the things. Your mom and dad and your parents, if you are the people who are be married, the better off. So you believe you're better off. You believe your mom and dad, or if you can believe your sister, can share all your information to them. They will give the solution. Then you'll go with this next level. This is a very important you have to share, because many students are facing a many problem with the cybercrime, with the blackmail. Okay, then these are all the crimes actually. Then I have to focus on my cyber security. In these are all the places I have to apply. I have to apply my cyber security on safe browsing on email. Always do your browsing through the what is that? Through private window, cognitive window. Through that you can do your mail, whatever the things, social networks, whatever you want to see, that you can go with this. Then your security comes over there. So I can apply my security on the software and applications, attacks and threats, even the identity threat, where I can don't lose your identity. You can put your cyber security over there. In your mobile devices also you can consider privacy data preservation, PDP. That is very, very important. You have to keep track of that. Okay, and commonly you have to give the general securities also. General security, passwords. Okay. We have always seen in the olden days, you all know about that. In the banking system, okay, you have an ATM. If someone person is targeting you, okay, they kidnapping you, okay, they kidnapping you, have your they have your ATM, okay, they will kidnapping you and they will stop. They'll keep you in your car and he have the ATM, and directly they will enter into the ATM machine and they will enter and they'll ask you, give your PIN number. Okay, so because they are threatening you, so they automatically will give you a PIN number and all get the PIN number and come back. Then automatically banking sectors discuss with the people who are the cyber specialists, or they'll say like, okay, what you will do, will act as a finger. That is what is it? We'll get the finger prints. Okay, the research people are saying, okay, not only the PIN number, we'll go with the fingerprints. Okay, the same thing, the same another person, same kidnapping, you think it like fingerprints, how you can go with this? Because the camera is there. In the ATM center, camera is there. If they are threatening you and you can go with the printer, it's not possible. Then what? They will think like, he will try to cut your finger. Okay, cut your finger directly, keep your finger inside, below his or her finger, and they will touch it, they will do the transaction. Then it is possible. Then how I can secure myself? Again, the researchers are thinking over that. What they will do? We will think it like the fingerprints, the blood cells are live or not. You have to analyze whether the image processing, whether the blood cells are alive or not. If it is alive, okay. Then again, the research people are thinking, if I cut finger and I can keep it on there. Again, the research people, you have to think it. Blood cells are alive for a second. So you will cut immediately, they will go and touch. That time the blood cells are alive. Again, the research people are thinking over there. If blood flow is there in between the finger and the hand, that is the blood flow. The blood flow should be continuously there. Then the fingerprints are allowed to get the money. Okay, this is actually, you have to think, you are the young engineers and young people, you have to think where I have to give, wherever the hackers try to hacking, you have to think more security. So for that only fingerprints is okay, then the fingerprint is also a drawback. What you will have it, they clone your fingerprints. Instead of cutting, this is different way. They will clone and they will go. So nowadays they will come to the iris. Okay, even iris or drawback will have, because in this iris they can put it instead of that iris they will have the lenses. That is also cybercrime. Then hackers are trying to get it through this iris. Then again the research people are thinking, okay, nowadays we will go with the EEG signal. Through EEG signal, no one can hack. So I will go with the EEG signal. Okay, so the EEG signal they are trying to provide the what is it? They will give the security. So this is the way you have to think over there. So I will go by the need of security, because vulnerability and malicious codes are increasing day by day. So the hacker or attacker, introducer, all these they will do. So you have to more give your standard and security and the research go over there. Then you will get the best one. Okay. So do you think like the people, always the organization or the people, they will try to get your confidential data. Nowadays, the Aadhaar, we all know about Aadhaar. Our Aadhaar card is give the loophole to all, because it is connected with the entire things. Once you know your Aadhaar number, I can get your bank number, I can get your PAN number, I can get your all the credentials, I can get your address. So everything I can get it. Okay, so don't lose your Aadhaar ID to anywhere. Okay, that is very important. Then you all know small bots is there. Then that bot you will have a robot mosquito is there. Okay. This bot this developed by the UK's country. Sorry, UK. They can use for the military purpose. They can use it. What is that? In the border, the military people are there. You want to collect the blood samples for continuous testing. At the same time, they want to give any vaccines also. They developed this mosquito. Okay, so this mosquito robot sees, checks with this. You have a camera and microphone is there in this mosquito, and you'll have the power sources there. They will be giving a power on that. In this syringe, they will try to give you the legs appear. So what will happen? If they hold it, and they will inject the what the syringe we can have. Otherwise, it will collect the blood sample of that army people, and they will go for the continuous testing. So they will have monthly testing, and then that will be helpful. This is for that purpose only they developed this mosquito robot. But this type of bot robot is also targeted by the hacker to do the cybercrime. What cybercrime I can do it here? What they will do? They will direct the inject, that is, instead of collecting the what is the blood samples from that particular raw paper, they will try to inject that poisons are there, or they can try to inject the, instead of the syringe, you can put some chip, that chip is installed in that particular one. If the backside of the people, if it is injected, then no one can see and respond on that. But it's very dangerous, the bot is there. Actually, I convey this and shown to the students here. What they said, like this, they know they can't able to inject the value to me, ma'am. Why I asked, really amazing how it is possible, but because it's a backside or the in your hand it will come and inject you, how you know? Because it's a mosquito only now. But immediately they said like that mosquito should carry that information, or they try to inject it while it sit on my hand or the lap, or immediately I will slap it, no, so it will destroy it. So that is actually happened over there. So that time what they will think it like, they have camera over there. If you try to slap that particular mosquito, it will try to move it. Okay, there is the security. Their hackers are very clever than us. So they will write a program. If any object is coming nearby the particular row, it will move from that particular places. That is very important over there. Okay. So how I can protect myself? The mobile devices, basically you can have a password. Okay, I can give like number is password, but fingerprint is safe, or number is safe, or face recognition is safe. Do you think I put my face recognition for my mobile? No one can open it. It's not like that. Even you can put your password, you can open. Even you can have a number lock, it may open. Even if you have a face recognition, it will be opened by others. So this is called, for our safety only, we'll say it's a password protection, but it is not a password protection. So actually what you will do, I can save myself. The password protection is stopped over there. You can save yourself always. Don't give your mobile phone to anyone, and don't share your mobile part. You will giving it if you love, if a friend reduce that what is that mobile, they said my net, actually I have only low net, percentage of only 10% of, let us say, please share your net. They ask you, then immediately through the mobile part you can share yours. Then what will happen? Then immediately you will share. Then they will want to try any criminal activities too in between that. They will try to do that part. So that is very important. So don't share your mobile spots to, that is your internet, to anyone. Okay, and I can use my VPN, or you can use your wireless security key, and don't use the USB. Nowadays you have OTG pen drive. This pen drive you can use for your mobile phone and this, as well as your system. Whenever your system slows down or mobile performance slows down, immediately you can crash it, and you can reload it and recycle and everything you have to do, because the virus is dumped on that over there. Then only, because it's replicating, so over there automatically it will be dumped together. So you have to think over that any virus. Always be caution with your cookies, and always be caution your background process. Check your control panel with the performance analysis continuously. Perform. If you are switched on, you are closed all your programs running, or multitasking or multi-programming, even you closed everything, but you will see that previous the performance, if it's something is over there, it's running over there. That is a daemon process, background process is running over there. Think about it, someone is hacking for yours. So it should be very careful over there. Okay, so okay, the cybercrime, from the cybercrime, how I can save myself. So that's to tackling of this cybercrimes only. The laws are there. So some intellectual property rights and copyrights and protection. So everything comes under into the laws. So they installed this. They passed this IT Act Post 2000 law. This laws, I think you all know this law, so I won't get into this law too much. I will just show this law, because each and everything which crime is belongs to that one. So you have a cyber crime against a person. Okay, what is that? Melissa Laubach virus, it's very famous. It's Osama bin Laden is also dealing with this one. Cybercrime is also. So cybercrime persons targeting with the one person and did everything. Even the cybercrime against property. So that is, you can have it as a vandalism. That is, they targeted with the organization that properties will go. Cybercrime against the government. That you all know, Al Qaeda, they did this cybercrime process on that particular places. So this is also the targeted crimes against a person, against property, against the government. Okay, this virus, you see the malicious is replicated over there here. It's continuously tracking of that. You will get the text value of BBS of Laubach virus. This is also continuously replicating them. So whenever you will check the background process is over there, and continuously you check over there, then automatically you can stop yours. That is, you don't share anything immediately. Clear all your cookies and clears all your caches or everything. So this actually, you know, it's very really, it's very tough. They will have get track of us or good through that they will get the cybercrime. These people are totally affected on that one. And offense and loss will be cyberspace is also there. That if you are tampering or you are hacking with the company, even you can take your others mobile phone in your hand. They said without the knowledge they can take in the mobile phone. It's automatically that is also considered the crime. Okay, so publishing your materials on internet. Say for example, nowadays now I am presenting my PPT. Okay, I'm believing that this PPT you will not copy of that, but already I know organization is recording this one, because I know if you are organizing anyone, it's a recording. But if they, I don't know whether it is not recording, but they will record and they will publish in the internet. That is in the common, the YouTube, if they can follow. Without my knowledge, they can do that is itself your because I'm organized. I organize the data liability. Mandis sir give all the talk within PPTs also. That whenever I use the PPT or if I can use the materials and the recorded material, sure I have to put the rights to this, the rights that is collected by this month. So I have to mention that one. So otherwise, as per the law, I say without my knowledge, without my things and my materials are published in this internet. So that is also you can should be covered. Even though if you are did any research articles, that is before you publish it, if some other thing if they are try to publish that one, that is also comes into the cyber crime. This act is totally useful for us. So that will be used. So these are all the some act is there. The relevant acts you all know that. I think you have section 65, 66. You even have A, 65A, B, C. Unauthorized access, breaching of that, publishing false digital signal. Because see, this 73 Act is very carefully have, because any digital certificate nowadays in the pandemic situation in the 1 year period, all be digital signature certificate only. They are all giving digital signature certificate. So this in the certificate only they provided. So false certificate, what is that? The digital sign is used by other one and they will try to give it. That is under the section. I don't want to go in this one because you know this is very important key factors. This is I have to say that key cyber security trends for 2021. Actually 2020 to 21. This is the first one security. I have to give uncontrolled access to the personal data that could stabilize the digital society. So I have to give my security over there. What uncontrolled access to the personal data? Because my personal data I can store in my mobile phone and in my all my laptops or all my devices. From that they will have. I don't keep that one. They will try to continuously. They can take all the status of that. What you have to do? They don't save your direct encryption data. Those should always I'll say like even my contacts is taken by other person. Say for example, my friend. Say is my friend. Basically, we are a computer science based. So what will happen? Suppose my friend want to take my another that is a so boyfriend want to take the phone number of my girlfriend. Okay, if they want to take, so consider like A try to access the B contact. What they will take from the contact list because they know the name of that particular person is Smita. They will directly because I'm saving like Smita, no. So what will happen immediately? They will take the contacts. But nowadays, actually, the young generation are so clever. What they will do, they will directly, they won't save the name. Instead of that, they will give the name of the person with the nickname. They will give it the nickname. Okay, so that is really good. The nickname, no one can identify who is the particular person. So the contacts and the information is not. So similar, your password, don't save that. Actually, my friend actually on the time we sat together and have the lunch. That time, first a call came. Okay, that time I will see the call. You will get like an exception. Okay, what is this exception you can? It's my better off. Okay, actually, so for the better off, you put like an exception. So because no one it's handled because error is can't handle, but the exception is handled by the exception handler. No, so he said she is an exception handler. Her husband is an exception. So that's his feelings really so good. And then see like siblings, they can put inheritance concept because the concept wise they can save the people. So no one can take back this. So similar, your password, don't directly give your password. You can encrypt that in your own language and you can do it. That is the first one, personal. The second one, smart consumer devices are spreading faster than they can be secured. All have your iWatch. All I can use my earrings with the safety measure. You all know, in my earring, safety earring purchased in Amazon, it feels like if someone is trying to attack on me, I can just touch my my watch. It's automatically the earring. What will happen? It will make a sound. So and that will be the beep sound you can get it. So automatically that it goes with the nearby persons. Not only the sound, it should be mobile phone with the high alarm sounds you can get. That is the alarm is like a siren alarm. Once you get the siren alarm, immediately all it be attracted by the other one. So whenever you go with the smart devices, then you should be secure yourself. Otherwise, other people can hack and do with that one. Okay, in the iWatch, what you will do? You are attending a call. Whenever through the iWatch, if you can, because through the internet only be working over that. Whenever I can attend automatically, they will synchronize and they will talk instead of the. They will man in the middle of. They will compromise you, and he will talk with the particular person. That will happen. So you have to secure yourself. That is very important. And the second, it's like owning a medical device increases the risk of an internet health diseases. It's like we can call this an internet of medical things. That is IOMT. What is the meaning of that? I have excuse me. Can I have some water, please? Excuse me. So I have it as in the health. 1 minute. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, here internet health, this is what we will have now, medical. Suppose I am having my IoT cloud, that is an iWatch, it reads my ECG, that my level, heartbeat level, and it says my temperature level, it says like my pulse level, so everything analyzed and it be sent it back to the doctor because I am a patient. Okay, so suppose I consider I am a patient, I wear the watches, that medical device is there. So that medical device continuously sending in information. What will happen? Hackers think like is that your heartbeat level? I will say my heartbeat is 80. But what he will transfer the message is my heartbeat is 120. What will happen immediately? What is the doctors will come and give the medicine to you. But actually your heartbeat level is the correct level only. You have a 72 to 80 only. But sending a message like what is that? You will have a heartbeat like 120. Then automatically they will give the medicine to you and they will then what will happen? The patient will die. So this is happen in this. There you will have a more risk over there. So there you will have a cyber security. Then new targets for the cyber attacks is vehicle and transport infrastructure. So vehicles, you all know all our vehicles are with this one. So we are taking reverse one. Okay. See, WAN is very important. Nowadays, we are using WAN area network. So that is vehicle area network. Here, what they will happen to, you will check. See, very important. We can consider with our metro. Metro is also. Think about it. The particular time interval, and then they'll identify the physical distance between that two train data that will be captured, and information is through the cloud. It will be goes there. Do they think their hacking is there already in the platform Metro 1? Metro is lighting. If I can say no one is there, they hack and change, then automatically another will come and it will be crashed. So it's happened in this normal vehicles also. So we have to concentrate more on that. The transport will go with the infrastructures is also you have to consider over there. And then another last three bonus of vulnerability is real-time operating system also. This will be in which this you always keep this RTTS real-time wherever you can apply your operating system. The work will be over there. There also you will give your security. Supply chains under attack. That is very important. You are ordering that Amazon. You are ordering some products over there. They will have a chain of activities until you reach your viewers. Okay, the packing was everything. What will happen? You are trying to order some materials, but the hackers you try to change that orders. So instead of that, that order is totally different. But that maybe you can consider whatever maybe they'll change it. And while the packing and delivering itself, they can change that address and they change the medicine. So everything they can change in the supply chain. Then it will affect the actual organization who is actually doing the business over there. So the last one, that is a threats to shipping or not reality. That is a shipping. You will go with this. The particular allotment you can have for the shipping of that particular product. That they'll try to acting on the particular one. Their allotment is totally different, and they'll try to oversee. This is the major key cyber security trends for this 2021. You have to consider all those things and do your research on each and every time where you can apply your cyber security and where I can provide my security, that you can keep it in your mind. So this is what I want to share with you. So that's my conclusion. I will give like cyber law is essential for this thing because in this pandemic period, everything is in cyber and everything is in digital. So this is really needed, and we are in need of some SOP also. Set of protocols is needed, and you have to update the SOP in every time. Then it will be helpful for you, and you have to save yourself and save your family. So automatically the nation will come together. So you have to from that only you can achieving the global peace and all. It's very important. If you are you already lose in the cyberspace, you are living in the cyberspace, you have to secure yourself. Okay, so even though it's happened on that, through the cyber forensics I can identify the evidences, I can prove everything, and you can submit it in the laws, and with the evidence I can submit, I can find the criminals person, and easily you can track over that. That is also possible through the court of law. But don't go with this, and we can prevent ourselves from the victim of the hacker. This is what I want to share. Okay, there's a 10 golden rules. If you are following with this one, we have to save ourselves from the cyber. That is a victim from the cyber case. This is very important over there. You all know this, but you can follow this. These are all the some golden rules. Don't share your code, don't share your websites, don't respond to a spam mail, and whenever if you can do your purpose, or whenever you can do your transaction check with this secure transaction HTTPS, secure transaction is over there, or whatever maybe that you will go with this one. Okay, so this is 10 golden rules you have to follow. So this one, cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility, not only the government responsibility, not only the particular organization responsibility. It's everyone's responsibility, and protect your information at home and work. It's automatically protect our nation. It's very important. Thank you all for your patient listening and the space giving by the organization also. Thank you once again. I'll say thanks for all. And if you have any queries, you can ask me. I'm always says like together will give the power. So that's why I always says like together you will get the power for that. Okay, teamwork always success. So whenever you lead team, sure. That's why we all any research works. If any teamwork, we're always together with the projects. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for making time to put on this amazing presentation. It was really very insightful and very interesting. So, thank you so much for being with us today. So,
Thank you.
moving on, now I request Rutuja to carry on to the event from here. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. The next participant who would be presenting the presentation is Atharva Bhamburkar, who's from third year. College is PVG, College of Engineering. And the topic of his presentation is Study of Clickbaits, Browser Hijacking, and Browser-Based Cost Differences. So I request Atharva to start his presentation.
Thank you, Rituja. I believe I'm audible, loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. A very warm good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Welcome to all my peers and my dear friends. Uh, the topic that I'll be talking about today is something that you all have experienced at some point of time. So let me walk you through the experience so that you all recollect to what it is like every day. So one fine day, you are browsing your Facebook and you see there is a post that has popped up on your timeline which says it was a miracle that he got so many claps and people gathered in the new conference room. You'll be stunned what happened next, and this genuinely does tickle your curiosity. So you decide to give it a try and you say, okay, let's see what happens, and you click on it. And when you do that, when you click on the post, this happens. So there is a security warning, and it says the program has been detected some sort of a virus, and they are trying to provide you with some sort of a free antivirus to help you out of the situation. In this situation, my dear friends, you have encountered a clickbait, and that is how these clickbaits work. So clickbait in definition, according to the Oxford, is a material put on the internet in order to attract attention and to encourage visitors to click on a link to a particular website. Now this particular website could be for promotional purposes, it could be for some charity purposes, it doesn't matter. Very sorry, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is they want to sell the idea or the product, or let's say the idea here is the product. And very ironically, on the same page which defines a clickbait is where you'll find more and more such clickbaits. Moving forward, I did a simple research on the topic to find what are the browser based differences. Now we'll see these clickbaits uh, are there on some sort of they follow some sort of a pattern. To trace that pattern, I took a consensus from people on what kind of browser they are using, what kind of experience they have faced, and based on that I present you the following conclusions. So let us see what is the percentage of people who downloaded the prompted software on a clickbait, and it is astonishingly 31%. So out of every 10 people who encounter a clickbait, those 3 poor souls are actually downloading a virus or a malware or any unwanted file that may harm your identity, your personal computer, or can just detour the entire performance of a particular app. So I would like to ask you guys to not do this. Now let's have a little mathematics. For example, a number of daily active users on Facebook are at any given point of time about 1.6 billion. Now consider there is a website of single web page with a clickbait advert. The research conducted suggests to earn about $100, somewhere about 100, 110, it averages out to $100 per day. You need to have at least 60,000 visitors on your website. Now, if you're part of those 31% of the users who downloaded a prompted software, congratulations, you are one of those. Now you do the math, more than 5 million people. Now, the advertiser just earned 9,960 times more money than was intended. Now, don't be happy if you're, one of those 69% of people who don't think you didn't download the service, and were some sort of heroes who didn't do the cape. But did the clickbait reopened again at least once after closing? Yes, it reopened for about 80% of times. Now the numbers are about 78.6, but let's average it out to 80. So what does the data have to say about this? If you're part of the 21.4% people who did not have a clickbait anytime again, congratulations, you just achieved nirvana. But for some time at least, because then you're again pressed in the news cycle that the adware starts, and for the remaining 78.6% people, you're again reintroduced in the same circle called time. Okay, just kidding, it's adware. I mean, because every web page you open, you find those. Now, this is a demographic of the number of browsers that the people are using. Let's look at the demographic, and it speaks for itself. About 50% of people are using Google Chrome. A very few are using Safari with 6.5, and UC browser, very sorry, UC browser about 13% of people. Firefox a mere 2%. Now, these are the browsers which have showed the maximum adwares. Now, you'll also find YouTube video being part in this comparison. Now, this is there because the entire website runs on the idea of selling a particular product by putting ads in between the videos. Comparing that to Firefox, it's exactly equal. So on an average Firefox user would find a similar ads, a pattern of ads as much as you find on a YouTube video. And going ahead, there is a demographic which speaks for itself. If you're using a certain type of a browser, then you would have to pay more. Yes, you did hear me correctly. If you're using a certain service, a certain browser, or a certain application, then in that case, you have to pay more. Now, this is a comparison which I have found on some of the leading websites which are selling consumer electronics. For a same Samsung TV, which you would found on newegg.com, a Chrome user was offered about $997. These prices are in dollars because I have used the American sites for this survey, because we've seen the adware network is more, I would say, complexly sieved or crawled through all the services. So that's why I've used the American demographic just to assess the reach of them. So when we see a same Samsung TV, model, let's say Samsung TV A, on newegg.com, a Chrome user was offered a price of $997, while a Firefox or an Internet Explorer user was offered astonishingly $1,399, which is way more than the exact cost. Now, in another incident, a similar Samsung TV on Walmart.com was offered at a price of $199 on Firefox, while it was just for $168 on Chrome and on Internet Explorer. Orbitz.com, a hotel renting chain, as experimenting with a 30% premium on Mac users as they search for a select hotel rooms versus a PC users, which amounts to about $20 to $30 more than a PC user. When asked for an explanation, Orbit stated that Mac users make more money and are interested in fancier hotels. So it is just like giving a person who is driving a Bentley or a Ferrari more price for the same item as compared to someone who drives an Alto. It is a funny comparison, but it is what is being used in this competitive market. So any tips here would be: use the cheapest available laptop with the cheapest available software to shop for your MacBook accessories. All right, moving on. How do the clickbaits actually annoy you? I mean, how do they actually work? So this is an ad broker, and I am going to now show you how this actually all actually results in browser jacking. Now, what you're seeing here is a GIF of how an ad blocker is installed and how and the ad blocker itself is giving more ads. I believe let's wait for it to start from the scratch. Okay, now we are adding an extension so that there is an automatic 4K HD sort of thing there. Wonderful. So it says you have to install an ad blocker for Chrome. And when we go there, the ad blocker itself is giving you ads. Now, this is happening because we are trying to install extensions that are not from a registered source or from a standardized entity or an organization. So I would, insist that you should not do anything of such sort. Now, let's move to browser jacking. Browser jacking is basically when an extension changes itself and modifies and manipulates the browser's internal setting without prior knowledge of the user who is browser jacking. Quite recently, a lot of the net users have complained that when using a certain browser, they were logged out of all their Instagram accounts and they were unfriended by all the accounts that they were following, which is a very bad thing. About 4.2 million users who had downloaded the above shown extension started seeing ads to pop up ad blocker. So it is basically create a problem and sell the solution, which is what they are doing in a non-stop loop. Ironically, the extension that is supposed to stop the adware started showing up such notifications and ads as frequently as about once per hour. So in conclusion, be very vigilant while carrying transactions on a browser or a website with high number of adwares on it. 11.9% people have reported the ATM frauds after encountering such malicious adwares. Now, a question might come up that 11.9% is such a low number, but out of 100, when 11.9, let's take it to 12. When out of 100, about 12 people are reporting ATM frauds, that is 100% of those 12 people are being looped of money. Use high quality antivirus, as 64% people have reported their antivirus was no use against these adwares. Now, here I would like to mention that these antiviruses of used by these 64% people were of some lower sort of subscription fee, or they were not using those add-ons. So I would suggest, or I would insist to use those particular type of add-ons that would help you from these clickbaits. Do not fill your confidential info on these sites opened after clicking such clickbaits. So in cybersecurity, we have something called as social engineering and phishing, where we try to analyze a person's interest, show him such sort of links or ads so that he clicks on them, and we send you some sort of a login link. A very famous type of phishing attack or a social engineering attack is when the person receives an email on his account saying that his account has been blocked or has been temporarily logged out and needs to log in back through the given link or has to verify. And when you click on it and fill in your confidential info, you see there is not much happening. And when you start or when you open your account on your mobile phone, you find that it is running smoothly, and you thank that link for coming in at the right time. But in reality, what the hacker has done is actually taken control of your credentials and now is parting happily with his friends with your money. All right, I would like to end this with a simple quote. Security is not absence of danger, but the presence of a stronger entity, such as of God, no matter what the danger. And with this, I would like to thank you all for giving me your time and listening so patiently for this short presentation. And now I'd like to open the dais for any discussions or any questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Atharva. It was really helpful and very interesting. Now I hand it over to Vinod for further discussion.
Thank you, Rutuja. So also thank you, Atharva, for such a great presentation. So I would like to request Chaitanya to share his, like, we will be having a discussion on data privacy because as all of you might know, there has been some discussion going around regarding WhatsApp and Signal regarding the data concerns. So Chaitanya has prepared a presentation and he will be presenting it and we will sort of have a discussion on it. So Chaitanya, are you ready?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vinod. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm here to discuss about a recent controversy in data privacy that was making rounds. Yes, it is about WhatsApp versus Signal. So what was this controversy? Recently, WhatsApp users were sent a mandatory in-app notice, which when agreed allowed WhatsApp to share significant data of the user with its parent company, Facebook. Now, this policy claimed to use this information, which includes users' phone number, email address, location, IP address, etc., to improve services and show relevant ads. But this policy received a lot of backlash from the users. WhatsApp later clarified that it does not read or share any personal chats, messages, and that it cannot and that users can opt out of this features if they aren't comfortable. Now here in this slide you can see the screenshot of the privacy policy and the tweet that WhatsApp did after the backlash. Due to this controversial policy, people started shifting to Telegram and Signal. So why Signal? Signal is an encrypted app that lets you send messages and makes calls via the internet. Signal's USP is its focus on the privacy. It also supports group chats and video calls. Signal is also an open source and its code is peer reviewed, which means that its privacy and security is regularly checked by independent experts. Elon Musk also tweeted and appealed people to use Signal, which gave a huge advantage to the Signal, as this tweet came when Musk was making headlines for becoming the richest man. Signal Advance saw its shares rise by 5,100% in 3 days after this tweet. Nearly 7.5 million users were added on Signal in the second week of January, nearly 43 times more than the previous week. Now that's a huge number. So let's discuss. What do you think about this controversy? Has WhatsApp started to compromise its privacy policy? What do you guys think?
Yeah. Fantastically presented, Chaitanya. So we are open to discussion. It would be nice if anyone could share their views on it, because yeah, Aishwarya.
I request all participants to interact openly, okay? Akanksha, Divya, Aniket, please start speaking up, okay?
Yes,
Hello,
Aniket.
good afternoon, everyone. I would like to add something to this. Mark Zuckerberg acquired WhatsApp in 2015. So at that time, when he acquired WhatsApp, he added his own compliances, such as there is a HIPAA compliance in, as we all know, there is a HIPAA compliance in health. So there are certain compliance which Mark Zuckerberg follows, and such compliances act as behalf of him. I mean, he himself designs these compliances and uses his, as a result, WhatsApp or any other app in the Zuckerberg universe, as we call it.
Aniket, I might have to stop you here. There is a
Yeah,
very harsh
there is some
whisper
noise.
in your
Yeah,
end.
there is some noise at your end. Can you please mute yourself?
One
Yeah.
second, one second.
Yeah. Yeah. Others can have a discussion on it. Personally, what I feel is that WhatsApp has been criticized heavily, not because of the only thing that like they have released some, uh, like they have requested users to share some data, but it has been on the radar since Facebook. because we share a lot of our private personal information in the social domain, and WhatsApp, Instagram, or Facebook mainly use this particular data to manipulate our feelings. So if someone has seen a film called on Netflix, I don't recall the exact name right now, but yeah, The Social Dilemma. It represents how our moods, our views, or our day-to-day lives get manipulated by these social media handles. And because we have been using this social media since like almost now at least 5 to 6 years, we have been so habitual to it, we don't even think before discussing very personal information or letting out our information on this particular social media handles. uh, so I think that's one of the things that people have decided to go with Signal. We also saw a huge number of rise of the users using Signal, especially after Elon Musk tweeted that use Signal. There has been an incremental, exponential rise in the number of users that have been using Signal. So yeah, this is what I think, and I personally haven't started using Signal yet because WhatsApp has been so habitual for me. But I think in future, if everyone starts to use Signal, it would be probably might replace WhatsApp. I'm not sure about it, though. Others, what do others think about it? I would like to know some if anyone supports WhatsApp in this, going against the flow, maybe. No one?
Hello, I'm audible
Yeah.
now.
Yes, Atharva.
Hi. Okay. All right. So before I jump into the this discussion, I would like to highlight what WhatsApp has done to us in the these all these years. Uh, WhatsApp has always been, I mean, it has been the first sort of in social media that has been given to us since the smartphones became so available to all of us. So I think WhatsApp being there for such a long time has now created a product impact on our minds. Sort of something that we rely on. I think a good analogy here would be calling the 2 minute noodles as Maggie every time whenever we speak of them. So I think that is the impact that WhatsApp has done on us. So although I do not support in terms of what WhatsApp has done, because the metadata that they're sharing uh, for a certain user can actually backtrack a person uh, up to that can portray his certain behavioral patterns, and that you can make a particular digital profile out of it. But somewhere it would need time, because it has been with us for so long. And an unfortunate example, let's call it that way, has been that I myself personally, although I have Signal, Telegram, and WhatsApp all three installed in my phone, I somehow still find it convenient for me to use WhatsApp than any other media. Maybe it is because the other have not caught on yet, or some other psychological stigma that I have. But I think that is what it is, and that is what is going to take longer than actually stating the real facts. So if we can actually find something that is as convenient as WhatsApp, although the others are somewhere similar on the I mean are on the somewhere similar platform, or I would say they share a parallel, but it is not as convenient, or let's say a people's social media yet. So I think we should see the trend that people still hang around onto WhatsApp for a little longer. So that is what I think. Again, the this dais is open for discussion.
Uh, Actually, Atharva, I have one doubt because I don't know exact like I'm not aware about exact cybersecurity terms, but
Mm-hmm.
WhatsApp states that the messages are end-to-end encrypted, right?
Uh-huh.
Uh, so how does basically it takes the data? Because I don't understand that
Okay. That's
thing.
a wonderful question that you have asked, and that is something that everyone is a little confused about. If every time whenever we see our WhatsApp chats, we see that this chat is end-to-end encrypted. Then what is the problem? Why do we need to actually, take a notice of what has happened with their privacy policy? It hardly makes any difference. For example, if I'm sending something to my friend, it is entirely encrypted. The entire data is encrypted. So why does anyone have to worry about the privacy? But here, what is going to happen is that they are going to share the metadata. Now, metadata of a certain conversation is, let's say, what is the size of the conversational packages or packets that have been sent. So let's take an example. I have to say, I am sending you a simple hi. In that hi message, right? So this entire packet of data is going to have some sort of a packaging from my phone that reaches your phone, and this is going to go through a transit line that's we call a network. Now what is going to happen is they can actually see that what kind of weight does that package have. So there are, let's say, two alphabets in that. So there is a certain weight to it, weight in terms of what uh, what is the data, or let's say sending a simple hi takes 2 megabytes of data, so they have that data. Now moreover, what they have is they know at what point of time or at what time I am sending my friend a hi. So with that, what they can do is they can send me a targeted advertisement. Say I am active on social media, say WhatsApp, from 2 to 4. I am sending out all the text messages, all the messages to my friends and groups at somewhere between 2 to 4 p.m. Now, what I will be experiencing will be a surge of advertisements or targeted adwares in the time between 2 to 4, and that is just the starting. uh, if you have seen, or if you go out and see what kind of privileges that a phone takes when he installs the software, you would find that WhatsApp is going to share even the basic hardware data that there is. Now that includes the current battery percentage, that includes the GPS positioning, that includes the camera settings, that includes your microphone settings. So all in all, what it is going to do is it is going to build a wall, a single wall for an entire house. So what is happening is it's a transparent wall. So even though you cannot hear what they are trying to speak, you can entirely see what is going on and what is happening right now. So that is the debate right now, or at this hour, of why we need to shift from WhatsApp to Signal. Now Signal is actually the base of where the encryption algorithm for WhatsApp comes into picture from. WhatsApp is actually using Signal's end-to-end encryption algorithm. But why is Signal better in this case? Is because Signal is a non-profit and they are not doing this to grow some sort of a business. Facebook's, while on the other hand, Facebook is totally a profit-based company which can sustain itself if and only if there are profits or at least some sort of revenue flowing. And when there is no money being taken from you to use a certain product, it is not that you are using the product. Here in this case, you are the product. And this is exactly what is happening in the case of WhatsApp. Now they're not taking any money, they're not charging anything from you to use the service, which on the contrary they were supposed to. If you all remember, in the first year of WhatsApp, they had announced they will be charging some amount of money to keep up the subscription, which they later on didn't do. So now what happened was the product changed from WhatsApp to you. Now whatever your behavioral patterns are, whatever your messaging patterns are, there is a dedicated compartment in some server offshore that is digitally profiling you right now as we speak. And by doing this, it is going to target you some sort of advertisements, softwares, and marketing strategies, so as to sell more and more of their products. And I think a lot of us have or must have noticed or observed this. If you're talking about something, the ad for that particular thing shows up on our desktop or say phones. If I'm talking about some sort of sports shoes, I will be seeing some advertisements uh, who have 10%, 15% off. And very interestingly, while I was researching for my clickbait thing, what I understood or what I noticed was that if you go to a particular product in Amazon or Flipkart, and you just add it to your cart or just keep visiting it, after some time or some days, you will actually find there is a discount that appears. Now this happens when you are actually talking or actually visiting the site. Now imagine a scenario where you're talking this with your friend over WhatsApp, and by analyzing the weight of the data packets that have been sent from your phone to his, you can actually estimate what kind of conversation they are having, and from that it is targeting the ads. Now what I am speaking may sound like a plot for some sort of a sci-fi movie, but trust me, they are at least 20 or 30 years ahead of what is out there in the public. So I know I took this thread a way ahead from what we were intended to discuss, uh, possibly even stealing the dice. But I think now we can actually discuss about it on what others think on this. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Atharva. Even like I didn't knew how the encryption thing work, and you beautifully explained what metadata and how they decrypt it from it. So I think fantastic. And what others have to say about it? Anything else? Any other view that anyone else has?
So what I think is this an initial stage that we are going to soon recently and soon we are going to see some ads on Facebook, oh sorry, Facebook, no, WhatsApp, and we are going to see some ads which we are really interested in. Are we going to have ads in WhatsApp now?
Actually,
Well,
what I
Chaitanya,
yeah, Atharva, yeah, you can.
no, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, what I think is, I'm not sure. Atharva, please correct me if I'm wrong. WhatsApp uses this particular data and target, like basically, Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook, Insta, and WhatsApp, right? So they use this particular data to target ads on some other platforms such as Facebook or Insta. Is what I personally think. I'm not entirely sure about it. Atharva, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I believe so. Basically, what you're saying is very right, or I would like to add something to it. So let's imagine, Chaitanya, you're talking to your friend, and the friend is also your friend, like he is also there on the Instagram. So now, when you're chatting with him on WhatsApp, and the WhatsApp algorithm sees that you are spending a lot of time with your friend, uh, even at late night chats or something like that, uh, the algorithm will actually try to show you more number of posts from that person on Instagram or Facebook. And not just that, based on what time you are having a conversation with that person, it will try to gauge what kind of conversation could you be having. Now, a very disturbing fact that that's out there is that WhatsApp, or let's say Facebook, maintains, because Facebook is the parent company. So Facebook maintains a database of people who are not even there on the platform. Even the people who do not use social media, or even the people who do not use the internet. Now, what I am saying might sound a little absurd, but you can actually check this on the internet. What Facebook does is it tries to fill in the niche, it tries to fill in the gaps while trying to build a digital identity of a person. So, what kind of family he must be having. So, there is a lot of if and else here, and the algorithm with time keeps on correcting itself based on new inputs that it gets, I'm sorry, new input that it gets. So based on that, there are profiles of people that have been created, and I think, as was rightly mentioned by the previous speaker, uh, where she emphasized on the fact that while using applications like Truecaller, or any other caller ID identification applications, what we are doing is we are actually giving them the entire access to our directories. So I know that this debate has started from WhatsApp or Signal, but this does not start or stop just here or just at this point of time. This is much more or much bigger than what we are, and it is much bigger than what we can even think of. So, to answer, I don't think that WhatsApp will be putting in any sort of advertisements there and there on the WhatsApp, because after all, they don't want to ruin the experience, right? But they would be targeting more and more such advertisements on Facebook and Instagram. Now, before I step down the dais, I would like to highlight a fact that a lot of the people who are using Xiaomi or Mi or any Chinese built smartphone, you guys might have noticed that you are getting unbelievable number of advertisements even between normal housekeeping jobs, or let's say even while you're using your phone. So let's say while uh, trying to download some sort of an app or trying to run it or some sort of that. So the reason why these Chinese smartphones are giving you the technology for such a dirt cheap price, they are giving their flagship phones at around 6 GB 128 for 15,000 or 16,000, while a good company flagship will cost you somewhere around 20, is because they are playing on a bet that you will be you will be targeted by the adverts that you are being getting, and based on that they are trying to build a market and money for them, and turns out it's working for them. So uh, I would like to re-emphasize on the fact that this discussion, although we are discussing on WhatsApp and Signal, this is much bigger than what it is now. On the risk of being called a conspiracy theorist, I would like to put forth that this is what it is. So I think that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Atharva. Unfortunately, I also use Redmi, and I noticed that even when the phone is locked, there are lots of advertisements that go on simply on the screen.
Right.
Yeah, you rightly mentioned that these are like they are clearly targeting advertisements for us, and
Totally.
yeah. So if anyone else has any other view on this, like we still have 5 minutes on it, and we would like to hear our views. Yeah, Aniket, you're back.
Yeah, to continue about the messaging app, we can just forget about Signal, although we can't forget about WhatsApp since it has become a part of our life. But does anyone remember Hike, the messaging app?
Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, so in 2016, there was a global security conference, and in that 46 out of 50 was the score given to Hike messaging app in terms of security compliances, which were induced while making the app. And global accreditation companies such as Bloomberg, Ernst and Young, and Goldman Sachs gave the accreditation. So this app, which was given a score of 46 out of 50, and in the same conference WhatsApp and I think Telegram were given scores below 45. So this app has disappeared right now. Right now I'm seeing this tweet by Kavin Bharti Mittal, the CEO of Hike. He had taken to Twitter on 10th of Jan and tweeted that, yes, I will read the tweet. India won't have its own messenger. Global network effects are too strong unless India bans Western companies. Telegram and Signal app both are very good. As entities, they have the right incentives. This is what he said. So I would like to continue my point about that. The moment foreign app makers, such as the monopoly ones like Facebook, the moment they realize that there is such an app from India or whichever part of the world which can be competent in the long run, they try to disgrace it by employing hackers. Yes, literally hackers, or in decent language you may call them testers, to prove that the app is not compliant. App as in the new app, which would be competent in the long run. But it doesn't happen the other way. What I am saying is that the apps like Hike, or maybe the new app like the competition to Twitter are saying Coup app, which has been recently launched from India, they are certainly competent, but what they do is the Mark Zuckerberg literally has a separate team of testers which are in real life IRL. They are hackers. What they do,
he gives them a few hours, 48 to 50 hours. This has literally happened. I have seen many videos of the DEFCON. DEFCON is a security conference which happens in the United States. It is a global security conference, and hackers from all over the world come there and display their skills. So what happened? One such person who was an attendee to the conference gave an interview in which he said that Mark Zuckerberg had hired him once, and he had told that there was one such app, messaging app, which was recently launched from China, and he wanted them to test them and see what vulnerabilities they could find. So that man and his team found 56 or 57 something vulnerabilities in that app, and 2 or 3 months later, that app was vanished from the Play Store, and all it was disappeared. It was gone from the internet. So we can see that the monopoly Mark Zuckerberg or any other, mostly Mark Zuckerberg has established in this internet things since the dot-com bubble is, I think it is unbeatable. But what we can do is is what Brian Acton did. He also was the founder of WhatsApp, and since 2017 or 2018, when WhatsApp suddenly started to change its privacy policy, it has not happened in 2020 or 2021. WhatsApp has initiated this thing from 2017 itself. They have started collecting metadata, as correctly said by Atharva. They collect metadata and share this all information on the internet in forms of some encrypted data. Recently, a hacker person from Russia took to Twitter and told about that there is a certain Google Doc. Previously in this conference, we had discussed about Google Docs. There is a particular Google Doc which goes by site colon and the website name. So we all might know that WhatsApp has its own access point interface, so API as we call it. So api.whatsapp.com is its interface, and through that we can contact anyone if we have their phone number. So when we enter that particular Google Doc as in site colon as api.whatsapp.com and +91 as our Indian dial code, so we literally get the links of that private WhatsApp groups. So recently that vulnerability has been fixed by WhatsApp, but till then anyone could have joined our group and collected our mobile numbers. So this is not in the case of Signal. Signal currently does not have an access point. So it only allows users to interact with another only if they have their phone numbers fed in their mobile phones. So what I am trying to say is that Signal is a very good app compared to WhatsApp. Of course, it is rules. The CEO Brian Acton himself said in 2018 while leaving WhatsApp that he does not like what WhatsApp is heading towards. He clearly had mentioned that he had an initiative in mind, which is now Signal. So Signal is quite compliant, as it has followed all the security compliances, and it has proved to be a good app. Yet it has to do some major changes in its interface and UI, as in UI. So WhatsApp is currently the most used messaging app, but I hope in the future apps like Signal and many other apps, like currently I use Cyph app. I would like to specially mention that app and its developers. Their developers are from the war-stricken Balkan countries. They have managed to create such a beautiful app. It is a blockchain-based app. I use it regularly. Not many users. I think only around 10,000 or 15,000 users are there on that app, Cyph app currently. The Cyph app is completely blockchain based app. It uses 1024-bit encryption per the amount of data transmitted from one end to other endpoint. And what is the most important thing is that the servers which play a crucial role in transferring data from one endpoint to other endpoint are hosted on the Tor network. Now you may have heard about the Tor network sometimes in your life, but what is the Tor network? I would like to here specify. It is based on the onion routing protocol. Tor is a separate network, just like the internet. What it does is it is highly encrypted when compared to the internet. And so since this SIFE servers are hosted on the Tor network, this Tor network encrypts all the data. I mean, every text message sent from her to every other video or GIF, whatever we send or receive, everything is encrypted. So only the user and the receiver, the sender and the recipient, would know what the text or what the message would be. And to register on SIFE, we cannot register directly by entering our mobile number and our name. To register itself, we have to create a separate username, and a password is, I think, I'll say my password is of 32 long words. So it will approximately take 4 light years to crack the password. So that is huge. So my password is of 32 words, and it compulsorily compulsorily makes us compels us to make a password so long. So cracking the password is impossible. And the main thing of Skype is that whenever we register initially, it sends a request to its bot admin. Its admin is a bot which accepts initial registration requests from the Skype users. And once our request is accepted, we get to use SIFE, but with limited features. And after a few days, all the features are activated totally. And the difference between SIFE and all other messaging apps, including WhatsApp, Signal, and or maybe Hike or Telegram, is that it is completely blockchain based app. So we can trust 100% on SIFE. We can have trust on that, because blockchain is such a technology which at the moment till now it cannot be hacked. So blockchain is such a safe and it uses 1,000 to 2,000 algorithms at a single time for sending few messages. So SIFE isn't good at. But what about Signal? Many I have seen 7 to 8 million people have switched to Signal in the past 2 or 3 months. Signal currently is not user friendly when compared to WhatsApp, of course. If you will see SIFE, you will not find it user friendly at all. But Signal is not user friendly. What I find, it is not user friendly. So most people still are resisting from using Signal. But Signal has some drawbacks, such as in terms of security. Yes.
Aniket, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you please let us know if there is some echo on your side?
Yes. Now am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Sorry to interrupt. Actually, the discussion, I feel that discussion would continue for like more half hour, I feel, but we have a guest waiting, and I'm sure the participants may be participants are interested to hear Prasad sir. So first of all, thank you, Chaitanya, Atharva, and Aniket, for such a knowledgeable discussion. You made the discussion very fun and extremely engaging. Personally, I got a lot of new information to hear about. So we will continue this discussion after the speech and talk by Prasad sir. And I will hand it over to Rutuja now.
Thank you so much, Vinod. Moving on to our next guest, Mr. Prasad Varvekar sir. He has done engineering in industrial electronics, CISA, CGEIT, ISO 27001 lead auditor. He's a certified PCI implementer, data privacy implementer, certified SCO Unix administrator with rich experience of more than 20 years in information technology and information security. He has worked with Patni Computer Systems more than 14 years as tech support engineer and technical lead manager. He is associated with ISACA since 2015 as international member and served ISACA Pune board as CISA director for 2 years. He is currently working as a consulting auditor and trainer for various institutions and organizations for information security audit programs. He is an expert and skilled in IT governance, IT risk management. He is one of the core visiting faculty for CDAC, which is DY Patil College of Engineering, in area of information security, cyber security, and IT audits for CDAC students. Today is an ISACA knowledge session, more so a roadmap to career in cybersecurity. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Tuja. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, just I'm presenting the slides here.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
So, yeah, thank you very much again for the team, entire Newton's Apple team, as well as the college, all the students. I was really surprised and astonished to see the fantastic job they have done through research papers. I was really appreciating. I was listening the eminent speakers over there who have participated for the guidance in their respective areas. Now, again, yes, it was really surprised that at this particular age, people are presenting the research papers of their studies into information security. And definitely thanks to also invite us to share our views on the ISACA knowledge session for roadmap for careers in information security, cyber security. And then we'll good to go. I will also request that let us keep this session more interactive. Instead of putting on a chat box, I'll be more comfortable if you ask me question by unmuting yourself between the session, or we will keep the question answer session at the end. So hopefully that is okay with you all, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So once you called about, once you say this is an interesting topic for all of you, everybody wanted to know about, and we talk about all the brainstorming decisions since morning. We have done a lot of work, study material on gathered on information security, a lot of discussions done on the mobile phones, Facebook, cyber security. But when we talk about roadmap, what exactly coming in your mind when you say career and the roadmap? How you define roadmap, and why to define roadmap now? So can anyone answer me about this question? Because it is one of the complex way to explain the roadmap in an easier language. When I say career roadmap, so what do you feel? Anyone?
A career roadmap would be something that has all the milestones planned. With milestones, I say some sort of certifications or career aspirations that are planned, and then taking it or referring to it.
Yes, true, very true. And the basic roadmap, I will say in an easier language to say that let's dream. I don't know whether it is possible. The dreaming is kind of a roadmap. I am dreaming that I am entrepreneur in, say, in Pune. I have office as a startup company. And the roadmap would be that after 20 years, I will have a roadmap of that my headquarter will be at Chicago. So it is a larger aspect. Roadmap is always giving you the at a glance role. So that is what when we are at the young age of this age, you are lucky to have, there were lack of awareness in these programs of information security certification, but you are lucky enough that we got engagement, we got able to meet to design the roadmap for your career. So that is the aspect of our knowledge session. When you talk about cybersecurity, a lot of people have, since morning we were discussing about cybersecurity, but let me tell you one thing, important thing, that cybersecurity is falling under the big umbrella of information security, because there are 100 domains where you can say there are various information security aspects. There are various compliances, regulatory laws, with respect to various countries. So cybersecurity is, yes, of course, it is exposed infrastructure in front of a public domain. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Actually, maybe your screen sharing has stopped. Could you please check it? Thank you, sir. It's visible.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
So are you getting in full? Hold on. So when we talk about cybersecurity, it comes under bigger umbrella of, as I said, information security. The entire program of information security, audit, regulatory compliances with respect to various countries. So cybersecurity is exposing my IT infrastructure in public domain. So this is something which is I need to secure my entire organization from the cyber attacks, as well as I have to give a thought process to have insider attackers as well. That is also one of the aspect to have a discussion, that I can have inside attack vectors also, which I have to cater under cybersecurity program, under the bigger umbrella of information security, like the regulatory laws like HIPAA or GDPR. That also comes under the bigger umbrella of information security. We cannot lay down our focus only on the cyber security, but we should think about information security, and where ISACA talks about on a larger domain or larger spectrum on information security, and top of that on the cyber securities. So let us move. I am Prasad. So I'm working as volunteering for ISACA chapter as an academic portion. Only engagements of the awareness programs for the college, for the professional, and the students who are aspirants for information security. So what is ISACA? Is anyone aware about what is ISACA? It's a Information System Audit and Control Association. So that is established long back in 1969, and still its certification sustained in market to have high demand. And the people who have earned these certifications are globally respected, stand from any other forums, they stand top. So ISACA starts with the slogan, or rather USP line, that stay away with the crowd. So you have audit experience, you have experience in your domains, respective domains, but when you attach ISACA certification, when you achieve ISACA certification, you stay away with the crowd, and you are identified something different, having a different and enhanced skills, which is endorsed by ISACA. So trust in value and information, and from information systems. It is, the certifications are there for the professional organization. It's a professional certification for the individual. ISACA certification, ISACA doesn't certify any organization. ISACA certified an individual with a globally respected certification in various areas of information security. They have clearly mentioned the what certification is suitable for whom, which is available, recognized, breaking the boundaries of nation. You can audit 180 countries. You can do audits in 180 countries related to information security, cyber risk analysis, cyber security audit, HIPAA, or other audit. These certifications are recognized without any boundary of a nation. So they are mainly into, it's a non-profit organization, mainly into advocacy, education, consultancy. All the information system programs, program design manager first seeks ISACA support and take their opinion about while designing the information security program for the larger global organization, including small scale organization. So any question apart from this on this particular agendas? Hello?
Hello?
Am I audible clearly?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go ahead.
Students will ask questions mostly at the end, sir, so you can continue.
Okay, no problem, no issues. So again, this to explain the org structure and operation of ISACA, it is widespread across 200 countries, 83 countries and 200 chapters. In India, we have 18 plus chapters. In Pune, we have chapter, Mumbai, and so on. So this is the presence of ISACA across globe, and all the global certification they have allotted through chapters. Chapters engage study circle programs for this certification. Extensive, enormous efforts. Chapter will take you to become CISA or CISM or Series or CGIT certified. We'll ahead see the each certification differences and distinctions. Let us move ahead. So just go through this. Read this slide properly. So just remember, this ISACA certifications are taking you towards become masterful in your job skills, professional skills, relevant to your roles and responsibility and work experience. So these certifications are not there to test your examination skills or question answer skill. They are testing you that how masterful you are into your profession. If you talk about audit, then of course the CISA will be the endorsement that you are the auditor which is globally respected, or you can do audit which is at par and as per meeting the standards of information security audit programs. So when you talk about CISA, it's purely into IT audits, IS audit, information system audit. control, monitor, and assess the organization, information technology, and their business system. So probably CISA, I can say that Reserve Bank has given a regulation that if you wanted to do bank audit, the candidate should be CISA, who is doing or endorsing that this audit is completed, or signing the sign-off letter for that audit is completed. That should be done by CISA, or for that matter, CISSPs. Now, when we talk about information security program, cyber security, then CSIM is a certification, that is Certified Information Security Manager. This certification, exam certification, indicate that you are expertise in information security governance. You are able to design information security program, its development, design, and management. Majorly, it relates to incident management within the organization and the risk arising out of cyber risk. So this particular certification focuses on, to you guys, you can concentrate on this certification where you aspire for entire cyber security programs. Of course, these certifications which are of ISACA are at the experience and managerial level. This is a bird eye view for the entire floor working on information security. If you have a staff of information security, there are a lot of people who have done network professional, you have a DLP professional, you have IT infrastructure guys, you have delivery guys. So CSIM will be the manager. These positions are raising you to go for the designation like CISO. CSIM is specifically, CSIM guys are heading the organization as CISO designation. So as I said, roadmap, it gives you that where you wanted to see yourself after 10 years. So this certification will give you that focus that I want to become CSIM, and then raising the position to that level so that I can monitor the information security or cyber security program of the larger organization. See, CISA or any program certification looks out to be a participant, or rather a member, who can view the large organization view. It is not that CSIM will not have spare his time in the entry level companies. I mean, entry level in the sense who are just established and growing. Those CSIM will not attract those jobs. It's a global organization. We have multinational presence, and then this CSIM can design those programs, and this certification will evaluate you that you are capable of doing that. So that is related to CSIM. Now again, the series, which is also eminent certification coming for the risk practitioner, who will do risk assessment, cyber risk assessment, organizational risk assessment, the senior IT risk professional, information security manager. This have a large focus on IT business risk. So IT risk arising or threatening to my business is a series professional will guide the information security programs that these are the risks which we have assessed. And then these risks can have a proper control, and those control will be monitored by series professional, that whether they are functioning and efficient. Those are the certification in related to risk management, that is C-risk. Now CGIT, as I told you, it is something different, which is related to those executives or the high power position empowers you to handle the governance of entire IT organization. So C-suite designation people normally go for these certification, that is CGIT, Certified in Governance of Enterprise IT. Newly introduced in 2020, CDPAC, which is directly touching to GDPR, the data privacy, entire data privacy, Certified Data Privacy System Engineer or Solution Engineer, they are calling this the latest credential designed by ISACA, designated for the people who are going to have a data privacy audit programs. And there are launches in this year, 2021, during pandemic. The still program is going on. The perfect design will come. CSX, which is older, Cyber Security Nexus, which is specifically for the students or new aspirant for information security. This certificate is available. Certifications and certificate. This is again a subtle difference into it. CCAK, Certified Cloud Knowledge Audits, IT Risk Fundamental, and Cyber Security Audit programs. I mean, these are the certificates. So when you talk about certificate, it is a course and the test center about the exams. When you talk about certification, it is designing or rather testing your skill sets, your entire experiences, and how you respond to the questions, which is asked for these reputed and quite difficult exams. All the certifications have a difficulty levels, which is highest in across globe for the. This is the highest, CISA is rated as the highest difficult certification so far. As far as 2017-18, it was one of the difficult certifications available in information security audit. CSIM is the same case series, and CGIT as well. So let us move ahead and see this certifications view. I mean, these are all recognized by ANSI. So that is sufficient. I mean, that ANSI is recognizing this certification, and they have accredited this certifications for CISA, CISM, CIRISC, and CGID. So there is a clear distinction. You can opt for the certification going ahead in your career roadmap, that this will be roadmap and this is my certification. There are people who have done CISA, CISM, CIRISC, CGID. All the people are there who have done all 4 certification and stood across the eminent position in information security programs. The noise is coming up. Is it okay? I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Oh, why we are going with this certification? Why to go for the ISACA certification? It is enhancing your knowledge and your existing skills, which you are having. There will be endorsed, there will be stamping of those skills that you have. You cannot have self-declaration that I am, or self-assessment that I am expert in this area. ISACA will demonstrate, or it will prove that you are skilled into your domain. So particularly, ISACA is endorsing your certification for that you demonstrate the higher skills in that area. Can someone mute from this noise coming up? Can you check?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Almost all employers seeks for ISACA certified professional now also. Even if the CISA is ISACA has completed 50 years in as an organization, as a non-profit organization. CISA has completed more than 40 years. Still, that certification is booming up. There is no thing that ISACA is discarded. Absolute ISACA certification CISA is sustaining from last 40-45 years. That builds high-level knowledge of your professional image at workplace and the marketplace. You will be standing out of crowd. So there are auditors who have experience of 10 to 15 years, but when you say that you are an auditor with the CISA, then he is recognized differently in organization, paid very high. In market, his respect is very high if he is a certified information system auditor. And worldwide recognition is top level among the other certification across globe. So it still stands top among all across globe institution information security program certification. ISACA certification still doing #1 in the job, international job work assignments, contract, crossing the border and boundaries of a nation. That is what I already told you. So again, there is a surveys about pay scales. So CISA is consistently ranked among the top paying certification in the industry. One of the top certification from the Food Partners survey. This is old survey, but still it is going on. CISM, CIRISC, and CGIT recently listed along with CISA among the highest paying certification according to latest quarterly update from Food Partners survey. And this survey is done on a global level from 180 countries or more than that. We'll come across that also. Now, why these exams are difficult about ISACA? Why this exam? That because there's a quality question creation is happening here. The questions are not designed in office, sitting in office, or one organization is not designing the question. There are committees, there are several forums who will put on question, that will be review committees of that question, how the impact of that question will go on global level, and how that question will globally stand in protecting the information assets or cyber security. That question is framed and then put in the question pool, and it is never going to repeat. From last 40 years, there is a record. There is no question repeated in exam. Every time is a new question designed by these existing certified members, or they are calling question from CISOs, CIOs. They are calling those questions from them, asking them to frame the question, and MCQs, that is A, B, C, D, as you say, it's a multiple choice, and those put into exam pool, and those questions are asked in exam. So there is a difference in certificate exam and then these exams. So every time cleaning of a pool, exam question pool is going on by day to day or maybe by monthly. They are putting the questions separate and differently, and they are asking question to across globe. They are not asking any specific person. They are asking the entire information security, cyber security committees, that these are the questions that we are putting in exam, and what will be the global answer for this, not national answer. I mean, national means I can't answer that question from Indian perspective. I have to answer it on a global perspective, that what will be the protection. So that is the main aspect where the difficulty level goes high. This is what it is, the oldest certification, respectable as in banks, banking sector, BFSI. Mainly in BFSI, it is in high demand. When you wanted to go for the banking audit, or you want to have a vertical setup, or you want to have a job assignment in like IT officers, probation officer, IT auditors in nationalized banks, semi-nationalized banks, or rather international banks. So these people are attracted in banking audits. So these are the domains available for the job. There are, see, every certification of ISACA have a job practices, their own job practices. In 2019, they have revised the job practice for CISA. Domain 1 is talking about information security auditing process. There is a percentage is given here in the bracket is of exam question percentage. Out of 150, how much percentage question will appear for this domain? So it is 21 out of 150 question. We'll go ahead with that slide as well. What are the questions? Governance and management of IT, 17%. Information system acquisition, development, implementation, 12%. This is related to project management, software development. Guys can answer this properly in this domain. They can answer the question. So it is moving around all across all domains. Information system operation and business resilience goes about the BCP and the IT infrastructure people, how they will respond for audit, and how the audit of any service delivery, IT service deliver, I will audit IT infrastructure. So I will use domain 4 to audit them. And domain 5, as we discussed since morning, this is related with all subject which you have discussed, is a protection of information asset, where you have discussed about the auditing attacks, whatever attack vectors are there, how the attacks, phishing, then all the firewall, how I will protect my all assets. These audits will be conducted under the domain 5. So these are the all practices which will be coming in exam. So you can go ahead with isaka.org/CISA job practice. So you'll able to understand what exactly we are, because it will be a vast subject to cover up. You can go and visit isaka.org after this session, and then you can share your views and you can express your opinion about that. So when we talk about CISM, again, see, this is coming and touching to your cyber security for individual who design, implement, and manage the enterprise information security programs, not for the organization, but as an enterprise. So EIS, so enterprise information systems or information system program across globe or across nation. So again, it is going with demonstrate the understanding and relationship between information security program and broader business goals and objectives. Distinguish an individual having not only information security expertise, but also the knowledge and experience in development and management of those information security programs or cyber security programs. Put you on an elite level, designed exclusively for IS managers. So this certification is designed for an information security manager. Information security manager in Indian context is different. It is the middle management level in information security programs. But when you seek the global position, information security managers are the C-suite designation, CXO designation people. They are on a top level. So criteria and exam developed for the job practice validated by senior information security professionals. So again, these job practices are adopted by ISACA, and these are validated by the across globe senior information security professional or cyber security professional. Experience requirement, of course, all these certifications require minimum 5 years of experience, so that ISACA can certify you minimum 5 years of experience into the respective domain which you are opting for. Cyber security, which is employer is seeking for CISM. When you dream about cyber security expert, of course, employers are seeking for CISM certified in the area of cyber security. Let us move on. What these people are saying in CISM, they are talking about information security governance. That is 24% out of 150 questions will come in this domain. Information risk management, how you will going to address the risk management or cyber risk assessment. How we'll develop and how we'll manage the program. And fourth and very important, which we have discussed, how you will manage and audit the incident management programs of cybersecurity in the organization. Again, it is CISM job practice. You can visit isaga.org for what are the job practices for the certification. Now this is C-risk. So C-risk is related, as I told you, risk assessment, risk analysis, risk monitoring, and risk treatment. So how you will proceed for the control. So system control monitoring. What are the controls I have put for my information security programs? Those control will be monitored by C-risk auditors I will say risk practitioner instead of auditor. I will say C-risk practitioner for the organization. So you can have a club of CISA and C-risk as well in your Dreamtime roadmap career. You can frame a combination of this certification. People have done CISA and C-risk is in very high demand because the audit goes with the risk. As at the nutshell of audit, it is risk, and then C-risk is a risk professional who will understand what, or even I have seen C-risk professional are engaged into manufacturing companies as well to understand what are the risk available in those areas. So C-risk has no boundary of IT risk only. C-risk professional can go ahead with the non-IT domains as well. I have seen people getting recruited into risk analysis, any entity risk analysis, finance risk, production risk. So C-risk will give you the overview how to analyze the risk. Specifically, it is talking about IT risk in certification, but as a whole, its spectrum is not have a boundary to talk about only IT systems. So individual will have a lifelong single of knowledge expertise as a risk professional. C-risk is for those IT or a business professional who manage IT risk for the business. So they have to get into what are the IT risks that will cause a harm or potential financial impact to a business. They will evaluate those risks and they will make a risk register, and then they will make a risk treatment for those entries who are put into risk register. So mainly the series guys will be owner of those risk register, which is designed on enterprise level for organization, that these are my anticipated vulnerabilities, risks which I have identified for organization, and I have a treatments for those risks which I can impose and put a proper control for those risks which are identified. Certification provides the confidence for holding this certification that you have a require and expertise in the knowledge of identification of the risk, evaluation of the risk, and then business objective through the risk-based control. Your business is protected. So series guys will protect the business arising from IT risks. So probably series will be more engaged in e-commerce companies where you have a lot of risk attack vectors, or attackers are continuously monitoring your activities, or they are into honeypots and all those systems. The series guys will definitely monitor that. So this domains covers identification, assessment, then response and mitigation for the risk, and then again control, monitoring, and reporting. Reporting word here is coming to a board. The reporting done by the series professional is to organizational board or a business board, where he is reporting that these are the monitoring and these are the reporting and these are the risks which you should cater and put a control. So this is, I told you, for CXO guys, in early ages also people are moving to this designation. I've seen a lot of CISOs are of young age, within 10 or 12 years of careers in information security, they raise up to this position. So they can think of doing the governance of enterprise IT. So it's clear distinction is there who it's meant for. For CGIT is given clearly. So this slide will show you who it is for: senior management and C-suite executives, advisor to senior management on IT risk governance and compliances. So CGIT guys will be probably, I will say, in one layman's language or a short way, is that he is advisor to board. So CGIT, a person, is advisor to a board of directors that how the IT should perform and how IT will have a roadmap, that what will be the current state. Like career, we have a current state, and for career we have a desired state. So I have a desire that after 5 years I should have this. So these people will frame a IT roadmap or IT infrastructure roadmap or entire enterprise architecture of the organization and inform the board about the risk and how that will govern. Even on the analyst level, yes, who design IT strategy, who are consultants, can do this certification, which can guide the organization about or advise the organization about the governance. Professionals who plan IT budget, specifically there are organizations which I have seen that there is a CFO IT. So there is a chief financial official is separate, but CFO IT. So this person will definitely go for this certification because he has to only plan IT budgets related to IT infrastructure, IT assets, IT resources. He will have allot budget and he will monitor those budgets are getting utilized as per the targets, and business realization or benefit realization is done. Those people will be the series. So benefit realization to a business is ensured from this certification. Again, this certification will ensure about information security is intact and cyber security is available, so that I will not have any risk towards running a business smoothly. So these are related to C guides. So again, the domains covering here, covering percentage. So governance of enterprise IT will talk about all the questions will speak about here about how board function, what are the roles and responsibilities of the board, how the IT resources are getting managed, what are the expenses, how I will plan those for cybersecurity, what will be my budget for cybersecurity, if I want to do cybersecurity assessment for, what will be my budget, what will be consultancy charges, how many resources I will require for it, what are the skill set of resources, all will evaluated by C guides. So benefit realization 26%. These are the all percentage out of 150 question in exam. And the last is risk optimization. How I will optimize the risk, they will advise to the board. So it is quite senior level certification, but other certification can definitely be achieved. CDPSC, as I told you, newly introduced, which is related to data privacy solution engineer. He has to provide a technical solution for maintaining data privacy, specifically in GDPR, privacy by design. So this certification is newly introduced to focus on privacy by design. So how you will design your own privacy, data privacy for an organization or for your client. CDPSC professional will guide them technical controls to protect data, pseudonymization, anonymization, how I will mask data, all those terms will be given in this certification and learn about expertise into those. So it's for the people who are engaged in creating and implementing technical privacy solution, data scientist or analyst who mine and analyze data for customer insights. So this is a main aspect of designation wise or professional wise. These are the designation which attract CDPSCs for ISACA certification. So data scientists who know what actually to be exposed, what is confidential, what is PII, so personally identified information, what is PII data, how it will be protected, how it will be analyzed and not exposed to the public or any device about the information about the private privacy. So this is CDPSC, which is recently launched. So privacy governance, 34% questions out of 150 questions will be asked. Privacy architecture, how it should be. Data life cycles, 30%. Now certificates. As I told, certifications are a little bit difficult, but yes, something easy. Certificates, CSX. There are fresher before the CSM. So people can move CSX and design a roadmap that I will go for CSM and will complete the cybersecurity Nexus program with ISACA's CSX, and then I will move to CSM. COVID-19 is related to, they have moved to now, the COVID-19 is now newly designed certification in 2019. They have revised domain practices, implementation and assessment certification specific to COVID knowledge. So this is ISACA's own certification. This is the COVID framework is designed. You can go on website and type COVID, you will get the framework. There is a 45 controls inside COVID. Cybersecurity audit is a new certificate focus on auditing cybersecurity. So you can go ahead for the career path. You can go ahead with first with the certificate programs and then go for certification programs, which are related to your skills, exam experiences. But certificate programs you can go ahead as a even on entry level or aspirant for information security. You can go ahead with that. IT risk fundamentals can be preparatory for series. So let us see, if you want to go for series, you can go for IT fundamental certificate program and then jump or go for series, which is a kind of little bit difficult to understand what is IT risks or business risk. ISACA joined hands with Cloud Security Alliances and design CCAK, that is certified in cloud audit knowledge. So there is a specific domain coming up in technical audits as a cloud audit. The separate domain is there for cloud auditing. So CCSP is a certification from the ISC Square guys, which is related to specifically related to cloud audit. So this will also stand equivalent with the CCSP as per ISACA, that is CCAK. Now coming at Pune chapter, we have assistants as a representing the ISACA international headquarters. We are representing here We normally go for CISA, which is most popular. So it is on 10 Sundays, terminated with the again full day review course and then exam preparation. We normally don't conduct for entire batch for CSAM, CRISC and CGIT because these are the masterful certification in that particular area. So normally people in a large level or large numbers come for us with the CISA aspirants, not from these, because these are the people who develop their own self-study and they only come to a chapter for ISAKA for the review course. They will come only for the short, crash courses. They will come for us, with us. Now, training sessions will be imparted by the very expert professional of ISAKA who are empaneled at ISAKA International and who have done around various speakers have more than 30 years of experience in information security and earn not only ISAKA certification but various other certification apart from ISAKA's in the all areas. Wherever you name it, they have done the all certification. Those will be the eminent speakers will come for the session. So these sessions are conducted on 10 Sundays, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. That is morning 9 to 1. Considering basically, see this, we have done it on 9 to 1 on Sunday. Only the sentence here is it's for working professionals. So I'm not saying or encouraging immediately to join this certification, but I will encourage to have a roadmap in your career for these certification which are globally respected. Now we are conducting it definitely as we are conducting here the conference of Seccon as online. So we are also conducting, because of the crisis, we are conducting these courses on WebEx. We'll conduct the mock test to test your knowledge for the final exam, so that how you will improve and how you are marking, you are scoring in the exam, how you are answering the questions, what is your approach. All will be taken through 2 mock tests of 150 questions, and then we'll evaluate you that whether you are good to go ahead with this or you need more extensive enormous efforts or preparation for these exams. So we'll tell you about that. We will do individual review as well. There is no question that we will address an entire class. We will sit with the individual and we will guide you about how to go about that. So this is now available as home proctored as well. So you are in camera, you can appear from home. 4 hours continuously sitting for the certification exams. You have to answer all 150 questions in 4 hours time. So 1 minute 30 seconds, you can say, or 240 minutes for the entire questions, or 1 minute 30 seconds for one question. So question is level is difficulty is high. So answering those questions in 4 hours is little bit difficult. So that is also one of the challenge to crack the exam. There is no negative or penalty for wrong answers that you give. There is a weightage for question, and then your aggregate score, or rather your scaled score, will be calculated. Out of 800, you have to score 450 to pass the exam. So here you can say 449 is a fail and 450 is pass. So there is nothing to say that I lost is because of 1 mark. Like a normal exam, we say that I lost the exam due to 1 mark. This is not applicable here. You need to score over 450. Your aggregate should come out of 800, 450. We don't know the method they calculate, or they use what methodology to say 450, or nobody knows it, and even they have not declared it what is their methodology. But it is not partial, it is impartial, it is very much proven from last 40 years. So they will evaluate you to touch that 450, and then they will give you the certification. The questions are not to trick your test your, but they will test your conceptual knowledge, not your practical working knowledge. Of course they will test your experience, but practices that you are doing in your job or your business, they will not test that. They will test your, what is your information security concepts, what is your concept about this question. So they will test your conceptual theoretical knowledge about the information security, instead of testing what practices, good practices you are doing in market or for your company. So those people normally unable to clear the exam who uses their own company's practice and answer the question. So they have to answer the question from ISAKA guidelines or global practices which ISAKA suggested to give answers. So that is exam is administered by PSI. and governed again by ISACA. There are exam windows in entire year. You can give any time, any day. All 365 days you can appear for exam by solving. Definitely you have to solve the mock test before going for any exam of ISACA certification. Current crisis, yes, you can give it from home as well. But attempts are all paid. I mean, there are, if you take 4 attempts in a year, every attempt will be paid. There will be no free attempts that you have appeared in January, so your March attempt will be half amount or something like that. The entire amount you have to pay full for the exam if you could not able to clear it. So this is what the commercials related to ISACA certification. For all 4-5 certification, it is same. So exam fees, if you are not a member, you have not taken membership, it will be $760 for the exam. If you are a member, it will be $575. And for membership, you have to pay $135 plus 20 and $10 at the initial first time. So it is coming around 135 plus 20 plus 10, so around $165. So, and when we come as a non-profit organization, we take minimum charges because we are all volunteers. Even the speakers are also doing volunteering and working for ISACA without any specific income from ISACA. We are all volunteers and working for the chapter. So 20,000 will be the course fees for the individual to go for CISA course, sessions. I mean, entire session of 10 Sundays and 2 mock tests. So that is 12. So again, you can reach out. This is information, my contact number, my mail ID. You can reach out to our office manager for any information about course, structure, fees. And also just go to isaga.org for, because its site is lengthy, or rather you will take a lot of time to visit entire forums available there, entire libraries, entire audit white papers. You will have spend a good time to visit isaga.org in detail. So this is quite, I've taken it fastly, but still I will be open for the questions related to, I mean, the session which we have conducted for career roadmap.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Yes,
very
so,
much.
yeah.
Thank you for a very valuable experience. I'm sure that everybody enjoyed it as much as I did.
Yes, so that is so outcome for me is the questions. I mean, the outcome for my lecture is the questions. You should ask the questions. I mean, if there is no questions, so I will be a little bit not happy. So need to have any question related to, or any doubt you have chalked down on a paper, so you can ask by unmuting yourself. Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Actually, one of the participants has asked a question. Is it mandatory to be CISA certified for conducting a bank security audit?
IT, see, now everything in bank is posted, I mean, they're framed on IT or rather transferred on IT. So if you are doing pure bank audit, cooperative banks audit, if you are taking the bank audit of cooperative bank, server, infrastructure, how the information security policy is there. So those audit will be conducted by only CISA because it's a RBI guideline. Nowadays, AIS is also recognized by RBI to do the bank audit.
Okay.
So you can say
so
it is
the next question arises from this question itself. That is that's from my side.
Okay.
Actually, let's say a bank has approached a particular organization to conduct a audit, information security audit.
Correct.
And the organization delegates the work to a third-party association.
Right.
So, and the third-party association does not have a CISA certified personnel.
Then there is, there is a, I mean, there will be a breach or rather regulatory compliance for RBI, or rather given regulation by RBI, you are not following that. That will happen because RBI, because of the recent attacks, frauds in bank, They are strictly monitoring it, that how you are going the information security audit programs for the bank. Cooperative banks are seeking, the basic answer I can give, the CAs used to do the entire audit programs. For chartered accountant used to do IT audit as well. Now that is stopped. So CA people are jumping to do CISA. If they want to do a business of a cooperative bank audit or any bank audit, chartered accountants are coming and doing CISA. So maybe out of 40, 20 people are CISA when you go ahead with the batch. CISA study circle batch.
Okay. So let's say the person, third party organization who does not, the association who does not have a CISA certification has got the bank audit project from a larger organization, and the larger organization will be monitoring the work, and they will be taking the leverage on themselves. So if they have the CISA, or if they have the CISA certification, is it valid? The audit is valid or not?
Audit, see, again, the RBI will definitely ask for the code that who is having done this certification. There is a particular code which you have to give a sign off audit report. So that will be a hurdle. That is again compliance matter will come around how you have done an audit. You have done a VAPT. Suppose bank has done a VAPT, but the VAPT is not done by certain. So that is the case. Same case here. It will come. See, audit is done perfectly, but the compliance is not getting matched.
Okay, so ISACA has the certifications which you showed us. Those are globally accepted, local.
Yeah,
everywhere
ISACA,
it is accepted.
Yes, globally you can do audit for the foreign companies who have a mandate that the audit will be done by CISA. Those companies, you can also do engagement, business engagement with the foreign companies. For that matter, as I told you earlier also in the beginning, that the ISACA doesn't award any certification to organization like ISO 27001, ISMS certified organization. So ISACA doesn't award anything to organization. They award it to individual, and on the capabilities of his skill set, they award the globally respected certification to a person, not to a business.
So if an individual is interested to do CISA, but he is fearing CISA due to multiple other reasons, like when you go to ISACA for getting the CISA certifications, as you said, there are multiple mock tests which you can take. All are paid. The examination is also costly, but it has got a return on investment perfectly balanced. But let's say a person does the CISA certification from some other organization other than ISACA. The trainer is CISA certified. In that case, how valid is that CISA certificate?
No, ultimately he has to go to ISACA for exam. There is no exam there is no forum or institution available for giving CISA exam from another. ISACA is it's their certification. ISACA training is available across everywhere. But when you talk about CISA certification, you have to go to ISACA only. There is no other forum which is giving the CISA certifications.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
One more question. Like, if an organization is conducting audits, so is any one person having a CISA certified is enough, or is there any
compulsion for multiple certifications?
Depend on the scope and audit, rather the boundaries of audit. If I am giving the audit of say 150 banks, I will require at least 2 CISAs. They will cover up some branches scheduled with 75. One CISA is there who is auditing 150 branches, and program line is only 2 months. So I have to cover up I will engage more CISAs for that. So it is depend on the scope and how manpower is allotted. So it's a project management issue. It's an audit program and audit project. You have to design that how you will form an audit for this particular bank, and they have this assignment. So how much manpower or adequate CISAs I will require to audit. That is your planning of audit. That comes under your own view.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the. But first of all, let me tell you one more thing. There is no. This is a strategic assignment in your career spectrum. You cannot have a tactical something to go ahead with the CISA and clear the exam. You have to put enormous efforts. I can say 6 months. ISACA used to take the 2 exams in a year earlier time. So it was anticipated that you will extensively study for 6 months and then appear for exam. It was earlier June 15 and December 15 dates. So it is not like tactics that I will use some tact and go ahead with the exam. I need to rigorously or enormously put the efforts to read those materials, which is known as a CRM, that is a CISA reference manual, or the question answer bank which is paid given by ISACA. And I should not use any non-ISACA material to clear the CISA or the any certification for that matter. I should not go for any private class. It is depend on you. Not coming to ISACA chapter for classes and you are doing it on your own will be a bigger risk. That what practices the private faculty is telling you and what ISACA auditor, I mean the certified member is telling you, that always carries a risk.
Okay.
And exam cost is too high. I mean, it is if you talk about the entire, if you all adding up all the expenses, it will come around 75,000 bucks. So again, I have to think from preparation perspective, efforts perspective, and then clearing. So yes, it is. If you see the count, which I will say now, the count is now is 1,60,000 only across globe, like CISSPs, which is a very low count. So people attempts. I mean, there is no. I have seen people who are seasoned veterans, IT auditor for say 10 years into their organization, but could not clear CISA. So that is also a different type of context coming up. So even if I am experienced, what I am doing with that entire CRM and how I am understanding concepts is important. So working with organization as an information security manager or auditor will not necessity that will not have assurance that he will clear the exam. That is the level of difficulty reaching there.
And you must be having some experience before
It's
taking
5 years. Yeah, it's 5 years. There is a waiver for post graduation, 3 years plus if you are MBA or MTech or your mastery into your stream, then it is 3+2. I mean, you have to submit all the documents, 3 years of work experience, and then the 2 years of post graduation. So they will consider it as 5, and they will give you certification. See, again, I'm just forgetting the important point. 99% work is clearing exam. Certification, to get certification is a one-click mail, two attachment and one mail. So 99% problem is clearing the exam. Certification process is one line mail and with the attachment that this is what employer is certifying 3 years work, and then I have post graduation, and they will send you certification. But to clear the exam, 99% work is for the CISA is to pass the exam. People are not passing the exam. Certification is hardly a matter of say one line mail, I will say. Or for that matter, all the certifications. You have to clear the exam is a challenge. To get certified, people are normally worried how I will get certified, what documents I will require. I always guide them, boss, you clear the exam first, then we'll sit on certification matter. That's not a big challenge. So any other question? Otherwise, Jagdish sir will guide you about his presentation. So thank you very much for listening. I was fast, but okay. So you are able to cope up. I think all the question comes from everyone. So I'm happy to have you, and your career roadmap should have contained these certifications, which are a little bit difficult. You have to put efforts, and you can put efforts because you are already going through student life. But when you go on a job life, I mean, go to job market and do extensively working hours, you are increased. You'll also put 12 hours, 15 hours in your company, and then you will think of the CISA. Then you have to again go into student life, which will be easier for you guys now, because the people like us who have realized this information after 15 years of a career, then again becoming student for us was a difficult. But you are young and you can do it within 5 years. You can think that thought process in mind that yes, I have to put the effort, sit day and night on the CRM or review manuals, and I have to gather all the literature of ISACA for reading those white papers and everything and clear the exam. So if no questions are there, I will just finish off. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Moving on to our next guest, Mr. Jagdish Sathe. He's a CSI, he's a CISA, which is Certified Information System Auditor, ISO 27001 lead auditor. He's completed his master's in computer science from Pune University. He has a total experience of around 38 years in IT industry, in IT consulting, IT auditing, IT security, development, testing, implementation, and maintenance of applications, running and leading IS departments. His areas include IT general controls, IT compliance, governance of information technology, SOX compliance, and IT auditing. He's currently working at the post of Vice President of ISACA Pune chapter. Today, he's going to give us an overview on SOX compliance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rutuja, for nice introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for everyone who has invited us. I'm also working with Prasad as a Vice President for ISACA Pune chapter. We are all voluntarily working with the ISACA Pune chapter. Plus, we have our different jobs, professions. We are in our day-to-day life. And I will be giving you, I can say, 50,000 feet overview or even more than that of the SOX. So let me share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yeah. So I will, as I said, I will be giving you a very, very high level introduction to SOX. Always one point you getting manufacturing, I mean IT, security, marketing, all these things comes second in the priority. If business is there, then all things will be there. Okay. So this thing you have to keep it in mind, because only even if it is an IT company, they look for the business, how much they have gained, what is the profit. And in normal industry, IT is always in supporting function. So your goal should be in aligned with business. So if company what company demands, your goal should be in alignment with the business. So not only IT can do anything, only you have to depend on business also. I am giving you this background because this SOX control, this SOX Act is related to some business. Initially, you will find something non-IT terms, but I want to take you through this. I want to let you know that there are some such acts and we can get opportunities in IT. So let me start with this. You can stop me if I'm not audible or my screens are not there. So I'm moving to the next slide. It's an agenda slide. So what is a SOX Act? What are the different objectives of the SOX? Then if you are not complying with the SOX, the penalties. Then the two clauses which we are interested in this section 302 and 404, and the controls. Point number 5. I'm just taking the into the that record, and I will just give you some heads up over there, and then we know what is. I'm on slide with the heading. Why I'm saying that this see my current slide. So I will try to read the agenda of this slide. Okay. So okay. So Sarbanes-Oxley Act. So what is SOX? SOX is the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of United States, and it has two key provisions of these acts. There are two sections, Section 302 and 404. Section 302 is related to it establishes the corporate responsibility of financial reports. Financial reports means what are the financial results, balance sheet, and supporting documents, basically which tells the status of any company or any organization. And 404 is the management internal controls. I have underlined internal controls because ultimately this business goes to internal controls. IT comes into the picture. That's why so first thing, SOX is an act. There are some provisions. 302 is a corporate responsibility for the financial reports. Financial reports means various financial statements. They are publishing profit and loss account, balance sheet, etc. Because these two statements are known to everyone. That's why I have taken this name. And also one clause deals with that organization's management, what type of control they have on internal controls, whether they are in. This is all SOX about it. We'll go step by step, and once we so why this SOX Act has come into the existence? Okay, so number and size of financial frauds and misstatements were increasing. You may be aware. In India also, we have those were the organization that gives this boost to this particular act. That's why I have mentioned it. Number and size of financial fraud. Size means amount, the loss, the people affected by that amount, number of people affected by that amount. So number and size of financial frauds and misstatements. That means giving a wrong statement by any organization. Those were increasing. Those were trend. These fraudulent things were going on. Scandals were going on, and people were misleading, and they were not sure whether they have to invest it, whether the money is safe or not. Okay. Then these many frauds affected the several people in the community. I have discussed this. Then this Enron, WorldCom, Tycom, these are the companies which actually gives which help. I mean, which are the initiators because of the frauds at these companies. This SOX has come into the existence. I'm not really going to read every word of this slide. Okay. Now next, this is something about the SOX Act. So this act was passed by United States Congress under President Bush in 2002. So from 2002, this act is there. 18-19 years, this act is there. Who were sponsors of these acts? So US Senator Paul Surbans and US Representative Michelle Oxley. And that why XOX, this SOX is appearing. Surbans-Oxley Act is there, but this is everywhere is called as a SOX. This is the general information. Nothing has knowledge as such. Then, to whom this SOX Act is applicable? Say we have GST, we have some compliance records. We always say that if it is a private limited company, then this particular return is compulsory. We call in our environment. Similarly, to whom SOX Act is applicable? So, if any publicly traded companies in US or all public companies must comply with this act. That means this act is applicable to all public companies in US. It's not only sufficient that it's over there. Okay. So if I am having one company, I'm trying to comply with this SOX. This must be getting audited by external entity, and that external entity always get audited by these two. These two bodies. Say PC. This you must have heard of big four companies, right? PWC, individual organizations, and this organization PCOB is auditing them whether they are doing audit in right perspective. Similarly, so this SOX Act is controlled over by these two bodies, so that because ultimate aim was to stop from the fraudulent misstatements or fraudulent reporting. The objectives what are the objectives of this SOX Act? Why this SOX Act was established, and what to achieve it from it? So, see, still I'm on the business. As I said, that business and IT. So you should have robust framework, accounting framework for all companies. That means there should not be any flaw in the reporting. Then establish controls environment to ensure integrity of financial account reporting. Now you will ask me where IT is coming into the picture. The guys here are from IT, right? So that we will see in the subsequent slides. So basically, SOX Act. What is the objective? So establish the controls environment to ensure the integrity of financial reporting. So when there are the controls, the financial reporting done with the help of these controls will be the perfect, or we can give the reasonable assurance. Also, at the same time, establish the controls environment to ensure the asset can be your physical asset, host, servers, network. At the same time, most important asset is your information, the data in the organization. That is the most important asset, and that should be safeguarded. So this asset term you must be knowing by this time. So these assets means not physical asset that we see, the data is for this. Then another thing is restore confidence in reporting. Whatever the reporting is, one should trust. Say for example, sometimes if we say we go to some ISM, we go and purchase some material and we see ISM mark over there, then we can trust that it has some quality. Similarly, once SOX compliant company, then we can trust that financial reporting done by this company. I can say it has a reasonable assurance. And also they want to make a management accountable in this financial reporting. In that, still we have seen the act, we have seen the financial reporting. I'm not talking anything about IT. Okay. Next slide. Let me tell you why this act is important and why in US every company is trying hard to comply with this act, because there are heavy penalties over there. If any organization found non-compliant or wrong certification is submitted by corporate officer means CIO, CFO, not CIO, CFO and CEO. Even by mistake, this is very important, even by mistake, there can be fine of up to $1 million and imprisonment up to 10 years. The second thing is, first thing I talked about, if it is a mistake, if we submit it by mistake. Second thing, if it is purposely done, the way we have seen the cases earlier, Enron, even in India, we have seen some cases. Then the fine can be increased up to $5 million, and the prison term can be increased up to $20. So it's a heavy penalty for the non-compliance. Also, you have another side effects of that. SEC can delist from the stock exchanges. Then the reputation damage is also there, and then you have the problems. Okay, so moving slide, particularly nothing related, just section 302 is important. It corporate responsibility of financial reports. I'm just quickly jumping over them. So it established companies to review the financial reports. It should be fairly presented. There should not be misinterpretations, and CEO and CFO should be responsible for internal account. They are establishing the accountability, as we have seen in that. You must be finding something IT. Now, section 404, as I said, it deals with the management's assessment of internal controls. This internal controls means it can be for business, it can be for IT. Correct? Now we will see the next steps, how it goes from business to IT. So what this section 404 requires? Companies to publish details about their internal accounting controls and also procedures for financial reporting as a part of their annual financial reports. When company is publishing the results, financial results, they have to mention that what are the different internal controls, accounting controls. So once here are internal, now it need not be only internal accounting controls, finance controls. But nowadays, all IT applications are processed by using computer systems applications. So there should be the controls over there in the IT systems. So when I am saying internal accounting controls, it should be for business as well as for the IT. One slide from Isaka also in that, which I will show you later. Corporate executive personally certify that financial statement should be individually taken. That I have explained it to you earlier. But this particular thing is important. Companies to publish details about their internal accounting controls and also procedures for financial reporting as a part. Okay, so this act says that in order to gain reasonable assurance in this act, it is given to business controls and IT controls that are involved in financial reporting. So whatever we have studied by SOX is Act, how which business is involved, and ultimately it relates to Section 404, and it the controls, and controls means it divides business and IT controls, and business controls. I have worked on the IT controls. You must have heard about one more word, that IT general controls, right? So this SOX and IT general controls, I can say it can go hand in. So these are IT general controls irrespective of any business. If I can only about IT controls. So these are the things mainly covered under IT SOX controls. So this is the slide which I am talking about. So initially, you must have feeling that this act is related to the business, then how it related to the controls, and now I am talking about how it percolates to the IT. Okay, so you can see the upper top box, right? We were talking about the financial statements, say balance sheet, income statement, cash flows, various note, disclosure, P&L. All these statements are prepared by an organization and published by organization. There are supportive processes in the organization, business processes. So for preparing some income and processes. Okay, all these processes are handled by financial applications. I am saying here IT applications. Here comes IT comes into the picture. Okay, so till that time, up to this time, it was a business. Now all these processes are handled by financial application. Here I have said ABC means it is given the name. I'm working for the organization. It has around 150 applications under the scope, but in that organization have around 5,000 to 10,000 applications over there. Now the part below this, it comes under the SOX IT. It has two divisions, SOX business and SOX IT. So IT guys can work for the SOX IT. And this SOX IT is a very primitive stage, or I can say privileged stage of this cybersecurity or IT security, and it's very important because these are the very important steps, right? So these applications, for these applications, you have to see that what are the different control objectives, then whether program is developed or changed, whether it is monitored properly, any access controls are there, the environment is controlled. These are the IT controls. I will touch base only on the IT controls and let you know what are the different type of IT controls. At least I just want to give some head ups that what type of IT controls are there and how it will be further explored later. So for financial application, there are supporting databases, operating system, network. All these things should be taken care of by the SOX IT. Okay, so this is the general slide, how the control from, how the SOX Act gets percolated from the business to IT. I have crossed this. Let me continue. Okay, so this particular slide is clear to you. Okay. Now I'm moving to the next slide. Now we were talking about the controls, right? What do you mean by control? So this story starts from the act. Why this act was required? This act was there. Its act was related from business. We must have noticed. Then it percolates to IT. Then what are the different controls? Control is the process or mechanism used to prevent or identify or correct undesired events. Undesired event is important. So preventive controls are there, detective controls are there, corrective controls are there. See, it's a control itself is a vast area, and nobody can complete this understanding, defining controls, implementing controls. It changes from organization to organization. Okay, but I will give you some heads up what type of controls are there and what kind of. I will not tell you about the testing. If you are interested, you can ask me the questions later. So when I'm if any environment is controlled, one cannot say that it's completely risk level. This is most important if at all you are going for the risk-based audits or going for any risk certifications. For this organization, if my talks complied, so what I need if I'm looking only for IT part, what I need all IT controls which generates these financial statements should have proper control over it. What kind of control it should have? So that control we have to define what are the risk and what are the different type of risk, what are the different type of controls, and how it can be achieved. So for that you need to have a control framework. I'm just mentioning all these things because I want to give a very high level overview to this. And I'm giving you the example. So say for example, this control framework, there are some controls. Every organization will define the controls as per their risk appetite and as per the SOX requirements. Okay. Now I can tell you some type of 2-3 type of categories of controls. One is the one is a change control and infrastructure controls. Instead of discussing on this, I will discuss something about what is access control, change control, infrastructure support controls. Okay, so logical security, we call it a logical security. So what is a control? What is expectation? A user access to the application database and supporting infrastructure is restricted only to authorized personnel. You will say that what this is, because nowadays when you are thinking of cyber security, IT security, you must have heard of say firewall and other thing. This is something is very simple thing you are saying, but access is very important. If say for your home you are locking it and your keys are given to a abnormal person, then he can go into your house and he can spoil everything, right? So compare with this thing, your data is there. If you are giving your password to someone and you can access your, for example, I am purchase manager. I have some authority to define the rates or approve the rates. If I share my password or my accesses are shared with someone, then I'm losing my control over there, and the other person who is not capable of it, he can work on this person. This is the statement I can say. Access to database. Say for example, for any application, it has two parts. I can say application and database, right? So accesses. So everybody need not have access to the database, right? So only DBS or some support guys, those who want to work on it, mainly DBS, have access to the database, right? All other guys have access from the application, no separate access from the database, from the backend. From the application, yes. I don't know how many of you have seen the working environment. Say for example, in any organization, suppose in manufacturing, in nowadays Oracle's, we call it as a GI here. Say Oracle ERP is there, say for example, right? So in that Oracle ERP, suppose there is a purchase module, and under the purchase module, I can say there are 2-3 activities. I'm giving you very small and simple example. Try to give small and simple examples. I mean, Aishwarya or Ruchikesh, you can stop me if you find it boring. Huh? Okay. And say purchase department, I said that. So purchase department will have, I said there is a purchase clerk, purchase manager, and somebody is in a receiving store, who is receiving the material. It's a very simple organization, right? And there is a watchman on the gate. So if I have to prepare a purchase order, I am a clerk. I should have only role assigned to me which can create a purchase order. Then if I am a purchase manager, then that role should be defined in the system, and I am only assigned that I can approve the purchase order and the rates. Correct? Say for example, when material is received, then only receiving person can say in the say that GRR should be prepared. So when they have the rules, we have a role guy, one is a finance guy, one is a IT guy. So everybody's work is defined. We don't intervene in others' work, right? In any organization. So what you are working over there, your access should be granted and controlled over there. This is the first stage to the security, I will say. This is the logical security is important. I have not mentioned on the slide, but physical security is most important. Suppose you have the firewall and you are doing some audits for the firewall. And if that firewall is kept under the staircase and anybody can go and take it, or even network cabin is also accessible to anyone, there is a heavy risk over there, right? Okay, so some points I have noted it. Access should be granted on no basis. That's what I explained. If I am a purchase clerk, I don't have authority. I should not have authority to approve it, or security watchman should not have authority to approve it. Okay, or store person should not have authority to create or purchase the OPO. He should be only able to receive the material and update it in the system. Okay, then these are the some controls. This need to know is very important in case of any logical access controls. Then access should be approved before granting. Say for example, if I need access, then there should be some process or mechanism should be there. And before granting it should be access. That is something small company you can define for your company. Then the third thing, suppose I am a purchase manager and I have to approve the purchases. Suppose I left the job, or I changed my role. I have moved it from purchase to marketing. I'm giving a hypothetical, so it won't happen in an organization. But still, if I have authority to approve the purchase orders, ideally, am I supposed to approve any purchase order if I move to marketing? No. So there should be some frequency. On some frequencies, whatever the current accesses are there, those should be reviewed. And if access is reviewed, means whether XYZ is having, say, purchase order approval access, whether it is reviewed, and if it is not, then the access should be removed. And this is very, very important. This way you can control the access, and you can say first level of safeguard the information and safeguard the reporting, right? Then last one is, since this is a SOX, I have mentioned it specifically. This is because there are some critical financial transactions, say closure of inventory, parsing of journal entry, then I can say raising invoices, maintaining some taxes records. These are the some roles assigned in these systems. So for such type of typical and critical transactions, the access should be more controlled over there, right? Suppose I have read access, then it's okay. But if update access to pass the okay, I think one or two so when change control, say suppose we have, I will go to the second point here. This is one of the control here. Say development and testing environment should be separate from production environment. I'm not aware whether how much you have exposure to it. Say for system is there is always, say, one physical, it can be physically or logically separate. You have the one environment where you can carry out the development, and once it is approved, tested, then these things should be moved to the production. Because once it is tested in the development, and those guys who are developers, in normal case, they should not have access to the production. Okay, so business decides basically on this. So that's why I said the changes to the application database object to authorities. When this case occurs, suppose a payroll system is there, payroll is implemented in the organization, and then suddenly the company decides that today we have three allowances, allowance 1, allowance 2, allowance 3, and the fourth allowance they want to introduce, which we don't have any place on our database. So you have to change the structure of the database, you have to make the changes in the program. All those should be tested because of nowadays everything web and everything is there. You have to make sure that there is no security risk. You can define internal things. This is not the general list. I have given you all this list for your understanding and what can be the things. Okay, so once everything is created, then the objects on the development side should be moved to the production side, and these things are happening. Okay, support controls, and these are not all the controls. These controls are have to be defined as per the organization. These are the high level controls I have explained to you. Internally there are various things inside it. Say configuration standard must be defined and implemented and tested for OS platforms. Say for example there are AS400, Windows have, then mainframe is there, or some which I am not aware of it. So what is configuration standard? Say when you are receiving, say for example, I am working for the client. Client is giving me the laptop. Client decides that what should be the different settings of my laptop. They have some standards. They have some policy over there. Once policy is defined by top, then the standards are getting percolated, and those are tested after say after 6 months. Suppose I can say the some I can say a simple example, USB drive. USB drive not in the organizations, USB drive is not enabled, most of the organizations, and that is the policy. So you have to see that at any setting, this is not a setting at OS or OS level, it may be. So you have to see that this is the policy, and whether really my laptop after 3 months have the same policy, or meanwhile I have approach IT support guy and get it changed. So all these standards are there, or whenever any file is there, say for example in case of Unix, umask is defined, and by default which file is getting generated. Or what kind of default folders are getting generated when users are. So these differ of the infrastructure controls. When in life you decide, whenever you are talking about backup, restore is always important. So even if you don't require the restore in your life, you have to test it. Say for example, I have come across one of the experience that one of the system was going down, and that was going to be obsolete. So we were taking a backup every day, and one day we noticed, we tried to restore it, and one file was gone, and then we noticed that the wire was connected to the tape. Nowadays everything is compact. Earlier, about 20-30 years back, there was a long wire over, and that was a cut in it. So after certain frequent intervals, you that the stores are getting also in place. So see, if you are doing a backup, it's only in Khana Purti, right? If your backup is not getting restored, then this particular thing is not useful. So you should have the strong policy on the backup and the restore. Then similarly, you should have policy on the antivirus. It should be get updated. Some people stop it, whether we should allow to stop it or not. Maybe in the environment where I am working, they have worldwide 60,000 people using the same type of operation, and it's controlled over there. Suppose I do something and I stopped updating some code, then that is not acceptable, or whether people should be allowed to do it or not. So these are the different controls where IT comes into the picture. So I think this is the last side. So we started with the SOCs. Why SOCs was required? Then what is the controls? Then what are the different IT controls? How the SOCs as business comes it from the IT? What are the different type of IT controls? That I have tried to give you the overview of it. These are not the only limited controls. There are n number of controls you can define, because every year something new is coming. Say cybersecurity controls were not there. I have not mentioned anything, but that becomes the part of the SOCs. I have given these controls because these are very simple to understand and will give idea about how is the flow from business to IT, and how IT has to support the business. So thank you so much. I took long time than thank. Mm, I'm stopping my sharing.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your wise words. It was most definitely very helpful.
Yes,
So,
thank you so much. You are
last but not the least, on all of our behalf, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks for all the guests who spared time from their busy schedules to grade this occasion and making it very interesting and knowledgeable. I thank you all. I thank all the speakers for gracing our crucial work and sharing with us your insightful opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You are welcome. I can drop, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being patient with me. Thank you so much.
It was pleasure having you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so here we come to the end of the conference, and I personally thank each and every one of you for coming, participating, and involving with all the guests. So at present there are no guests in the meeting. That's what I suppose. But I wish some of you could just unmute yourself and give a feedback. How what did you feel about the session? How did you feel the session was? Before that, I would also like to thank the organizing committee, TSC and ACES. They have done a fantastic work in collaboration, and the activity was perfectly planned. It was perfectly executed, and without any issues, neither technical nor management issues. Also, I thank the Newton's Apple team, Rishikesh, Aishwarya, for gracing this event and having helping the. If anyone has any points, feel free to ask. I hope this small activity which we tried, wherein the industry people can interact with the students, so that the students get an exposure, because in student life what we see is just the blackboard, the same classes are going on and on. And the one simple example I'll give you is in college, when we are in learning phase in the college, we use I as an iteration variable in the programs, right? But when you enter the industry, when you do actual HMI programming or actual development, when you realize that it is not this standard. Like there are particular protocols followed in the industry. There are particular coding standards which are followed. Similarly, uh, cybersecurity, what you read in books is not what we actually apply. That's why I tried to bring people from various departments, not only educational sector, but also other sectors, wherein you could understand how this complete thing is working outside your classroom. So I hope all of you have got good amount of knowledge and have good amount of experience from this thing. We will be conducting such sessions every year, or let's say periodically we will be conducting such sessions, so that your exposure increases. And moreover, this is not a one sided activity. This has got benefits for me also. When I see you people are interacting with with the guest, when you are getting interested in the topic, I can find a few places, where not places actually, but whatever projects we are working on, I would be glad to provide opportunities there, so that you can also get hands-on experience before you actually enter the industry. So with this, I end the vote of thanks for today. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, you can ask me either now. You all have my WhatsApp number. You can ping me anytime. Any kind of issue, any doubt, any suggestion, you're most welcome to share it with me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mandar. And on behalf of ACES and DSC, thank you for giving us the opportunity to collaborate with Newton Circle and to organize this particular conference. Uh, the guests are not there in the meeting, but I think like the talks by the guests were very knowledgeable and extremely interesting. So,
Prasad sir is still there in the meeting. Sir,
Yeah,
you want to say something?
yeah, guys, I'm there.
Yes, Prasad sir.
Yes, it was very great I mean, the workshop or rather conference. I was having a feel or having a in my mind when I first instant that this is they have arranged on a corporate or the international levels conferences I have seen, because the knowledge sharing was happening on the level where we normally conduct such conferences at ISACA. The level which of the level of the knowledge sharing done on this particular forum was very excellent. I mean, it was to the up to the mark of when we call about the security conference or something. So we'll hope that we will be engaged continuously whenever you require our support, Isakha, or anything from us. We will be definitely get engaged with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And Mandar, just to clear again the query which you have raised, so just I went with the subject matter expert on that question. So for the Reserve Bank of India, they have issued the guidelines that the banks should do the audit from the CISA, CISSP or ISO 27001 LA, right? But they have not released any notification of that. So guidelines and notification, there is a difference. So
Yes,
when
sir.
notification will be released, there will be a compliance issue will come and mandate will be attracted.
So basically, at present, it's just a guideline. So people will follow it, will not follow it is completely a business call.
It will be a business call of a bank, but then if anything happens to the bank or any business loss is there, then RBI will have the penalty around that, because
The liability
guidelines are
will be
not
on the
far.
bank, basically. You mean to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Sir. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry. Actually, that was a business doubt which I had currently. I'm
No,
facing.
actually, yes,
That's why
I was also confused after my this thing opinion on that. So I seek the person who do RBI audits. So he was expressing that notification will be released, then only it will be a mandate.
Okay, sir. Thanks a lot
Yeah.
for
Yes, yes,
reconfirming the doubt.
yes, yes, yes. We should.
Okay, then thank you all.
Yeah,
Maybe
thanks.
we can discuss for today, and we'll surely meet again.
Yes, yes, definitely. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mandar. And thank you all the participants. You have been very patient, been there from the morning. So have a lunch if you haven't. And yeah, the conference is over for now. Thank you.